Chapter 451 Elemental Summoner. Looking at the elemental summoned beast that serves as the main force in the battle, Shui Na also knows that this is the practice of the Dark Dragon Guild to train elemental summoners. In this case, low-level elemental summoners need this kind of weak experience. Looking at the dozens of elemental summoned beasts in the sky in the shape of gaseous balls, Shui Na has to think about how to crack it. The primary elemental summoned beast has no entity, which means that it has no entity attack power, and naturally it cannot be attacked by magic that damages the entity. Recalling the fire elemental creatures encountered in the Holy Flame Mountain before, although they are very different from the natural elemental creatures at that time, their basic situation should not have changed much, that is, they are immune to the magic of the same system. However, for some reason, Shui Na found that their elemental summoner can only summon one system of elements at a time. It seems that this summoning also has extremely serious limitations. Although what Mina thought was very close to reality, the real reason was that in the setting of this profession, they could only have the power to summon one element in the early stage, which basically restricted the growth rate of this profession. And the ability to summon elemental power is called elemental power. It means that it can extract elements from the surrounding space and condense them into physical power. This elemental power is similar to the elemental specialization of the mage, but it can move towards other elemental systems as the player's level increases and the ability increases. There are two ways to obtain elemental power, one is very difficult and abnormal, and the other is much easier, as long as you have a certain amount of power and money. The first way is to go to the designated place according to the elemental power that the player wants to get, and capture these elemental creatures in person. Finally, through the secret method of the Magic Guild, the power of this elemental creature is transferred to the player, thereby opening the elemental power. However, this way is very abnormal and difficult for those players who have just reincarnated and don't even have any skills, and I am afraid that only 5 out of 100 people will succeed. However, the strength of the elemental power obtained in this way is related to the strength of the creatures captured by the player. The stronger the creature, the better the effect of the elemental power. Another way is to directly use the crystal core of the Warcraft to activate the Magic Guild. As long as a sufficient number of crystal cores are provided, the Magic Guild can use secret methods to extract the elemental power in the crystal core and inject it into the player to complete the activation of the elemental power. However, the effect of the elemental power obtained by this method is fixed, constant at 100%. Basically, all players who use this method will have the same effect. Compared with the first method, this has a great disadvantage in the later development. The elemental summoner who has opened the elemental power means that he has the qualifications to participate in the battle. However, the primary elemental summoned beast at this time has no skills. In addition to the most basic elemental self-explosion, there is no other way to fight. At this time, what they have to do is to improve the level of elemental power. With a higher level of elemental power, they can also summon higher level elemental creatures. The upgrade method of their elemental power is the same as other players' skill upgrades. It calculates proficiency, and the number of times it is used and the number of times it kills are calculated at the same time as the skill level. However, the number they need is very large, and the upgrade of this elemental power must complete the specified task. However, in order to balance this abnormal professional effect, every time the elemental summoner dies, not only will his level drop by 1 level, but even this elemental power will drop by 1 level. For them who cannot survive independently, this setting also makes them a group of players who can only act in groups. After watching the surrounding beasts being almost wiped out under the waves of various magic, Shui Na also planned to leave here. After changing into a tattered white wizard robe, Shui Na flew into the sky under the gaze of the dragon. However, at the moment Shui Na flew up, a cold arrow approached rapidly from behind. With a pop, it hit the guardrail on the side of Mina's feet. The whole crossbow arrow seemed to collapse because it could not withstand the strong impact force, and exploded into a ball of wood powder, some of which were stuck on Mina's shoe's surface. This crossbow arrow that suddenly appeared and then suddenly shattered did not seem to attract Mina's attention. Instead, the NPC mages around Mina hurriedly turned around to find the guy who shot the cold arrow from behind. But they found nothing, and Mina had already flown away. Looking at the various elemental summoned beasts floating around, Mina also knew that his current sky advantage had been lost. For a long time, Mina felt a little proud of his current flying ability. With the ability to fly, he had greater living space. But of course, this refers to when there is no confrontation with the dark camp. But now, since the appearance of the elemental summoner, these elemental summoned beasts that may ignore gravity and float freely have become the new sky killers. It is difficult for Shui Nai to fight back with magic in the air. Facing these elemental summoned beasts that can attack anytime and anywhere with just one command and have no blind spots at all, Shui Nai dare not fight with them in the sky. However, this situation has not yet appeared. After all, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild dare not openly attack a normal player in front of the NPC. Unless they can kill these NPCs together, it will only make the situation bigger and bigger. I am afraid that no player will want to see it. So now, the elemental summoned beasts of the Dark Dragon Guild are just tightly surrounding Shui Nai, as if they are helping him escort. As Shui Nai gets farther and farther away from Yunmu town, the elemental summoned beasts around him are getting fewer and fewer. Except for the Wind Elves and Thunder Elves, which are known for their speed, the rest of the summoned beasts of other systems have been left behind. However, among these wind and thunder summoned beasts, there are also a few that suddenly stop at the same time from time to time. Looking at these elemental summoned beasts that have entered a sluggish state, Shui Na also knows that this is the situation where they have flown out of the control range of their respective masters. And he also knows that the control range of elemental summoned beasts is related to the spirit value of the elemental summoner. The stronger the spirit value, the farther it can be controlled. These elemental creatures summoned by players are not intelligent, they only have the most basic instincts. Once they leave the control range of their masters, they will immediately stop and wait for the master to approach. Looking at the fewer and fewer elemental creatures around him, Shui Na had to fly slower and slower, pretending to be exhausted, and then landed on the ground. However, just when Shui Na landed, the 3 Thunder Elves with thunder balls around him launched an attack at this time. I saw several smaller lightning bombs coming out of the body of the lightning elf, hitting the ice crystal armor that Shui Na had just added, and exploded into a group of fireworks. At this time, several wind elves shaped like whirlwinds also took action, and small air bombs were thrown out from the whirlwinds. No injury. Shui Na, who tried magic with her body, was immediately frightened by the attack power of these little guys. She stood here and let them hit her, although she didn't lose any blood. And Shui Na's explosive bomb later blew those lightning elves and the wind elves in the attack range into nothingness. Very good, no red name. Shui Na looked at her status and did not have the effect of red name, which was why Shui Na did not attack first. When she dealt with the little guys around her, Shui Na also found that her real enemy had come. It was a thief running towards her. As for these thieves who gave up the essence of stealth in order to get close to him, Shui Na also knew that they must think that they are doomed. But Shui Na didn't want to fight them here, after all, his goal was outside. Directly entering the phantom stealth, Shui Na immediately rushed to the cave entrance not far away. Boss, 2 brothers' elemental summons were killed at the same time. Just before, when Shui Na killed those ignorant elemental elves, as their masters, they immediately felt it and suffered a certain backlash. As elemental summoners, once their elemental summons are killed, there is a certain probability that some backlash effects will be triggered, such as severe headaches, burning sensations all over the body, etc. In this backlash state, these elemental summoners have no way to summon again, and can only calm down this effect by resting. According to the research of these players themselves, not all elemental summons will trigger this effect when they are killed. However, as long as all of his summoned beasts are killed at the same time, the backlash effect is almost 100% triggered. And now the situation of the 2 people is obviously that Shui Na killed all the summoned beasts at once and fell into the backlash effect. Shenlong and the others were not surprised by this. With the current HP of the elemental summoned beasts, basically, as long as they face a high-level mage who can use group skills, they have no chance of winning. In addition, since these elemental summoned beasts were far away from their masters at the beginning, they could not keep up with the control, so it was natural for them to be completely destroyed. But they did not expect that these elemental summoned beasts were killed without stopping Shui Na for a long time. Chase, we also have some people outside, as long as we attack them together, I don't believe we can't catch him. Leaving a few warriors to take care of the 2 elemental summoners who could not fight because of their special state, Shenlong and Yahuang led a group of people to chase Shui Na's cave entrance again. Chapter 452, Battle Zone. After rushing out of the cave entrance, Shui Na was attacked by several waves of small teams consisting of more than a dozen people, but he was not affected much and bypassed them. With the Lightning Series shoes from the Lightning Spider and the Storm Series leggings from the Storm Spider, even if Shui Na does not use the Phantom Stealth, his speed has reached a level that makes most players despair. Only those thieves who specialize in speed are qualified to keep up with him. After fighting all the spider bosses, Shui Nai and his friends also roughly know the rules of the spider bosses' explosions. For example, the flame spider will explode golden fire weapons and equipment, the lightning spider will explode shoes, and the storm spider will explode pants. These 3 spider bosses will basically explode these types of equipment, but the things that explode may not be suitable for mages. As for other spider bosses, some have armor that is specifically targeted at warriors, and some have armor that is specifically targeted at mages. The rules of these bosses still need to be further studied. The lightning cloth shoes and storm leggings that Shui Nai is wearing were made when he entered the underground cave yesterday. At first, these 2 items were not given to him, but everyone considered that if Shui Nai was to lure the enemy, he must bring these escape items, so they lent them to him first. These 2 golden equipment are absolutely top-notch for current players. Like lightning cloth shoes, not only does it have a huge bonus in speed, but it also comes with 20 points of agility, and also has a lightning jump skill. And the storm leggings also have a great bonus in speed, but its stronger bonus is in defense. However, Shui Nai does not value this defense. What he values is the passive skill of this pair of pants acceleration. Although this built-in skill can only increase the speed by 10%, which is only the level 1 acceleration spell, this effect can overlap with the mage's acceleration spell, and this effect has no usage time and can be used indefinitely. And now, it is these 2 level 40 equipment that allow Shui Nai's speed to reach an extreme level, a level that makes him a real speed mage. Damn, that guy's speed is terrifying, and he can also use the effect of teleportation. When several groups of people from the Dark Dragon Guild met, those members who tried to intercept were frightened by Shui Nai's speed. At this speed, even ordinary thieves are afraid of being out of reach. Often they can only launch all the strongest attacks on that figure, but he just threw them away, and all the attacks fell. What is that lightning flash skill he used just now? Do our mages have this magic? After the reunion, the dragon immediately checked the battle video just now, but he couldn't understand it. Just now, Mina used the skill of the equipment lightning jump, to get past the interceptors. In the state of lightning jump, the player can perform continuous jumps at a very fast speed within a straight line like a flashing lightning, breaking through the obstacles of space, thus achieving an effect similar to teleportation. But this is not instant movement, it is just that with the addition of lightning, Mina's speed is so fast that it makes people have a time difference effect. It's just that this lightning jump is not very useful. If it hits any object during the process of moving forward, it will be greatly damaged. Just now, Mina was rubbed by a small branch that stretched out horizontally, but at this speed, even a small branch still cut open the ice crystal armor on his body and knocked off nearly 1,000 of his blood. However, no one saw this scene, otherwise, Mina would be in danger at that time. Speed Dragon, can you track his position? At this time, Shenlong can only rely on Speed Dragon. He's in front of me, but I don't dare to get too close to him because he's running. As a tracking expert, Speed Dragon would not be easily thrown off by Mina. However, he also didn't dare to appear in front of him easily, otherwise Mina's magic would definitely make him drink a pot. The reason why the thief can restrain the mage is nothing more than the silent and fast speed when sneaking. However, when facing a mage with the same speed, and still in a running state, he can't do anything to this mage. In terms of attack, if it's not a dagger, it's difficult to break the ice crystal armor on his body with a crossbow arrow alone, but if you want to use a dagger, you have to get close to him to have a chance. Everyone, chase him, he is going to the battle area. This time we will block him in the dark camp and let them help us kill him. When Shenlong learned that Mina was running towards the area where the 2 camps were fighting, he immediately thought of this. However, if we go over there, we will probably have to fight against the people in the dark camp. I'm afraid. To be honest, Emperor Yu is not afraid of fighting with them. The extremely confident him didn't believe that he would lose to the players of the dark camp, but there was a problem, that is, the level of the new professional players on his side was too low, and they would just die if they went there. It's okay, don't forget, there are also NPCs belonging to our camp over there, as long as we stay near the NPCs, then there will be no problem. And the most important thing is, there is a battlefield resurrection point over there, as long as our people guard it, then, even if that mortal is the most perverted, he will have to return to the pre-liberation period. Guarding the resurrection point is what the big guild loves to do the most, especially when this kind of resurrection point is outside and there are no NPC patrols. At that time, as long as you kill someone and run away directly, there will be nothing to worry about. System, warning, you have entered the battle zone of the hostile camp. In this area, your identity is a member of the Holy Light Camp, please drive out the darkness. Just as Shui Nai was moving towards the coordinate point provided by Dao Yiyu Dao, he suddenly received such a system message, and then he immediately opened the map. At this moment, many blue coordinate points representing players from the same camp suddenly appeared on his map. Looking at the battle zone on the map, it was more than 10 square kilometers. In this battle zone, basically all players from the same camp have been marked out, and now Shui Nai is at the edge of this battle zone. Hey, someone is following me. Not long after Shui Nai entered the battle zone, he found a blue dot on the map following him closely. Thief? It's Speed Dragon, right? The one who was most deeply intertwined with the Dark Dragon Guild was Speed Dragon. In the battle zone of this camp, players from the same camp will be visible, and even stealth thieves will change from invisible to translucent. In this case, if the thief wants to sneak attack players from the same camp, the effect will be much weaker. However, Shui Nai didn't want to fight with him here, so Shui Nai didn't even turn back, and ran straight to the place with the most blue dots. That place is often the most intense place in the battle zone. Rushing into the core battlefield of the battle zone, Shui Nai immediately found the defensive buildings belonging to his side, such as the treatment room, the player's morgue, the forging shop, and even the pharmacy. The buildings here are all in the shape of tents. Among them, in the middle of all the tents, there is a huge blue coach tent. Around this tent, there are also a group of NPC guards standing, guarding this tent very closely. Shui Nai, who roughly understood the situation of his own camp, immediately focused his attention on the battlefield 1,000 meters away. There, a group of players with blue light on their heads were facing the white skeleton soldiers. And these players with blue light are the people representing the Holy Light Camp, and as for those undead creatures, they are the most classic opening tactics of the Undead Empire. On this battlefield, it is not those high-ranking NPCs who dominate this battlefield, but the players fighting on the front line. Once the player is killed by the enemy camp, the NPC will become the boss in the eyes of the player and will be attacked most desperately. However, Shui Nai is very relieved about his own situation. After all, he knows that they have a sword saint on their side. If the people on the opposite side knew that there is not only a sage but also a sword saint on this side, I am afraid their rusticity will be greatly hit. Because as far as the current situation of both sides is concerned, the Dark Camp has a thief leader who is on the same level as the sage, which theoretically restrains the sage, but now they have a sword saint hiding behind. However, what puzzled Shui Nai was that the village chief of Fowl seemed to have never shown his true identity. Although he didn't know what they were doing, he knew the details of the old wizard. He knew that as long as it was him, anything impossible would happen. Without disturbing the village chief of Fowl and the old wizard, Shui Nai ran directly to the battlefield. Because just when he was observing the surrounding environment, he found that Shenlong and his group had already entered the battle zone. The hundreds of dazzling blue dots basically scared all the players of the Holy Light Camp in the battle zone in an instant. Although a few players would come out from Yunwu town from time to time, the situation of hundreds of people running out at once only happened when the battle zone just appeared. Because the players of the Holy Light Camp have the advantage of the resurrection point, the players of the Holy Light Camp are now more and more, but the guys from the Undead Empire have the most powerful battlefield magic, so the situation is still the same, and neither side can do anything to the other. They can only continue the melee as before, but the people on the Holy Light Camp have never known that this has always been the intention of Moying. Chapter 453 Seven-Colored Demon Spider. However, today's situation has obviously changed. Under the strong intervention of Shui Na, the situation on the battlefield at the beginning has become one-sided. With continuous magic fire, Mina, who was in the flame storm, burned a lot of the summoned skeleton soldiers to death with one move. Under the flames, these ordinary cannon fodder skeleton soldiers who didn't even have weapons basically didn't even have a chance to meet each other, and they turned into a handful of white powder on the ground and scattered with the wind. Although there were a lot of these skeleton soldiers, their combat effectiveness was very weak. Without grouping up, there was no way to fight against these players who dared to participate in the battle, and once they grouped up, it was time for large-scale magic to wreak havoc. After Mina's several magic bombardments, there was no wave of bones in his area, and there were only a few fish that slipped through the net, and they were extinguished in a short while. Brother, you are awesome. Are you interested in forming a team and sweeping this place? A mage standing next to Mina immediately looked at Mina with envy. Having such a powerful large-scale magic is what a mage wants most in his heart. Forget about that. I came here for a mission. Shui Nai rejected the unknown mage. Although burning these skeleton soldiers could get a lot of honor points, he didn't need it now. Now, he just wanted to shake off the flies behind him and return to the underground cave to make a fortune. After that, he kept casting firestorms, burning the densest ground on the battlefield at the fastest speed. Since we have to act, let's make it more realistic. Shui Nai thought to himself, and at the same time, he began to walk towards the direction where the skeleton soldiers came out. Brother, be careful. After beating these garbage skeleton soldiers, there will be more powerful ones later. At this time, the first mage, after dealing with the opponent in his hand, immediately reminded Shui Nai who was about to leave. More powerful. Shui Nai, who put his feet down, also stopped. Just now, he found that the people of the Dark Dragon Guild were standing not far behind him. Although they didn't dare to attack at this time, if they didn't leave at this time, they would be surrounded by people and they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. However, when he heard that more powerful guys were about to appear, he suddenly wanted to see where those more powerful things came from, so as to prepare for the future. He put his attention back to Shenlong and his team. Now their group has put the newly reincarnated profession in the back, and those with good levels are all gathered behind Mina. And these people, whose average level is already 45, are standing on this battlefield without saying anything, and they don't fight the skeleton soldiers summoned by the enemy players, which seems very suspicious. It is this suspicious place that makes the surrounding NPCs who are only responsible for holding the line immediately alert. Excluding those new professions and the players who protect them, there are still about half of the people on Shenlong's side, which is about 200 people. However, these 200 people are a very powerful force for this battle zone with less than 10,000 people participating in the battle. However, the current performance of this force has forced all the forces, players, and NPCs present to be on guard. Player rebellion is a feature of the game. In today's world where all kinds of traitors and spies are rampant, player betrayal is a very natural thing. Moreover, in such a wild battle zone, once the resurrection point of one's own camp is occupied by the enemy, then these people will have to prepare to go offline and sleep. Among them, Mina is naturally the most cautious. He now has to be careful not only of the people from the Dark Dragon Guild, but also of those who are not known around him, so as to avoid any accidents. Shenlong and Yahuang, who found that they had attracted all kinds of speculation, immediately revealed their identities. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm the president of the Dark Dragon Guild. We're here to deal with just one person. We won't care about anything else. So, you guys aren't here to help. If you're not here to help, then you're only doing more harm than good, and that's not okay. At this moment, a voice that was obviously a little deep also sounded in the regional channel, and it immediately pointed its finger at the words of the dragon. For those in the Holy Light camp who finally stood up in this war zone, as long as they can cripple the people in the dark camp here, then they will be considered to have successfully protected their homeland, and then they will definitely get rich rewards. For now, given the situation in this war zone, the victory of the Holy Light camp is only a matter of time. As long as the NPCs of the dark camp and their teleportation points are dealt with, then the victory on our side is inevitable. But if someone suddenly comes to make trouble at this time, then I'm sorry, for the sake of my original rewards, all those who dare to come to disrupt the situation can only be killed first so that they dare not come again before talking about other things. And this is the only rule that all the players and forces here now agree on, because they will not allow their own achievements to be ruined because of these people. Shenlong just listened to the advice of several of his subordinates and did not immediately attack here. When the Dark Dragon Guild has not yet completed the merger, they should not increase their enemies. Fanfiction, if you are a man, come with me. Are you sick? If you are a man, I will go with you. Are you crazy? If you come alone, I don't have any problem, but look at the number of people on your side. Also, don't say anything like a Oneonon fight. I don't trust you anymore. You should leave. I have a mission now. Hearing this again, Shui Nai immediately got angry. He didn't understand why they always used this excuse to challenge. Oneonon fight? Is it okay after the Oneonon fight? He has tried it several times, and the more he picks, the more problems he has. Now he no longer believes in the Oneonon fights of these so-called big guilds. So after hearing this classic line, Shui Nai immediately got angry. You! Shenlong, who was squeezed by Mina, was speechless immediately, and could only blush. Even the members behind him were a little angry. Seeing the members of the Dark Dragon Guild twisted by humiliation, I had to be careful. Also, Shenlong, I will say it again. I don't want to be an enemy of any guild now and in the future. If possible, I would like to write off the previous problems. But if you insist on pushing me to the enemy side, then I hope you are prepared. I am not someone who is easy to bully. Mina saw that although Shenlong had a tendency to run away, his eyes were very clear and were not blinded by anger. Shenlong's appearance is obviously different from before. If you have to say what the difference is, then there is only one word to describe it. That is mature. The current Shenlong is more mature than before, but at the same time, he is also a little gloomy. It's a pity that if you had said it a few months earlier, it would have been almost the same. Shenlong, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, and the anger on his face was also put away. Hey, wait, I said something similar before, but you just didn't listen. Hearing this, Shui Nai immediately heard that there was something wrong with his words, and couldn't help but remind Shenlong. But Shenlong seemed not to hear this sentence and continued his words. This time, he said it in a private chat, and his tone was crazy. But, since the Dragon King also disappeared because of you guys, I swear I won't let you go. Dragon King? Missing. Shui Nai was immediately confused. What is this? Shui Nai, who originally thought that Shenlong would mature, immediately felt that she still overestimated him. It has been a long time since I have contacted the Dragon King. The last time they met was when they fought in the Lich Land. And isn't the current Dragon King following Bishop Yvonne and others to fight the undead army? Are you okay? Seeing Shenlong's changing expression, Shui Nai read the inner meaning of it. There was hatred and anger, and these were all directed at herself. All the emotions took effect, making Shui Nai a little chilled. Just when Shui Nai was worried about Shenlong's mental state, suddenly a player's voice from an unknown force sounded in the regional channel. Everyone pay attention, the boss of the dark camp appeared on the left side of the base. The target should be here. Everyone should be careful. It turned out that the secret sentries ambushed in various places in the war zone were playing a role, transmitting the whereabouts of these dark camp people in real time. Hey, Yu Huang, you'd better watch Shenlong. He has some mental problems. Shui Nai kindly reminded Yu Huang. He still felt that this former president was more rational. After saying this, Shui Nai immediately ran to the other side. As for those stronger skeleton soldiers, Shui Nai had just seen them. It's just that these skeleton archers, skeleton knights and the like, Shui Na had already come into contact with them, and he didn't take them to heart. The boss of the dark camp appeared, which meant that they didn't have many players to use, and Shui Na didn't want to be involved in the battle between the bosses of the two camps. Although the bosses of the two camps are restraining each other, when one comes out, the other will also come out, so that there will be no NPC massacre on the battlefield. But if he stays here, then Shui Nai may not have a chance to leave at that time, so it's best to leave now. And the players who saw this did not blame Shui Nai for deserting the battlefield. After all, he had said before that he had a mission. In addition, the direction he was going now was the dark camp, so they thought his mission was related to the dark camp. Going to the base of the dark camp alone is not safer than fighting the boss here. If Shui Nai knew what those people thought at this time, he would probably be very ashamed. But it's okay, yes, he didn't know about this, but he also didn't know what was waiting for him on the road ahead. Shui Nai moved quickly on the forest path and soon finished the path. Just when he rushed out of the forest and came to an open space, he found a golden light in front of him, and at the same time he was surrounded by a faint sense of danger. Is this a demon spider? It's you. Shui Nai's voice and another voice sounded almost at the same time, but Shui Nai's words were full of confusion and a little fear, because he saw a giant demon spider covered with colorful patterns all over his body. This colorful demon spider floated in front of him like a small mountain, exuding a huge pressure, staring at Shui Nai. Chapter 454 Explosive Stone Spear. Shui Nai, who was stared at by this huge demon spider boss, instinctively felt a sense of being hunted, as if he was a moth that crashed into a spider web, and danger was everywhere. The figure of this colorful magic spider is similar to that of the snake spider Beauty, both of them are like a small mountain, and the colorful patterns on its body make Shui Nai feel a little cold. A magic spider often has only one pattern, which means that it can use magic of that series, but now this one has all the patterns of the element series. The 50level Golden Boss, although at the same level as Shui Nai, is several levels higher than Shui Nai. And the most important thing is that this magic spider is an authentic magic beast, plus the various patterns on its body representing elemental magic, which means that Shui Nai's elemental magic damage may have an unbelievably weak impact on it. Boy, I didn't expect to meet you here when I came out. It seems that God is not bad to me. At this time, the voice that appeared just now also sounded. Shui Nai, who heard this, immediately raised his head and looked for the person who spoke on this colorful magic spider. In the middle of the eyes of this small mountain-like magic spider, there was a figure in a black robe. Judging from the voice, it should be a male NPC. As for other situations, due to the distance and the influence of the black robe, nothing was found. In fact, if this person had not moved obviously when he spoke, Mina would not have found the black-cropped man on this black-based demon spider. When Mina found him, he immediately used the reconnaissance technique, and Mina's current level of 50 can detect creatures below level 100. However, in fact, even if he did not detect, there would be no problem. Because as a boss of the Dark Camp, as long as Mina took a close look, he could get his specific situation. Although it was a level 80 ordinary boss, it was an ordinary white boss, but he was an NPC in the Dark Camp, with wisdom no less than that of the player, and even more abilities that belonged to NPCs. Invincible. This was Mina's first impression. In fact, Mina had no confidence in facing this golden 7-colored demon spider. With his magic ability restrained and his level suppressed, his ability was already low. In addition, the golden boss would not be able to be killed unless hundreds of people came. Do we know each other? Shui Nai didn't want to be entangled by these two guys at this time. To be honest, he was more interested in the wealth of the underground cave. So when he said this, he immediately called up the player map, intending to find the fastest way to leave the war zone and make a false appearance of leaving for a mission. It's not that I know it, but you killed its sister. Then today is the time for you to pay it back. The black-cropped man on the colorful magic spider pointed his finger at the colorful magic spider under his feet. We? Sisters? Are you the dark elf? In fact, Shui Nai had been thinking in this direction from the beginning, but he was not sure. And now, when he said this, Shui Nai was sure. Oh, you actually know my identity. It seems that the failure product has awakened at the last moment. I should not have kept her intelligence. As a person who has always been behind the scenes, not many people and things know his identity, and his masterpiece was destroyed by these people, so Lansfa immediately thought of this. Failure product? You bastard! Thinking of Yuking, Shui Nai felt that the man in front of him was unforgivable. And what represented his anger was a stone spear. Since there is no way to use magic to hurt this colorful spider, it is still possible to try to defeat the black-cropped man first. Haha, your courage is commendable, but unfortunately your strength is a little insignificant. Colorful spider, destroy him and go to avenge your sister. Shui Nai looked at the dark elf who actually used a white and sickly palm to easily take the shot he threw with all his strength, and couldn't help but doubt this person's profession. From the beginning, he suspected that the dark elf was a wizard, because Wakabayashi said that the process of synthesizing the beast was actually a complex life magic. However, he knew that it was impossible for a wizard to crush the hard stone spear into pieces so easily. Colorful spider, freeze it! As soon as the black-cropped man threw away the powder of the stone spear, he immediately gave the first attack order. I saw a stream of air mixed with hail suddenly sprayed out from the mouth of the colorful spider. The speed of this cold air was not fast, but the attack range was very wide. Frozen breath. Mina was surprised to see that this magic, which was theoretically a magic that only a level 60 wizard could learn, actually appeared on this level 50 spider. At the beginning, he only thought that this spider could only use advanced magic. Although he also saw that the spider's 8 pillar-like feet were stepping on 8 green light balls representing floating magic, he did not think in this direction. After all, some advanced monsters can also have some skills beyond their own level. But if it looks like this now, this spider may have all the magic of the wizard level. And this is also the most headache for him. Although from the advanced level, the player's magic has developed from single to group, but this so-called group magic is somewhat one-sided, but the wizard level, that is the real group magic, a hit is a surface. Looking at the band-shaped, and the range of the ice has reached almost 10 meters, Mina immediately retreated. The ice breath is the advanced magic of the freezing spell. Compared with the magic of freezing spell, which has no lethality, it not only has stronger lethality, but also has a high chance of freezing. Freezing plus good attack power is the essence of Ice Wizard level magic. But this ice essence can't hit fast objects, which is one of the shortcomings. Hey, so fast? Use the lightning net to stop him. Lance didn't expect that he would be shocked by the little reptile in front of him again today. He was shocked once when he took the stone spear before. If he was asked to believe that the power of the stone spear came from a wizard, he would never believe it. But in fact, he saw the stone spear take shape with his own eyes, and then it was thrown out by the little wizard as a javelin. And now the speed shown by the little wizard made him feel that this should not be something a wizard can have. Every time, he could dodge when the lightning net was about to catch him, so that this big net composed of flashing lightning hit the ground, electrocuted the green grass, and made a sizzling explosion. As for the wizards he had fought before, he had never seen such a wizard who did not fight back with magic, but wandered around and threw stone spears. If he could get through the difficulty he set with just this stone gun, he would not believe it. He should have some powerful means left. And Shui Nai, who had been wandering around the colorful magic spider floating in the air, also knew the weakness of this magic spider at this time. That is, its body reaction is very slow, so slow that it makes people feel that it is not a living creature, but a floating mobile turret, and it will not change its original action without receiving orders. Looking at this colorful magic spider that is like a turret and has little mobility, Shui Nai began to try his plan. This time he dodged a series of wind blades, and after raising his hand to explode a thunder bomb, he immediately flashed into the forest beside him. In fact, at the beginning, he had already thought about entering the woods, but then he immediately thought that this colorful magic spider should also have wood magic. And wood magic has a very strong bonus in the woods, so he did not enter the woods immediately, but used his own speed to fight. However, when he deliberately hid at the edge of the woods just now, he found that the black-cropped man did not use wood magic, but instead used the fastest lightning magic. After that, Shui Nai immediately guessed that the earth and wood magic of this magic spider might need to touch the ground to use. But all along, this colorful magic spider just floated in the sky, looking down at Shui Nai on the ground with a high-handed look, and never touched the ground at all. Shui Nai in the forest saw the magic spider emitting golden light in the sky from the leaves, and a stone spear slowly appeared on his staff. As Shui Nai has practiced the stone spear to instantaneous, now he has to spend time chanting, there is only one possibility, magic combination. The combined stone spear is not much different from the ordinary stone spear in appearance, that is, there are a few more fiery red lines on this stone spear. A red glow flows on these tiny lines, like the pulse of a living creature. After that, Mina took some time to put together another, but this stone spear has a different change from the previous one. Although the second stone spear also has fine red lines, it has a layer of light red light than the first one, and the whole stone spear itself emits bursts of heat. Looking at these two stone spears that are respectively composed of explosive bombs and explosive pillars, Shui Nai couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Although I can't beat you, I can still trick you. This is what Shui Nai wants to do most in his heart now, to avenge Yu Qing. He wants to take revenge, but now he knows that he doesn't have the ability. Shui Nai, watching the colorful magic spider pouring high-level or wizard-level magic into the woods one by one, is a little puzzled. Swordsmen like Wakabayashi, whose average level is less than the elite level of level 70, can already detect stealth thieves from a distance. But the Dark Elf, who was level 80 and at the boss level, couldn't even find Shui Nai, who was not in stealth mode. Is this an ability that only swordsmen, who practice Qi, have? This is obviously a question worth studying, but now is not the time to study it, so he didn't spend any more time thinking about it. Rushing out from the other side of the woods, Shui Nai immediately threw the stone spear named Explosive Stone Spear. However, this time, the stone spear with a sneak attack component was easily caught by him again. However, just when Lan Zifa instinctively crushed the stone spear again, he felt a hint of danger, but at this time, a corner of the stone spear had been crushed by him. Chapter 455 Fighting the Seven-Colored Demon Spider. Just when Lan Zifa was hastily preparing to throw the broken stone spear in his hand, his reaction was far slower than the change in the stone spear in his hand. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the body of the stone spear, and these cracks also emitted a fiery red glow. Bubble! With a bang, the hard stone spear burst into a powerful flame in an instant. The fragments of the stone spear at the center of the explosion turned into powerful bullets in the violent explosion, crackling and covering the surrounding space. Boy, you dare to hurt my hands! Lan Zifa looked at his hands. These hands were no less important to him than his own life. The dark elves and colorful spiders within the range of the explosion suffered more than a dozen minor injuries, among which the dark elves who did not have much defensive preparation were seriously injured. The black robe on Lan Zifa's body, which had little defensive effect, was burned black or cut into gaps by the flames or sharp gravel in an instant, revealing the clothes inside. The most serious thing was his right hand that was used to catch the stone spear. The originally white palms were burned black by the flames, and the slender and powerful fingers were even more bloody due to the explosion. However, apart from making the dark elf who thought he was superior very embarrassed and angry, Shui Na's attack did not cause much damage to him. Just when the flames and smoke had not disappeared and the dark elf was still angry, another stone spear came over. This magic combined with the explosive flame column and the stone spear, coupled with the acceleration effect of the acceleration spell, soared to Lan Zifa's front. Lan Zifa instinctively prepared to grab it with his hand again, but the pain from the wound in his hand made him let go immediately, and his body even stepped back, allowing the stone spear to fall on the colorful spider. Damn, the reaction is so fast. Shui Na didn't expect that he took advantage of the smoke in the air to dissipate and launched another attack, but he still didn't hit this person, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Because these two consecutive attacks were his only means to fight against this dark elf. However, when he saw that the flame column stone spear did not fall to the ground, Shui Na immediately thought of another idea. I saw a lightning bolt as big as an arm falling straight from the sky, hitting the flame pillar stone spear on the head of the seven-colored demon spider fiercely. This lightning bolt, like a thunderbolt, knocked off hundreds of blood points from the seven-colored demon spider in an instant. As an upgraded magic of the Thunderfall technique, the Thunderbolt technique is more lethal, but this magic consumes a lot more magic power. Shui Na, who used the two advanced skills that he had just practiced yesterday, used them once in a row. Although the first combat effect was very successful, he still didn't feel happy. Looking at the huge flame pillar on the head of the seven-colored demon spider, Shui Na was also considering whether it would be better to retreat now. When the Thunderbolt technique hit the stone spear just now, the dark elf had already moved away from the range of the flame pillar stone spear, so he didn't hurt him. On the contrary, the seven-colored demon spider was burned off hundreds of blood points by the flame pillar in an instant. However, the seven-colored demon spider did not make any wailing or roaring, as if the flames burning on it had no temperature, which made Shui Naxin there was some pressure in his heart. In addition, this colorful magic spider itself has millions of health points. It is probably impossible to fight it with his current level. What he didn't know was that the intelligence of this colorful magic spider had been wiped out long ago. Even if it was chopped into pieces, it would not scream. Little ghost, you have a lot of tricks, but I don't know what other tricks you can use. Lan Zifa directly discarded the tattered black robe outside, revealing his original outfit. Elf Archer. Seeing the dark green bow behind the elf NPC, Shui Na instinctively ran towards the woods. Mage against Archer? If it was a player, Shui Na was confident that he could give it a try, but what about now? Facing an 80-level elf archer NPC, he didn't want to die. In the battlefield area that Shui Na just left, the players there were already fighting each other. Since those high-level NPCs left here one after another and each went to find a quiet place to fight, this place has become a battlefield for players. Players from the two camps followed the most suitable battle formations to strive for the greatest results with the least consumption. Among them, the most advantageous professions on the battlefield are the necromancers and elemental summoners with summoning abilities. Although the strength of the skeleton soldiers summoned directly by skills can only be used as cannon fodder, and although the summoned beasts summoned by elemental summoners have insufficient attack power, these situations do not affect the results of their own non-melee combat. They are not in danger of death, and they have a great advantage. Hey! Explosion! At this time, at the position closest to Mina on the battlefield, people from the Holy Light camp immediately heard the explosion. This was the explosion when Mina used the explosive stone gun just now. The players who heard the explosion immediately checked their maps and found that there was a blue light spot not far away on the open space not far from the battlefield, which kept flashing the red light that only appeared when fighting with the enemy camp. The red and blue lights that kept flashing were immediately reported to the players in charge of the command. Everyone, be careful. There are also enemies on the other side. Immediately notify the brothers in other areas to come over. After several players in charge of the battlefield whispered to each other, they concluded that the dark camp might have launched attacks on both sides at the same time. The previous attack might have been just a feint, the purpose was to divert everyone's attention, and finally the hidden troops launched a sneak attack and caught them off guard. Several thieves were immediately sent over. At the same time, a very fierce battle was also taking place around the morgue of the players in the Holy Light Camp. As a resource that the Dark Camp must fight for corpses, this morgue set up specifically for players is undoubtedly the favorite place of the undead warlock. Stealth and assassination, anti-stealth and anti-assassination, the thieves of the two camps fought again and again here. Although the people in the Holy Light Camp also knew that there were risks in keeping this morgue, it was something they had to do in the battle with the Dark Camp. Because the dead on the battlefield, no matter which camp they belong to, the necromancer has the ability to turn them into zombies and manipulate them, so when those dead players of the Holy Light Camp do not choose to revive directly and do not have the help of priests, their bodies must be snatched from the battlefield immediately. After that, they have to find a safe place to store them, either for them to run the corpses and revive themselves, or for the passing priests to use the resurrection skills. It is for this reason that there is such a place in this temporary battle zone. In those regular battlefields, this player's morgue is impossible to appear, and it can only happen in unofficial battlefields like now where there are no priests. However, for some unknown reason, since the second day after the morgue appeared here, the players of the Dark Camp have set this place as the main target of attack. It is this kind of behavior with a strong traitorous component that makes the passionate players on this battlefield furious. As long as there is a player who obviously shows traitorous behavior, he will be ruthlessly attacked by everyone until it will not appear again. The endless emergence of traitors has already made those players who have deeply loved this world feel heartbroken. Boss, there are two big bosses that have never appeared here. The mage just now is fighting against them, but I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Several thieves who sneaked over immediately reported the situation on Mina's side. Understood, you try to help the mage and try to delay until our sage comes back. The leaders representing different forces immediately discussed and issued the next order. The big boss reported by the thieves naturally understood the meaning. After this period of battlefield life, their group of players have also unified their own terms. Such a big boss SS naturally refers to the high-level NPC of the other side. There are not many high-level NPCs on both sides of the battle, and these NPCs often have their own tasks and will not participate in the battle casually. This is also the reason why the battlefield belongs to the players. Teacher, it seems that he is dying. In the woods where Mina fought, two people in cloaks have been hiding here to watch the battle since Mina fought the colorful spider. The coordinates of these two people did not appear in the player map of any camp, which means that they are not players. Well, it's not bad to be able to achieve this level. Go ahead, but be careful and don't do it too much. An old voice responded like this. And Shui Nai, who was fleeing in the open space, had already cursed the dark elf in his heart. I don't know what the dark elf is crazy about. He could have shot him to death with one arrow, but the dark elf only shot an arrow to warn him when he was about to escape, making him return to the embarrassing situation of fighting against the seven-colored magic spider again. Embarrassing, it is really embarrassing. Shui Nai, who has little effective killing power against the seven-colored magic spider, is not its opponent at all. Although he was forced to fight with this seven-colored magic spider, Shui Nai did not just flee. At least he had knocked the seven-colored magic spider down from the sky. Just now, when Shui Nai knew that the dark elf was going to use him as a whetstone for the seven-colored magic spider, he angrily attacked the blue light ball on the seven-colored magic spider's feet. As an elemental mage, he naturally knew that those light balls were used to make this huge magic spider float in the air, so as long as he destroyed those light balls, he could also pull down this dark elf who liked to be high above. But Shui Nai forgot that the seven-colored magic spider that touched the ground was the most terrifying existence. Chapter 456 Leaving the Battle Zone. Looking at the rock pillars and vines that kept emerging on the ground, Shui Nai deeply regretted that he had knocked down the seven-colored magic spider because of his momentary anger. The dark elf who was pulled down from the sky did not give up the plan to abuse Shui Nai because of this, but became even worse. However, Shui Nai knew from the fanatical expression on his face that Shui Nai knew that the dark elf and the seven-colored magic spider were getting more and more compatible. This was the same as when he fought with the snake spider beauty yesterday. As the battle time prolonged, these transformed creatures became more and more powerful, and their body functions became more and more perfect. From the beginning, the seven-colored magic spider could only cast one magic at a time, but now it can cast 3 magics of different attributes at the same time, making Shui Na miserable. However, what made Shui Na feel a little balanced was that he was not the only one who was having a hard time escaping on the field. Just now, several thieves obviously wanted to come to help, but they knew too little about this seven-colored magic spider. After a few large-scale magics, only the fastest one was left. The thief's magic defense was too low, and his health was not high. Facing the magic of the wizard level at any time, he was naturally dead. Ah! Just as Mina was running desperately, without even a chance to fight back, Mina suddenly heard a scream. A blood-red vine had already tightly entangled the running thief, and the sharp barbs had already pierced into his body, and streams of red blood representing health points were absorbed by the red vine. Damn, blood-sucking vines! Looking at this magic, Mina instinctively wanted to help him, but before he ran far, a lightning net appeared above his head, and a thunder bomb also came over. Damn, is the magic power of this colorful spider infinite? After seeing these two magics coming, Mina immediately drilled out into the gap specially left for him by the dark elf. Boy, if you can tell me what that explosive stone gun is, I can consider letting you go. Lansfa saw that he had almost finished playing today, so he was ready to complete the task assigned to him by the shadow. He was very interested in this obviously different mage under him, and wanted to study him, so now he couldn't help but relax his facial muscles and plan to get some things out first. Looking at the thief swallowed by the explosive bomb, Shui-Na knew in his heart that he, the dark elf, obviously had no patience. From the beginning, the dark elf used him and the only remaining thief as experimental guinea pigs to play with, and constantly improved the attack method of the seven-colored magic spider. Looking at the seven-colored magic spider and the dark elf who were staring at him, Shui-Na couldn't help but touch his teleportation ring with his hand. However, at this moment, a figure in a grey cloak walked step by step towards the seven-colored magic spider, which made them all on the field stunned at the same time. In another corner of the battle zone, Mo Ying and the Great Elder of Yunwu Town were facing each other. However, for some unknown reason, neither Mo Ying nor the Great Elder directly fight to the death. Instead, one was in the sky and the other was on the ground, staring at each other. Mo Ying, actually, I really want to know, our Yunwu Town has always been isolated from the world, why do your liches have to attack us? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? The elder has always been confused about the current situation. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, just be afraid of thieves thinking about it. So now the elder also feels a little depressed, and he doesn't even know what the enemy's intention is, which makes him a little hesitant and dare not mess around. Hehe, do we people of the Dark Clan need to explain what we do? Mo Ying naturally wouldn't say anything casually, but he was also very curious why this pure water mage in front of him could own and use a Thunder Sage's book, which was completely unheard of in his investigation. And it was this sage's book in his hand that made him dare not rashly gather his troops and kill all the residents of Yunwu Town in one breath. The people of the Dark Clan who could not act collectively could only fight guerrilla warfare and constantly consume their strength. Do you think your lich will be invincible when he comes? Be careful of a fall. Moreover, I don't understand why you are so willing to be his subordinate and work for him when the lich is not your opponent at all. The elder said in a somewhat gloomy tone, but he was still suppressing his anger in his heart. Anyone who hears such a mocking remark will not have a good face. After the fights in the past few days, the elder also knows that the demon shadow is obviously stalling for time, but so is he. Since he used the forbidden spell of thunder before, he has been a little exhausted. Although the forbidden spell is strong, it is also very harmful to the human body, otherwise there would be no such thing as a forbidden spell. However, the most serious problem now is that no one on his side can use this Book of Thunder. Although the Sword Saint is here, he can completely kill this dark thief named Demon Shadow. But this did not make the lich give up his plan, because neither he nor the old man knew the lich's intention. The death of a Demon Shadow only made the lich lose one subordinate, but the lich obviously did not care about such a subordinate. Our lich master naturally has power that you can't imagine, and you don't have to alienate us anymore. If you want to do it, just come over and I will take over. The Demon Shadow also knew that the elder in front of him would not be able to use forbidden spells in a short time, so he was naturally fearless. For the magic of this elder, except for the Book of Thunder in his hand, he did not take other water magic seriously. The elder who only had the advantage of the sky was also not something he could do. After that, the two just confronted each other for a long time and went back. However, when they left, they were thinking of the same person in their hearts, that is, the lich. But the ideas between the two were poles apart. The elder's mind was naturally to destroy the lich. After all, the lich was the main culprit in the war. Only by solving it could the problem be finally solved. And Mo Ying thought that as long as the Lich Master came, all the problems would be solved. Leave it to me, you can go down and rest for a while. Hearing this familiar voice, Shui Na's tense nerves also relaxed. You want to leave, have you asked me? Lan Sifa saw Shui Na actually walk towards the mysterious man so calmly and easily, and his heart immediately burned with anger. The mysterious man's tone of disregard and the little wizard's expression of taking it for granted meant complete disdain and contempt, which made Lan Sifa, who had just completed his masterpiece, feel a great contrast in his heart. However, even though Lan Sifa's face was already a little distorted with anger, his usual calm and cautious character as a doctor was not burned by anger. Who are you? Lan Sifa looked at the little wizard who had walked into the woods. Although he was very angry, he was more puzzled. He had no information about this person, and most importantly, he could not see his depth, let alone feel the aura of a strong man. This person was as plain as if he was just an ordinary person, but it brought waves of danger to Lan Sifa. He could not sense his depth at all, but he felt a sense of danger. What a contradictory thing, but Lan Sifa had to face it. Just a swordsman passing by here. Lan Sifa did not expect this person to answer his question from the beginning, so when he heard this sentence, he instinctively repeated it several times, so his expression was a little sluggish. But among masters, this second of delay is often the difference between life and death. A grey shadow with layers of afterimages quickly disappeared in front of Lan Sifa. Then, in an instant, a green sword energy stung Lan Sifa's eyes in an instant. With a loud bang, the huge figure of the seven-colored demon spider fell down in an instant. It turned out that the 4-pillar-thick legs on its left side were neatly cut off by the sword just now, and fell to the ground, and its body lost balance, almost throwing Lan Sifa off. 4 dark blue blood arrows gushed out from the broken end, staining the ground with disgusting pictures. How is this possible? Lan Sifa was shocked by the power of the sword. The strength of this sword master had exceeded his ability to deal with, so he immediately urged the colorful spider to fly into the sky. As for the sword master underground, if Lan Sifa had the courage to stay a little longer, he might have discovered that the long sword used by the sword master just now was not unsheathed. However, Lan Sifa didn't have that leisure now. He was secretly glad that he could save his life. He didn't want to die in such a meaningless battle, and he was not a warrior, he was a scholar who lived for research, and he would not be confused with those vulgar people who only knew how to fight and kill. So he chose to run away directly, without even the interest to fight back. People who have died once are really afraid of death. Another voice sounded in the woods. Do you know that dark elf? Shui Na, who was a bodyguard on the side, asked immediately. Since he knew that Fowl was coming, he immediately took over Fowl's task and came to protect this knowledgeable but powerless old wizard. I guess so. But don't you usually stay in there all the time? Why do you suddenly come out now? The old wizard asked. Well, there are some personal problems to solve. By the way, I got such a thing inside, do you think I can use it? At this time, Shui Na thought about the things in his backpack, so he took out the Dragon Ball. Your luck is really good, it can be used, but not now. After seeing the Dragon Ball, the old wizard took it directly, and then there was no expression. When Shui Na saw this, he also knew that his strength might not be enough now, so he was not in a hurry. Then he handed Yu Qing's diary to the old wizard and asked him to pass it to the elder on his behalf. After leaving the battle zone, Shui Na immediately used the teleportation ring after finding no one following him, and prepared to go back to find Dao Yiyu Dao and others. Chapter 457 Underground Labyrinth. After leaving the battle zone, Shui Na immediately used the teleportation ring to come to Dao Yiyu Dao's side. Although he wasted almost an hour outside, Dao Yiyu Dao and others did not do nothing under the help of Ruolin and others. Wakabayashi and his team took over the magic cannons of Mina. Although Wakabayashi and his team had to work harder and their experience points were greatly reduced, at least Dao Yiyu Dao and his team could use the last opportunity to blow out their things. However, Dao Yiyu Dao and his team's journey in this underground cave was not smooth sailing. There were 2 most troublesome places. One was that the magic spiders here were all boss level, and there were no elite level ones to confuse the audience. Moreover, they felt stronger than yesterday, and it was also very dangerous to fight them. The second was that this huge underground cave turned out to be a natural maze. Without finding a suitable path out, even the player map could not help them find a way out. And Mina also told about the encounter with the colorful magic spider and the dark elf, and he also had his own guesses. So, the secret of the poisonous insect valley that Yu Qing mentioned has appeared. Under the light of the torch, Dao Yiyu Dao pondered. After a pause, he immediately continued, but if there is only one such monster, it cannot change the situation. After all, no matter how powerful these monsters are, they cannot fight against Yunmu town in terms of numbers. So I conservatively estimate that this seven-colored monster is not the final link of this poisonous insect valley. Perhaps all the poisonous creatures here are the real intention of the poisonous insect valley. I think so too. After all, if you want to control this Yunmu mountain area, it is basically impossible to attack it with just one or two such creatures. The beautiful fox also put forward her own ideas. We also think so. On the battlefield, if the commander is not unimaginably powerful, then the role of the soldiers is particularly important. A battlefield with only a commander but no soldiers is not a battlefield. Wakabayashi also spoke according to his own views. After unification, they came to the conclusion that the secret of this poisonous insect valley may not have been fully revealed, but the power displayed by the seven-colored magic spider alone is not something that players can fight against, and only NPCs like Wakabayashi can fight. On the contrary, the bosses of the demon spiders are more like the opponents that the current players can deal with, and it is precisely from the perspective of the players themselves that this speculation is more certain. Although the plot of this world has its own development rules, the players have a higher priority. As long as they are to a certain extent, the players can even rely on own advantages to reverse these plots. Then it's time to go. The people who came to the conclusion immediately explored deeper into the maze. Afterwards, Mina asked the beautiful fox about the situation of the Dragon King, but the thing he got shocked him. The Dragon King disappeared in the real world. No, it should be said that he ran away from home. From the beautiful fox, Mina learned that after the last strange death of the Dragon King, he couldn't stand his own fragility and actually said that he wanted to go out for training in order to become stronger. Although he has now become the vice president of the Dark Dragon Guild in the game world, he disappeared in the real world, which made Shenlong unacceptable. Although the relationship in the game has become closer, the relationship in the real world is far away, which makes Shenlong, who cares about his brother very much, feel even more unacceptable. Then didn't you find the Dragon King? In the real world now, it is difficult for missing people to disappear unless they are destroyed. We found him in a modern martial arts gym, but the difficulty now is to get him to come back on his own. After all, he is an adult now and we cannot control his behavior. The beautiful fox was also very troubled by this nephew who was not much different from her in age. That is a problem, but why is this matter related to us? Dao Yiyu Dao did not assassinate him. Shui Na was also a little puzzled. After all, the last time the Dragon King was killed, Dao Yiyu Dao was not in the Lich Land. I know that too, but the Dragon King said that the person who killed him was exactly the same as Dao Yiyu Dao, and the assassin had a lurking mask of the same style as Dao Yiyu Dao, so. The beautiful fox naturally believed that Dao Yiyu Dao would not be so bored to provoke the Dragon King, and such an obviously bold behavior was not like his style. So she was also trying to persuade Shenlong's nephew at the beginning that this might be a trap or something, but it was obvious that Shenlong didn't listen to her. Lurking mask. Shui Na was startled. In order to make the lurking mask on his face not so outstanding, the unscrupulous profiteers deliberately sold it in large quantities for a period of time, but this also led to this situation. Yes, now the Shenlong and the others are biting you to death, so I have no choice but to drag it out first, but I didn't expect you to ask about it. The beautiful fox looked a little apologetic. After all, she had been hiding this matter, which was somewhat problematic. So that's it, forget it. Anyway, this grudge is already a debt, but if it goes on like this, I'm afraid neither side will be pleased. Now Shui Na also knows the real reason why the Fox Fairy Guild appeared in Yunmu town at the beginning. This was naturally to contain the revenge of the Dark Dragon Guild. But neither the beautiful fox nor the Dragon King who was ready to come for revenge expected that the people of the Dark Camp would invade at this time and disrupt all their plans. No matter what, we will fight them when there are more. After hearing the beautiful fox's words, Mina suddenly said this in a relieved way. Although the result was a bit unpleasant, it also solved a question in her heart. Just when the two were about to end their private chat, Wakabayashi, who was walking in the front, immediately sent out a light signal that there was an enemy. Finally I can move around, my bones are almost rusted. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was walking in the middle of the team, immediately came to his senses when he saw the signal from Wakabayashi using the oil lamp. For some reason, the bosses in the underground caves here like to play in groups. Either you walk for a long time without seeing one, or several appear as soon as they appear. Although there are bosses to fight, which makes them excited, they are somewhat overwhelmed by a large number of bosses attacking together. Xiaomei, is the brilliant staff ready? Dao Yiyudao ran to Xiaomei excitedly and immediately asked Xiaomei who was injecting magic into the brilliant staff. Didn't you see I was preparing? Xiaomei glared at Dao Yiyudao, somewhat resisting the role of the magic battery she was currently in. Dao Yiyudao, who got the brilliant staff, didn't take Xiaomei's dissatisfied expression seriously. He was never slower than others in using such magic tools. This time, Mina and the others got 3 kinds of lighting tools from the unscrupulous profiteers, from the simplest torches to the practical oil lamps, and then to the advanced brilliant staff, all of which had been played by Dao Yiyudao one by one. The reason was simple. In this underground cave, there was basically nothing he could do, and he could only use this to satisfy his active body. However, just when Dao Yiyudao was about to throw the brilliant staff fiercely to the rock layer above, Ruolin and the others retreated. There is no way ahead, there are only 3 big spiders and 2 big snakes. Ruolin came back immediately after finding out that he had walked into a dead end. For these soldiers, when fighting, they would not waste their energy unless it was necessary. Don't waste your energy, so they naturally retreated. Well, it seems like a big harvest. Dao Yiyudao said weakly in the team chat. 5 bosses together is definitely a tempting place for players, especially knowing that there will be a boss with golden equipment. Do you want to eat it? Dao Yiyudao asked Shui Nai. With their current equipment, they are no longer short of those equipment. They just want to get rid of the addiction of picking up equipment. Shui Nai looked at the time and the map. After passing the known area explored yesterday, they came directly to this underground maze. However, since they had no knowledge of this maze, they spent a lot of time looking for the way. A large part of the time was wasted on this dead end. After all, they couldn't know that this road was blocked before they reached the end of the dead end. In fact, the beautiful fox also thought of splitting up, but was rejected by Dao Yiyudao. Without decisive power, it would be useless to face the boss on the maze road without being able to pass. Moreover, the scattered personnel also have great risks. For players, death is just the beginning of another game, but it is not the case for Wakabayashi and his friends. Death is death, and there is no way to appear in front of everyone again. For this underground maze whose size is still unknown, Wakabayashi and his friends' physical strength is a very important factor. How about this, Wakabayashi, after we get rid of them, we will leave this underground maze, is that okay? After hearing what Mina said, Wakabayashi sighed in his heart. He felt that the order of his own adult was not worth the loss. Instead of spending time here to fight these little bugs, it would be more practical to try to explore deeper places. However, Wakabayashi and his friends did not raise any objections. After all, their adults had this request, and they had to execute it even if they died. There are 5 bosses in total. Even if Wakabayashi and his team take action, it is still a challenge with a high risk factor. The most troublesome bosses are naturally the 2 petrified rock snakes. With the ability to petrify and drill the ground, they can run rampant here. However, after entering the underground maze part of the underground cave, the space here has become wider, at least there is a space for turning and moving. And this battle, which is very meaningless to Wakabayashi, also started when Dao Yiyudao inserted the brilliant magic staff made of metal into the ceiling rock layer. Under the illumination of a large area of white light, the 5 bosses are completely exposed in front of them. Chapter 458 Before the party. When Mina and his team left the underground cave, basically all the people who participated in the battle were injured. However, the players were injured in their equipment, while Wakabayashi and his team were injured in their bodies. The 5 bosses in the underground cave environment do have strong combat power, especially the 2 petrified rock snakes, which are like 2 heavy tanks. As long as they have the opportunity to charge, the people on their side will be in chaos. However, when the 2 petrified rock snakes fall, the rest will be much easier. After leaving the underground cave, Mina let Wakabayashi rest in the cave, while the players went to clean up the venomous snakes and spiders until the game was offline. Mina, are you at home? Then I'll pick you up now, wait. Mina, who heard Tai Feng's hurried call, had to give up the idea of taking a car by herself. Mina, who was free, had to sit quietly to recuperate. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. In fact, it's all her fault. If she hadn't been dragging her feet, I would have come here. In the car, Tai Feng kept pointing at Xiaoyu and talking. In fact, it wasn't a long wait, just half an hour, which was not a big problem for Mina, who originally planned to take this time to come by car. However, Mina remembered that Xiaoyu had a strong sense of time, so she shouldn't be late because of makeup or something like that. Sorry, it's a rare holiday, so I slept late for a while, and our time is much earlier than the agreed time. Xiaoyu saw that both of them were looking at her, and Tai Feng had a question like "we want an explanation" written on his face, so she stretched comfortably and then told the truth. But when she said the last sentence, the intensity of her tone was obviously increased by several points. It seems that she was somewhat unhappy that Tai Feng disturbed her beauty sleep at this time. The two people who heard this explanation were stunned for a moment, but they thought it was about the same. After all, not everyone has things to do all the time. In this developed era, people often have a lot of time to freely dispose of. And students of Mina's age, in addition to surfing the internet, are sleeping. To be honest, I really don't want to come out. Xiaoyu said while closing her eyes, speaking lazily, as if she really wanted to sleep again. Same. Is there something broken in your heart? Tai Feng looked at Shui Na's stunned expression, as if he had heard the sound of something shattered in his heart, so he said the problem in his heart. And Shui Na just nodded blankly, indicating his agreement. Xiaoyu, this girl, always appeared in front of him with a strong and cold posture, so why would she behave like a little girl today, which made him a little bit unable to react for a while. However, she returned to her nature in front of Tai Feng, which can be said to be because of the cousin relationship. What about me? I seem to be just a schoolmate with her, but I get this kind of treatment, feeling. Shui Na, who felt that she was a little fanciful, immediately restrained her mind, listened carefully to the music in the car, and tried to distract herself. We're here, if you're still sleeping, I won't care about you. Tai Feng looked at Xiaoyu, who was curled up like a kitten in the back seat and seemed to be asleep, and couldn't help but laugh. Let's go. Since there are not many people this time, we only booked a medium-sized private room. Tai Feng, who was leading the way, said as he led everyone to the top floor of the hotel. The hotel in Tai Feng's home is not a high-rise building, but it is located on the top of the highest mountain in the city. No matter which floor, as long as it faces the city, you can take in the scenery of the entire city. However, unfortunately, they have no interest in the most beautiful night view of the city. After all, for young people like them, night is their time to conquer the game world. You wait here first, others may not come so quickly. I will prepare downstairs now and come back soon. Tai Feng pushed the two people in as soon as he opened the door. After that, he said this, left the two people alone and left. I feel like I've been calculated. Xiaoyu thought of this immediately after looking at this private room. This box is not the kind of box facing the whole city, but the kind facing the mountain forest behind. The layout of the whole box complements the quiet forest outside the floor-to-ceiling window. In this quiet but lively environment, people can enjoy the tranquility that cannot be felt in the downtown. I agree, but what does he mean by leaving us here? As soon as Shui Na saw Tai Feng's look, she knew that he must have a plan in his mind. After that, the two did not say anything more. In fact, they thought of something in their hearts, but they did not think about breaking this layer, nor did they intend to destroy this silent and quiet environment. So, in the next moment, there was such a scene. The man sat quietly on the chair, closing his eyes and resting his mind. The woman leaned on the windowsill of the window, looking at the trees and grass in the woods outside. This is a very harmonious picture, and this picture, I don't know how long it lasted, until... Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time. At this time, Tai Feng, who came back with a tray in his hand, immediately found that the atmosphere in the box was a little weird. According to his idea, the two should be talking and laughing now. Why is the atmosphere so depressing now? As a person who likes to move and not quiet, he feels very weird about this environment. Let's drink something first, the others have come. Tai Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a flattering way. After all, there was still about an hour before the party, but he took the two of them over in advance. In order to prevent the two from feeling awkward and dissatisfied, he had to do so. To be honest, he wanted to match them up. After all, one was his good brother and the other was his cousin. In addition, the two were indeed a perfect match, and it would be a waste if they didn't get together. However, he did not expect that the environment he deliberately created would actually lead to such a cold situation, which made him feel that Shui Nai, a wooden man, was a little more wooden. Seeing Shui Nai resting with her eyes closed and looking calm, Tai Feng could only feel that he was not as good as he thought. At the same time, he found topics to stimulate the atmosphere here. However, what he did not know was that the two of them liked the quiet feeling just now, but now that he had disturbed them, they felt the entanglement of the world again. The feeling of returning from heaven to the mortal world made the two of them lose interest in talking to Tai Feng. Shui Nai was the most direct. As long as Tai Feng did not talk to him, he would not reply. As for Xiao Yu, Tai Feng kept finding topics to talk to her in order to stabilize her mood as a girl, but Xiao Yu replied with a nasal tone very heartlessly. The performance of these two people made Tai Feng feel embarrassed. Just when Tai Feng couldn't stand this environment anymore and was about to hide his face and run away, someone finally came and broke this environment. "Hey, you guys are really here, good morning." A boy named Lin He came in. He was familiar with Tai Feng and could talk to Shui Nai. Although Lin He was not a prominent figure in the class, Shui Nai knew from Tai Feng that he, like Tai Feng, was a descendant of a large family in the city, but he usually kept a low profile. If nothing unexpected happened, it would only be a matter of time before he entered the upper echelons of that family. Although the family has some feudal flavor of the old times in this highly developed society, it must be said that this kind of family-style development still has strong vitality now. Seeing Lin He coming in, Shui Nai could not ignore him like she did to Tai Feng, so she had to stand up and say a few words to him. As for Lin He, when he saw Xiaoyu sitting on the sofa on one side in a white dress like a lotus, his eyes immediately lit up like a small light bulb that was powered on. When Shui Nai and Tai Feng watched Lin He approach Xiaoyu slowly and calmly, they looked at each other, and a message of not knowing whether to live or die flashed in their eyes. There are countless people who dare to contact Xiaoyu in such occasions, but there are also more people who are frozen. So when they saw Lin He so bravely trying to touch the iceberg again, as two boys, they felt a little bit of watching the show in their hearts. Seeing the boy who was happily dedicating himself being ruthlessly beaten down, both Shui Nai and Tai Feng felt a sense of relief in their hearts. If you really want to say it, it is the vanity of the boys. Not everyone can touch the iceberg beauty. If you don't want to be hit by the iceberg, you can only stay away. As the two expected, Xiao Yu directly became what Shui Nai looked like just now. She greeted him gently and ignored Lin He. From time to time, she closed her eyes and rested her mind. She only responded when Lin He asked him something. Tai Feng looked at Lin He, who was like a gentleman, constantly asking Xiaoyu about her well-being, but Xiaoyu had a stern face and said a few perfunctory words without much reaction. After that, feeling that he was once again frozen, Lin He had to slowly put away the topic and quietly sat on the sofa next to her, intending to sit there until the end. In fact, although Lin He had not changed much after these few months of college life, he had always been proud of his appearance as good as Shui Nai, and he thought that he could leave a little shadow in Xiaoyu's heart. So he also thought that after being apart for several months, the two of them would have some sparks of 1 day apart, 3 years apart when they met again. However, reality reminded him that there was only ice between them, and no sparks could be created. A cold scene again. Tai Feng wailed in his heart, looking at Lin He's expression that said, "If I can't get it, no one else can get it either." He felt very powerless. Because later, he was sure that the value of the corner where Xiao Yu sat would reach an extreme height, which would likely lead to a series of wars. And Lin He's behavior of occupying the toilet was the main cause of this silent war. Alas, it seems that the protagonist should appear last. The ancients were not wrong. Seeing that Tai Feng sighed with a headache, Shui Nai could only nod in agreement. Chapter 459 Party. When the agreed time had arrived, almost everyone came. However, since this party was relatively small and not a dinner party, most of the people present were participating in the party communication according to their own preferences. Hot Book Pavilion. Shui Nai, who was alone in a corner, looked at the people who came. All of them were the children of the family that Tai Feng had introduced to him. Some of these people were very low-key at ordinary times, and not many outsiders knew their identities, but some of them were already well known. As the first time to attend such a party, if it were not for Tai Feng's reminder, Shui Nai would probably be starving to death. For these people, they often attend small gatherings like this, and naturally know that this kind of gathering is not really for eating. After all, this kind of gathering is not formal. Here, Not only can you get some internal information of each family, but also deepen your relationship, so the elders of any family are very supportive of this kind of gathering. However, there was one person present who obviously did not have this awareness. Now Mizunao felt that this kind of gathering was not suitable for him. Looking at everyone constantly sharing their campus stories or other things after they separated, Mizunao felt that he did not have many topics to talk about with these people. As for campus life, his daily life was relatively monotonous, without many interesting things, and he would not make any jokes. As for other things, from what they said, it was either the business of his family or the development of the game world. But he had no part in these. But he gained something from what they saw and heard in the game world. As the current ruling place in Asia, Magic Mythology, the holographic virtual online game, has developed to an extreme height. Inheriting most of the people in the previous game world, it has also absorbed a large number of new players, which makes the game world bigger and bigger. And there is a piece of news that Mina pays the most attention to, that is, some families with close relations with the federal government have received some rumors that the federal government is ready to open the advertising system of virtual games. As a game with tens of thousands of players, the advertising opportunities contained in it are immeasurable. However, since the technology of virtual games has always been controlled by the federal government, these various businessmen dare not openly develop this project without saying it is okay. And now, if the source of the information is true, then the game world will usher in a bright or dark future. Because once these big families enter the game, it means that the game world will usher in a new spring in the future, but driven by interests, there may also be some things that are not conducive to the development of the game. However, these are not what Mina is going to study now. After all, his goal of entering the game is very clear, and he doesn't want to participate in these projects. The bored Shui Nai looked at Xiao Yu's position opposite. There were already crowds of people there, but the boys had dispersed, and now there were some girls surrounding Xiao Yu. Seeing Xiao Yu tired of dealing with those girls who didn't ask about her life, Shui Nai felt that she was still happy. At least she didn't have to face those overly affectionate people with a fake smile like Xiao Yu. By the way, how much do you know about Xiao Yu's family? At this time, Tai Feng suddenly came over. Cheng Group. In this city, among the more famous family-owned enterprises, it seems that this is the only one with the surname Cheng? You really know something. Tai Feng suddenly looked at Shui Nai with interest. Is there something? It's not a big deal. It's just that Xiao Yu returned to the Cheng family. Now Xiao Yu has become the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. So those who received the news are so close to her. Tai Feng pointed to the three girls around Xiao Yu. Back to the Cheng family. Shui Nai asked after a moment's consideration. Xiao Yu's father seemed to have had a disagreement with his family in the past, so he took his family away from the Cheng family for more than 10 years, and only came back recently. I heard that the old man there was a little uncomfortable. Tai Feng, who knew the inside story, saw Shui Nai was interested, and immediately revealed the content. What happened next? Shui Nai saw Tai Feng stop at this time and asked instinctively. After that, she returned to the Cheng family. Anyway, that's her route, and she will go back sooner or later, but she doesn't seem to be able to adapt. By the way, I heard that Xiao Yu, as the only granddaughter of that old man, is very powerful. If anyone is with her, he can definitely save 60 years of hard work. Tai Feng suddenly looked at Shui Nai ambiguously at this time, and patted Shui Nai's shoulder with interest. Looking at Tai Feng's expression, which was almost written with the words "Don't let the fat water flow to outsiders' fields," Shui Nai finally saw the thoughtfulness of Tai Feng, a carefree man. From the beginning, he was used by him, and even Xiaoyu was probably used by him. However, it was because Shui Nai knew the gap between the two that she felt that this kind of thing was unlikely, so he simply remained silent. That's true, but I don't know what kind of man Xiaoyu would like. Seeing Shui Nai obviously trying to change the subject, Tai Feng felt that he should give her another kick to make their relationship successful. Xiaoyu, I know she likes you a little bit. Tai Feng leaned over Shui Nai's ear and suddenly said such an extremely ambiguous sentence. It's true. Tai Feng said with certainty. Don't look at us like that, okay? Your eyes look hurt. If others see it, I will bully you. Tai Feng deliberately opened his eyes wide to show his innocent eyes. Damn, someone has seen me. But I was really scared. Don't say that. I don't want to. Before Shui Nai finished speaking, Tai Feng interrupted him. Do you want to go? If you do, Go. If you don't want to, well, I still hope you go. After all, I'm still very confident in handing her over to you. Tai Feng suddenly said very seriously, scaring Shui Nai again. Just now, when Tai Feng said the words that hurt Shui Nai's heart, he looked like he was joking, but Shui Nai knew that he was not the kind of person who joked about other people's feelings. It's just that the weight of his words was a bit too much, so Shui Nai couldn't accept it for a while. And now he is so serious, and he is not joking either, because he saw the word serious written in Tai Feng's eyes. Sit down first, you don't look right. Shui Nai had heard some gossip. Because Tai Feng and Shui Nai's actions and appearances just now were a bit too close, and now the people present combined with the usual relationship between the two, some people who like to make fun of them have begun to think in another direction. Although Shui Nai was a little unhappy when hearing malicious words such as male and gay, he knew that these were just jokes, and he felt that Tai Feng seemed to have something to say, so he ignored it. But for the sake of male face, he still pulled Tai Feng to the sofa on the side and stopped him from looking down. After all, with Tai Feng's tall figure, plus this way of looking down, looking at himself in the corner, it feels like a big bad wolf that drives the lamb to the end, which is very inconsistent. And the shocked expression that Shui Nai showed at that time also fits the legendary little bottom. Afterwards, Shui Nai, who did not pay attention to the opinions of those people, also asked the question that Tai Feng was worried about. It turned out that since someone knew Xiaoyu's identity, as the only female descendant of the Cheng family, her value was very high, and she naturally became the object of competition among other families. And Xiaoyu, a beautiful woman, is not only as beautiful as a fairy, but also has the accumulation of the Cheng family. She is definitely the woman that the younger generation of these families dream of. So, you don't like those who come to pursue Xiaoyu? After hearing what Tai Feng said, Shui Nai didn't understand why Tai Feng was so nervous. And according to what Tai Feng said, there are also many elite talents among those people, and some have already achieved some success. It's not that I don't like it, it's Xiaoyu who doesn't like it. You can see her now. As a man, shouldn't you lend a hand? Aren't you a man? You can also lend a hand. Anyway, you are more suitable to be a light bulb, and you have such a strong murderous aura, you can completely scare away those monsters. After hearing this, Shui Nai didn't dare to continue Tai Feng's words, so he made a little joke directly, thinking about passing this level first. Damn, I haven't done it. But I can't bring up my relationship with her, and I've already done it a few times. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. Tai Feng immediately thought of the many unknown duels and challenges he had to endure in the game world because of Xiaoyu's matter, which had annoyed him to death. And this was also the reason why Tai Feng wanted to instigate Shui Nai to enter the game at the beginning. With Shui Nai as a brother, he could take on some of the pressure. Well, if someone is looking for trouble with you, then they really don't know how to live or die. Shui Nai immediately thought of this, but according to Tai Feng's situation in the real world, it seems to be the other way around. Not in reality, but in the game. After all, I am somewhat famous in our circle. Problems like this that are difficult to solve in reality are generally solved in the game. As an extension of the real world, the game world does a good job in this regard. Then I can only support you mentally. After all, you are just talking nonsense about this kind of thing. After thinking for a moment, Shui Nai suddenly raised his head and said this in a very serious tone, but his eyes flickered a little, as if reminding Tai Feng of something. Damn, you kid, if that girl is willing to say it herself, then will you be willing? But Tai Feng obviously did not notice Shui Nai's hint and continued according to Shui Nai's words. Girl? Tai Feng, I wonder if you are interested in letting me hear what you are talking about that girl here. At this time, Tai Feng heard a female voice suddenly appear behind him, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little. You. Tai Feng looked at Shui Nai's "you deserve it" expression, and immediately turned around and said with a smile, No, I'm just thinking of a way to let him play that online game. After all, he has a good foundation and can't be wasted. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyu looked at Tai Feng's sweaty face. Although she said so, her unintentional roll of eyes showed that she didn't believe it. Hehe, you guys chat first, I'll be back soon. Seeing Tai Feng's fleeing appearance, Xiaoyu had to put her eyes on Shui Nai. What's the matter? Shui Nai asked guiltily. Accompany me out for a while, it's too noisy here. Xiaoyu pointed to the balcony with her eyes, and then walked over by herself. Shui Nai glanced at the eyes of the people around her, and knew that she would be a shield today. Chapter 460 The Turmoil Next Door. The two people who walked out of the balcony immediately found the feeling at the beginning. Here, looking at the beautiful mountains and forests in the distance, the two people's originally restless hearts calmed down to some extent. Seeing Xiaoyu obviously sighed with relief, as if she had finally put down a heavy stone in her heart, Shui Nai was a little amused. "What are you laughing at? Is there something on my face?" Xiaoyu felt a little strange when she saw Shui Nai suddenly laughing so happily. "No, it's just that you are like this now." It was very different from the wooden expression just now, which reminded me of some famous sayings. Mina shifted her eyes from Xiaoyu's pretty face to the outside. "Is it a woman's face changes just like turning the pages of a book?" Xiaoyu thought of this immediately. Although this was somewhat derogatory, she knew that Mina was not belittling her. So, seeing Mina making such a joke, she followed him to make another joke. "This is a compulsory course for beauties." Just a joke, don't take it so seriously." Xiaoyu looked at Mina's shocked expression, her face flushed, and she felt a little uncomfortable. In front of a boy, she never admitted that she was a beauty. "No, I just think it makes some sense. However, you are also very tired like this course is not suitable for you." Mina looked at the rockery in the courtyard under the balcony and said indifferently. "Really?" Xiaoyu's face turned redder at this time, and she was also a little happy in her heart. After all, for her, it is more valuable to get such an evaluation from a wooden person like Mina than those people who don't know what they are thinking. In addition, Mina has never said anything about her appearance, and now his words are indirectly expressing his opinion. Girls love beauty, especially the praise of others, because this can give them more confidence to pursue their nature of loving beauty. Feeling the changes of the girl around her, Mina was ready to take a sneak peek, but at this time, with a bang, the luxurious wooden door of the box where Mina was suddenly knocked open, and a boy in casual clothes stumbled in. If it weren't for the sudden help of several people around him, I'm afraid he would have fallen to the ground now. But when a discerning person saw the footprint on his chest, he knew that he was not willing to break in. From the moment the wooden door was knocked open, all the sounds in the box disappeared in an instant, which can be described as an abrupt end. "What are you looking at? If you don't want to get into trouble, just sit here obediently." Outside the wooden door, several tattooed bald men were guarding the door, staring fiercely at the groups of boys and girls in the boxes, with disdain on their faces. At this moment, after the soundproof door was knocked open, everyone heard the quarrels coming from the corridor outside, with men roaring, women screaming, and a few arrogant laughs. "You scumbags, I'm going to fight you." The man who was kicked in took the wine bottle on the side and tried to rush over. However, before he raised his hand, he was held down by a hand from behind. Shui Nai passed behind him and walked out step by step. "Is there anything wrong?" Tai Feng looked at Shui Nai's current expression with some solemnity and asked worriedly. "There are acquaintances outside. Go and say hello to them first. I'll be back soon." Mina's words were a little bland, as if she was really going outside to see an ordinary friend she suddenly met. However, Tai Feng knew that this was not a good sign. So, Tai Feng had no choice but to quietly find a corner and send a few messages with his mobile phone. "Boy, didn't you hear what I said just now? I want you to stay here." A bald man leaning against the wooden door saw that Mina didn't listen to his warning and was determined to go out to join in the fun, and he couldn't help but get angry. As people in the underworld, what they hate most is those who pretend to be cool and handsome here because they think they have some wealth. So when he saw Mina's cold but handsome face, he got even more angry. Just when he was about to teach this ignorant and overconfident little brat a lesson, he suddenly found that his eyes went black, and then he heard a bang, and he was unconscious. All those who saw the violent scene just now were gasping in their hearts, and at the same time they felt their noses sore, and they felt like they were feeling the same. It turned out that in the moment just now, the bald man who stretched out a hand to grab Mina's shoulder was caught by Mina at some point. I saw that Mina's left hand restrained the bald man's outstretched left arm from the outside. Then Mina's right hand pressed and pushed on his waist, and at the same time, his left hand pulled violently, and the bald man was directly hit on the door frame and the surrounding walls. How strong was this force? In fact, just looking at the face of the man whose nose had been almost flattened, you can already know. No one would have thought that a thin figure like Mina would have such power. After all, just now, the man who was taller than him didn't even react at all, and was played by Mina like a rag doll. Although Mina used this move beautifully, not only did he not let the spurted blood get on his body, but also stunned the people around him, but his strength was a little stronger, which might lead to an unmanageable ending. Tai Feng, this. Several people who just knew that Tai Feng had sent a message just now looked at him with some confusion. Logically, it is more appropriate for him to appear at this time. There is no way, Shui Nai is angry, and if he gets angry, the consequences will be serious. Tai Feng pointed at the big men lying by the door and said without any worry. Just kidding, as long as it is not against modern firearms, in close combat, unless the wheel tactics are used, or a special forces level master comes, otherwise. Indeed, Shui Nai, who has Qigong and a certain martial arts foundation, has overwhelming power against these hooligans who fight only with courage and have no rules. And the fighting methods used by these hooligans are completely ineffective against Shui Nai. As for the momentum of moving forward courageously, it is completely useless for Shui Nai, because these momentums cannot scare Shui Nai now. As long as she is not surrounded, as long as she is not shot by cold arrows, Shui Nai will naturally not be afraid. Those hooligans in the corridor often did not even show the knives on their bodies, and were knocked unconscious by Shui Nai. Coupled with some experience in the game world during this period, he felt that he was getting better and better at fighting, while the remaining gangsters were getting more and more shocked. Although the distance between the two boxes was not far, the scene of the human bodies on the ground was very shocking, which made the gangsters with weapons feel that they were invincible. Especially when these people saw the expressionless cold face and the eyes without fluctuations in Mina's eyes, they felt a little chilled. Because they found that the boy in front of them, after knocking down so many people, was not red in the face or out of breath, as if what he had just done was as normal as breathing. But this itself is not an ordinary thing. So they dare not move now. After all, if they fall down, then who will carry the people on the ground back? Looking at those people who have already shown their short knives, Mina did not go to trouble them, and walked directly into another box through the wide-open wooden door. Who are you? Hey, you! A thug who was guarding the door but facing the box immediately found someone coming in, but immediately felt a pain in his neck, and the image in front of him went black. The grappling skills in the army are indeed extremely practical. With just one move, most ordinary people will fall down. After dealing with the man blocking the door, Mina now knew what was going on in the box. I saw a fat man sitting in the middle of the box, with two bodyguards standing on both sides behind him. In front of these three people stood a group of boys and girls who were obviously here for fun but were now scared. After taking a look at them, except for a few footprints and some obvious scratches on the boys, there was no big problem. It was just that their mental state was obviously too frightened, and their bodies were shaking. Boy, who are you? How dare you come here to cause trouble? The only person sitting in the box immediately became alert. Although he had heard the sound outside the corridor just now, he thought it was caused by his men. So now when he saw a man who was obviously looking for trouble and was unharmed, if he could not be afraid, then he would have lived in vain. As an old man, he knew some things that ordinary people might not know, such as the strengthening needle, a special potion that can digitally strengthen a person's physical strength. People who have used this potion, even the most mediocre people, can have the ability to fight with special forces. And he obviously included the boy in front of him in this group of people. After all, Mina's age and strength are somewhat inconsistent. Those who are qualified to use the strengthening needle are all from big families, and these people are often not what he can afford to offend now. However, in front of his men, he can't lose this face, so now he is just holding on. I came here to find my friend, but I don't know what you are doing here. Mina looked at the man with cold eyes, and at the same time signaled Xiaomei not to talk too much. Then I don't know if you're friend. Don't worry about it, I don't want to talk to you anymore anyway. Mina said very unceremoniously. For some things, even if they are impossible, he has to go up and take the lead, and he really doesn't want to talk to these people. Mina will not ignore the friends he knows. You. Seeing Mina's strong performance, the fat man sitting there couldn't help but search for Mina's information in his mind seriously, but it was in vain. At the beginning, he had checked all the information of the people in this box, and knew that the people here were people with no background. And that's why he agreed to his willful girlfriend's thing and came here to scare her classmates a little. However, when he saw those cute and beautiful girls, he forgot his mission and instead planned to let these beautiful girls follow him so that he could get them legally. Although the current society is very developed, just as there is light, there must be darkness. No matter how high the development of mankind reaches, the darkness of the human heart, the dark side will not disappear, and the people in the underworld have gained an everlasting vitality under this situation. It's not that the Federation can't deal with them, but that they don't want to deal with them. After all, there are many things that cannot be done openly, but the underworld can take on all these tasks. That's why he dared to do such things in this highly technologically advanced society. As long as no one dies, they have a lot of ways to solve such things. After all, for these ordinary people, even if they are bullied, they can only swallow it with blood. However, people like Mina who take one step and one person fall are obviously not ordinary people, so he was cautious. After all, although he has a little status in the underworld, he is still the kind of chess piece that can be abandoned at any time. There is no need to offend a person who cannot be offended for the woman he is already tired of playing with. However, Mina's words made him feel embarrassed. After all, in the underworld, in addition to interests, face is also very important. Losing face is actually not much different from losing status. Chapter 461 End of the Storm. Boy, do you know the owner of this hotel? This is not someone you can mess with. The fat man suddenly said this at this time, and if you think about it carefully, you will know the meaning of it. The fat man's words mean that his current behavior has been tacitly approved by this hotel, or his power is so strong that even the owner of this hotel has to be wary of him. Although he didn't know the origin of this person, he was able to mix and live in the upper class of this city, so he naturally knew some things about the owner of this hotel. And he saw that this man was obviously not an upper class in this city, so he just took advantage of this to suppress him and regain some face. Unfortunately, his eyes could not see through the wall, so he naturally didn't know that there was a person standing outside the corridor, a person who was ready to appear at any time. As an upper-class person, the people in the other box also wanted to watch the excitement, but if they ran over under such circumstances, it would be a very embarrassing thing. And this is obviously related to the underworld, and the young generation naturally don't want to get involved. Otherwise, if the fat man saw the person in the other box, he might think that he had met a bad luck today. Because usually, this hotel only has those upper-class people at night, and there are usually no distinguished guests during the day. On the contrary, Tai Feng's party was not formal, so he did not tell the name of the guest to the manager of the hotel, and the fat man naturally didn't know about this. Humph, so someone wants you to mess around in our territory. Tai Feng turned around and walked in. Tai Feng didn't see the people on the fat man's side, just looked at Mina's straight back. Tai Da Xiao, I. As soon as the fat man saw Tai Feng's figure, his pupils immediately shrank to the extreme, and the sweat on his forehead was like rain. His face turned pale, and the whole person immediately bowed his head. I don't want to know you, but remember one thing, he is my brother, and these people are my brother's friends, you can do it yourself. Also, don't talk nonsense when the phone rings. Tai Feng pointed to the fat man's mobile phone that began to ring in his trouser pocket, and said teasingly. Yes, I know. I'm really sorry, I know how to deal with it. The fat man answered carefully while listening to the phone. Although he was flattering now, from his increasingly pale face and increasingly bloodless lips, everyone knew that he was under a lot of pressure now. Tai. Don't call me, you guys have solved this matter. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, Tai Feng retreated to the door, and at the same time called the managers who had been waiting on the side, and asked them to deal with the relevant aftermath. Solved. Tai Feng looked at the group of hooligans who were leaving in disgrace, and then looked at Shui Nai who came out. Yes, it's not a big deal after all. On the contrary, the injuries of the few people I beat were serious. Shui Nai didn't hold back in the first few punches, and basically hit the flesh with every punch. It's okay, just a few injuries, it will be fine after lying down for a few days. Dare to cause trouble in our territory, really don't know whether to live or die. By the way, is your friend okay? Tai Feng looked at the box. Just now, Xiaoyu went in with a medicine box. But it seems a bit of a waste to let a medical college student deal with these minor injuries. It's okay, at most it's a scare, but the trouble is later. Shui Nai felt a little overwhelmed when she thought of Xiao Mei's starry eyes looking at her just now. Among the group of people outside, except for those who have not woken up due to heavy hands, the rest of the people who fell down did not have any sequelae, just some soreness in the neck. What happened just now? You couldn't even subdue a little devil. The fat man knew that his prestige had been lost, so he had to suppress these men first. Actually, they were more embarrassed than him. After all, they were ruined by someone they couldn't mess with, but what about them? They were ruined by a little kid, and they ruined a group of people at once. If this gets out, they may have a hard time getting by. Well, Fatty, we don't know what happened. Anyway, the people in front of us fell one by one, and we fell down one after another. We didn't even think about what happened, and that person came over. Several people summed up and said a little confused. In fact, it's not their fault. Since Mina knew that she couldn't let these people gather together, she took advantage of them being scattered in the corridor and not on guard at the beginning, and quickly knocked them down one by one. In the case that the individual strength is far higher than these people, Mina only has to control these people in an instant, so that they don't even have to ask for advice. In addition, Mina deliberately used those who fell down as a cover, and those behind basically didn't know what happened to the previous person, and when they knew, they fell down. It was this kind of knocking down one after another that fully utilized the reaction time difference and strength gap of people. By the time the people behind had reacted, most of them had already fallen. In fact, if those people had understood what was going on at the beginning, they would have rushed forward directly, and I am afraid that Mina's clothes would definitely not be saved. After hearing the summary of these subordinates, he also got a general understanding of Mina's strength. Fast speed and strong power, one punch can knock an adult unconscious, and he should also know martial arts. Watching his subordinates describe Mina as a Superman, the fat man knew not to disturb their imagination. Anyway, he just wanted to know what was going on. As for revenge, he didn't want to be remembered by the family of Tai Das Hao. Although they are no longer in this business, their former subordinates have all become big bosses, and he doesn't want his life, which has just started, to be dimmed. Everyone remember, there was a message from above just now. We should not talk nonsense about what happened today, and we should not have any thoughts on those people in the future. As a person who can get to where he is today, the fat man will naturally not think of some things that are beyond his ability, otherwise, he would not have achieved this step today. Although the underworld emphasizes the word courage, those who have only one word of courage but not a brain have already rotted into bones. In the Hilltop Hotel, although Taifeng exempted Yayan and Xiaomei's group from the expenses, they were frightened by such a thing and had long lost the previous atmosphere, and they all expressed their intention to leave. After that, Taifeng had to arrange a chartered car and give some small gifts to restore these people's reputation for the hotel. Although this matter was aimed at them, in terms of security, their side was somewhat inadequate. Hey, Shui Nai, what does Xiao Yu think of those girls? Looking at the three girls who were left at the end, Taifeng was also a little confused. Hearing this, Shui Nai immediately felt his scalp tingling, and could only respond. After all, this explanation was like shooting himself in the foot. At this time, Xiao Yu and Yayan also came over. Taifeng, I'm going to see my grandpa, you guys can have fun. Xiao Yu said, pulling Yayan and Xiaomei towards the elevator, and it seemed that she didn't intend to greet the people inside. Wait, Shui Nai, you go and send them back, anyway, you can drive the car. Taifeng immediately patted Shui Nai and patted him out. In the car, Shui Nai also asked about Yayan, Xiaomei and the others. It turned out that Xiaomei's father got a half-price coupon from the hotel some time ago. And it happened that Xiaomei went over and called a few friends from junior high school to get together, as long as she encountered such a thing. At the same time, he also knew about some disputes in their school, but since then, I'm afraid that this dispute has disappeared. By the way, is this car yours? Xiaomei looked at her limited edition car with luxurious decoration, and she was somewhat envious. Do you think it's possible? Can't you see that I'm the driver now? Shui Nai asked back, and then he looked at another girl behind him who he didn't know but was very quiet. Are you Xiao Wen? Hey, are you really Fan Chen? Xiao Wen knew Xiao Yu, but that was because Xiao Yu didn't look much different in the game than outside. Although he had feelings for Shui Nai, he couldn't be sure. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you in the real world. Shui Nai said happily. For today, both he, Yayan, Xiaomei and others had a good harvest. Sister Xiao Yu, are you in a relationship? At this time, Xiaomei, who never had a moment of silence, suddenly leaned over to Xiao Yu's ear in the front seat and asked a very abrupt question. Girl, luckily it's an automatic driving car, otherwise we would all be in trouble. Everyone who suddenly heard these words was petrified in an instant. Only Xiaomei, who was very familiar with people, was smiling with her teeth showing. Looking at Xiaomei's big eyes that seemed to hide the stars in the sky, he knew that no matter whether he answered yes or no to this question, there would be follow-up questions, so he didn't dare to answer randomly. It's okay, I know it's automatic driving, otherwise I wouldn't dare to ask randomly. Xiaomei looked like I knew it long ago, and at the same time stared at Shui Nai's face. Hey, by the way, I suddenly remembered that there is something I want to tell you, I hope everyone can tell me the same thing. At this time, Shui Nai knew that if he didn't find a topic to divert, he would not pass the test. Tisk, I thought you were going to confess now. Xiaomei saw Shui Nai take a deep breath at first, and immediately thought he was going to tell a big secret. It's like this, you also saw the tall boy next to me just now. There is one thing I hope everyone can help me keep a secret, that is, don't let him know that I am also playing Magic Myth. Since knowing Tai Feng's original intention of wanting him to play this game, Shui Nai dared not tell him even more. Just kidding, being a flower protector is a tough job. Why? That man seems to be very powerful. He is not the kind of person. Xiaomei said, while wiping her neck horizontally, pretending to be a villain. Don't talk nonsense, Tai Feng is my brother, do you think I am that kind of person? Also, don't talk nonsense about today's things, after all, Tai Feng's family still has to do business. Shui Nai rolled her eyes at Xiaomei and reminded them carefully. Forget it, anyway, this kind of thing today is not a good thing. But didn't you say you wouldn't come back during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Then are you coming to our school's moon-watching meeting now? Xiaomei also asked the question in her heart at this time. Well, I'm going back to my grandfather's house in the afternoon, so I definitely can't go there. Why don't we watch the moon in the game? It seems that there will be an event on that day. Shui Nai looked at the disappointed expressions of the three people and suddenly came up with such an idea in her mind. Chapter 462 Xiaomei's Evil Plan. On the way, Shui Nai was dizzy from Xiaomei's sharp questions, and she almost told the color of her underwear today. If Yayan and Xiaowen hadn't changed the topic from time to time, Shui Nai would have had a headache and jumped out of the car to escape. Although Yayan and Xiaowen were very quiet, they were also blushing and heart-beating by some of Xiaomei's questions. When they found that the speed of the car was increasing again and again, they were a little worried about the future of the car. After finally sending Yayan and the other three back, Shui Nai was relieved and fell softly on the seat. Shui Nai moved a little and immediately found that half of her clothes on the back were wet, and she couldn't help sighing in her heart. It seems that your relationship is pretty good. You have known each other for a long time, right? Xiaoyu, who had been listening just now, also wanted to know more about what happened between them at this time. Well, we've only known each other for a few months. Some time ago, I was Yayan and Xiaomei's tutor, and we only knew each other for a month or so, but then we met again in the game, but I seem to be the one being bullied. Shui Nai complained a little, it seemed that she had indeed been bullied by Xiaomei and the beautiful fox. Who told you to be like a piece of wood? If you interacted with people more often, you wouldn't be so bad at interacting with people. You confessed everything after being told a few words. Xiao Yu pointed out Shui Nai's weakness in life. This. Shui Nai also knew that he was not good at facing people, especially girls like Xiaomei who were too enthusiastic. Often, he just didn't want to see these people's pitiful appearance, so he would be led by others. By the way, how did you meet Tai Feng? I remember that you didn't seem to have much interaction at the beginning. At this time, Xiao Yu, who had a rare opportunity to gossip, asked what she had always wanted to know. Xiao Yu, Shui Nai, and Tai Feng, the three of them also met after high school. Although Xiao Yu and Tai Feng were cousins, they had not recognized each other, so she only found out about them after returning to Cheng's house not long ago. How did you know each other? Shui Nai thought about it, and combined with Tai Feng's news, she also thought that Xiao Yu had just returned to Cheng's house not long ago, and she might not be clear about the past, so she told the story of how she met Tai Feng one by one. Do you still remember that in the second semester of the first year of high school, Tai Feng and I both took leave for a period of time? I took a week and Tai Feng took half a month. It turned out that Tai Feng was young and energetic at that time, and coupled with some influence from his family, he slowly walked away from the underworld. Later, he offended several big figures elsewhere in the underworld, and as a result, at that time, the people from these families also teamed up to deal with Tai Feng, a young boy who was still wet behind the ears. However, for some reason, the people who went to deal with Tai Feng at that time were ruthless and almost killed Tai Feng. At that time, Shui Nai, who had just finished her part-time job and went home, met Tai Feng who was covered in blood and wanted to escape. After that, Mina attacked and knocked down those people, and finally sent Tai Feng home, saving his life, but she also suffered a minor injury and rested for a week. Although Mina said it very easily, but Xiaoyu knew that with today's technology, it's not a minor injury that can make a person rest for a week. So, since that time, Tai Feng seems to have learned well, and at that time, I was much more relaxed. Xiaoyu also thought that after this incident, Tai Feng changed completely and no longer got so close to the outsiders, which made her, as a class leader, have fewer problems. Yes. I remember that his father was so angry that he fell ill, and his illness was more serious than Tai Feng's injury. At that time, Tai Feng, who woke up, was also hit hard by this, so he has been very obedient since then and dared not let his old man get angry again. So that's why, no wonder Tai Feng didn't ask for sick leave at that time, but said he was going to accompany his father. Xiaoyu also nodded, and at the same time sorted out the relationship before and after. In fact, during the 3 years in high school, not many people really knew Tai Feng's identity. Except for people from the same big family, basically only Shui Na knew a little. To be honest, Tai Feng actually didn't like his own underworld family very much. It was just fate, he couldn't change it, so he went to the underworld to hide his identity. So, I have to thank you for saving my cousin. Xiaoyu suddenly stretched out her jade hand. Xiaoyu was touched when she thought that Shui Nai could be good friends with Tai Feng after knowing his identity. Not only did Tai Feng not become negative, but she also often helped him with tutoring and guidance. The underworld is often hated by those who think they are good people, but she knows that sometimes, once you take a certain path, you can't turn back easily. This, then I accept it. Seeing this, Shui Nai had to stretch out her hand and gently shook it and then took it back, as if she was electrocuted. However, this soft, smooth and warm touch made Shui Nai feel a little palpitation. In the game, Shui Nai, Dao Yiyu Dao and his group appeared on time, but because of yesterday's plan, it was not convenient for Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao to appear in Yunmu town. Now, the people of the Dark Dragon Guild have been fighting to the death in the battle zone outside. Although Shenlong wanted to find trouble with Shui Nai, he also had to consider those new professional players, so in the end he could only let them stay in this battle zone. As the main feature of this game, this kind of battle zone is often the place where players level up the fastest. As long as you have enough strength to complete the tasks in those battlefields, you can get the most experience and honor points. This is much better than killing wild beasts and poisonous creatures in Yunmu town. In fact, in the entire Yunmu town, the most experience points are in the Poisonous Insect Valley. But the experience points of the Poisonous Insect Valley are evenly divided among the countless poisonous creatures. If there is no large-scale group magician sitting in charge, you have to kill the poisonous creatures here manually. I am afraid that you will not get much even if you kill until dawn. But it is not easy for mages to survive here, so as the various benefits of the battle zone are discovered by players, the flow of people in Yunmu town has gradually declined. As for the thieves in the Poison Insect Valley, due to the presence of several swordsman NPCs like Wakabayashi, basically every time a thief comes, he has to die. Even if Speed Dragon sneaks in several times, he is killed by Lansbow and arrow. Over time, the news that the Poison Insect Valley is occupied by a group of NPCs has also appeared. Just as Mina and her group were making preparations before the war, Xiaomei suddenly walked up to Mina. Hey, are you really not coming? At most, I will introduce Fox to you. She is very coquettish outside. With a puff, a magic spider fur scroll in Mina's hand turned into ashes, and a stone spear almost pierced Mina's chest. Damn, fortunately it's not a flaming bomb, otherwise we would be finished. Mina looked at Xiaomei who came to make trouble with a sullen look, and was thinking whether to use the freezing technique to freeze her into an ice sculpture to reduce the burden on her heart. Lao Fan, what interesting things are you talking about? Can you join us? At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was idle, immediately stuck his head out. Go away, if the fox hears us, we will not have a good ending. Shui Nai did not expect that Xiaomei would dare to sell the fox. Fortunately, the beautiful fox was now handing over to the unscrupulous profiteer, otherwise there would be a civil strife on her side. What? I just want to help the fox get a companion. Hey, don't leave. Xiaomei was stunned when she saw Shui Nai, who was scared by her and ran to the cliff. Damn, is this a man? Xiao Mei looked at Shui Nai, who was hiding on the cliff and only showed her a back, stomped her feet fiercely, and said unwillingly. Damn, this woman has a problem, I'm leaving too. Dao Yiyu Dao felt cold when he heard this, and when he saw Xiao Mei looking at him, he left immediately. The injured little fox and fox butterfly were also dumbfounded at the same time, looking at Xiao Mei, and looked at Yan and Xiao Wen's expressions of covering their faces with tears, and the gossipy soul in his heart suddenly burned. It turned out that since Xiao Mei had ridden in Shui Nai's car, she had been thinking about it and planned to ask Shui Nai to go to the moon viewing conference together to show off and satisfy her little vanity. Shui Nai is not only good looking, but also has a decent demeanor. If he is equipped with a luxury car, he will definitely be a celebrity at the moon viewing conference, which will naturally add a few layers of gold to the face of this vain Xiao Mei. Although Shui Nai didn't understand the reason why Xiao Mei was struggling, he knew that Xiao Mei was the incarnation of the devil, so he naturally rejected this impossible thing. Alas, it seems that this year, there are only 3 of us without anyone to accompany us. Alas! Xiao Mei saw that all the men around her had left, so she could only sit back next to Xiao Wen and Yan in depression, and kept drawing circles on the ground with her staff, and she was not cursing anyone. You'd better be careful or the fox will come back and skin you. I just saw Dao Yiyu Dao smiling obscenely. Hu Dai kindly reminded her. In her team, Dao Yiyu Dao and Xiao Mei are the most naughty and active guys. Although they have created a very pleasant atmosphere for the team, it also makes people feel a little headache. He dares. Although Xiao Mei said it very strongly, her eyes glanced around as if she was looking for someone. Well, he said that the beautiful fox is now giving me a confession? I'm afraid she has come back now. At this time, the injured little fox, who had always been the least talkative, suddenly looked at Xiao Mei with pity, but there was some mockery in his eyes. Ah! Xiao Mei immediately jumped up and tried to find a place to hide in a bit of a panic. However, soon, she suddenly sat down with a smile on her face, with a cunning light in her eyes. Humph, I'll tell Fox directly and ask her to come out. Fox is also in need of a dance partner anyway, so it's better to ask him to be a strong man than to ask a fly, don't you think? Xiao Mei asked Yan and Xiaoan beside her, making them sweat continuously. But, isn't he going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with his grandfather? Do you think it's possible? Yan kindly reminded her. In fact, she is now worried about Shui Nai. After all, if Fox and Xiao Mei join forces, Shui Nai may also fall. How do you know if you don't try? And happiness depends on your own efforts. Xiao Mei suddenly said mysteriously. Chapter 465 Mid-Autumn Festival Activities 3. Then I wonder if Miss Xiaoyu can dance with you later. Seeing Xiaoyu like this, the man did not have much reaction, but looked at Xiaoyu with expectation. Soaking in books bar. It seems that he has become accustomed to Xiaoyu's expression. And it can be seen from this that the two have known each other for more than 1 or 2 days. No, I have a partner. Xiaoyu first looked around and pointed at Taifeng next to Shuina. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Taifeng had no choice but to step out. Brother Amaterasu, don't you have a partner? But I'm really sorry, I didn't expect Brother Amaterasu to come, so. Taifeng immediately said apologetically, but the meaning between the words was not to give in. That's a pity. The man named Amaterasu said with great pity, and at this time, he began to look at the people around him. Hehe, Miss Xiaoyu, can you introduce your friends? Do you play magic myths? Otherwise, find someone from our guild to train. It would be better for you girls to play games with more boys. Seeing that this was not working, Amaterasu immediately took out his usual method of picking up girls, intending to build relationships first and play the mass line. Looking at this man named Amaterasu, who completely ignored Taifeng and Shuina, Xiao Mei and Yan had no choice but to look at Xiaoyu. Although this Amaterasu is elegant and gentle, his eyes are a little too self-righteous. Hey, Amaterasu, Xiaoyu is the pillar of our guild, you can't poach her. Seeing that Xiaoyu completely ignored Amaterasu, Taifeng had to act as a shield again. I say, Taifeng, although the guild you guys have created is good, it is just a group of children playing house, and the system in your organization is like loose sand. The later you go, the harder it will be for you to develop. I personally think that you are just wasting time by doing this. Amaterasu looked at Xiaoyu while talking, and didn't even look at Taifeng. Mina could also hear some disdain in Amaterasu's tone, but seeing that Tai Feng didn't have an angry expression, but just a little more helpless, Mina only thought of the term beauty brings disaster. However, Xiaoyu frowned a little unhappy when she heard this, and her body quietly stepped back. Sorry, I spoke too harshly. Seeing this, Amaterasu immediately apologized in a low voice. Seeing that Amaterasu's eyes were only on Xiaoyu, everyone felt that this person was a little too focused, so focused that people felt that he was simply looking down on others, which made people feel very uncomfortable. In fact, Amaterasu really didn't look down on these people, especially Tai Feng, a guy who got the moon first because he was close to the water and the platform, and a family that made a fortune by the underworld. He didn't look down on them at all. But Xiaoyu just leaned towards him, which made him hate her so much. Hey, Mr. Amaterasu, the lady over there is your dance partner, right? She has been waiting there for a long time. At this time, Xiaomei, who couldn't stand being ignored by this kind of person, immediately planned to drive away this annoying fly. The look in this guy's eyes when he looked at Xiaoyu made them feel a little cold. Sorry, I almost forgot the time when I saw Miss Xiaoyu. Sorry, I'll be away for a while. After saying this, Amaterasu replied awkwardly and walked towards the heavily made-up woman over there. Damn, your eyes are really sharp. You can find out that this guy is notoriously difficult to deal with. Tai Feng suddenly raised his thumb and praised Xiaomei's eyesight. Just now, this person named Amaterasu didn't bring a dance partner with him, but Xiaomei could see this dance partner who was being ignored at a glance, and she was so kind to wake him up. This strength should not be underestimated. While I was waiting for you just now, I happened to see this couple coming in. If it weren't for the strong perfume smell on the woman and the man's perfume, I wouldn't want to pay attention to this woman with thicker foundation than the city wall. Xiaomei raised her head proudly, like a proud peacock. Couple? City wall. But everyone was stunned by his words. After that, as the principal sang the traditional culture of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the party officially began. For the young people at the venue, things like the Mid-Autumn Festival are not important to them. After all, in this era, the most difficult thing is how to fully enjoy this activity. As a beautiful and lyrical dance music began to slowly spread in the venue, all the noise also quieted down at this time, and pairs of dancers began to step on their own steps and dance slowly. Looking at Xiaomei and Xiaoyan dancing in a team not far away, Mina seemed to see the smile of success in her eyes. They all danced very well, especially Xiaomei's tough temperament, which was no worse than those boys. Under her leadership, Xiaoyan followed her rhythm very obediently, like two beautiful lilies in a bush of flowers. Well, relax a little, otherwise, you may not be able to dance. Shui Nai reminded Yayan in front of him, but he didn't expect that his whispering made Yayan's face redder. Now his dance partner is Yayan. Since Tai Feng is not familiar with the others, Tai Feng is now following Xiaoyu's rhythm and dancing slowly. Watching the two people over there dancing so casually and gracefully, Shui Nai felt a little depressed. Now Yayan's body in Shui Nai's half-arms is obviously a little stiff, and from the touch, it can be known that her body temperature is also rising. It seems that she is obviously not used to being so close to a man, so she will show such a shy look. In fact, Shui Nai is the same. It's just that his concentration is not bad, and he has been exercising regularly since he was a child, so his self-control and coordination ability are very good, so he didn't make a fool of himself because of Yayan's stiff dance steps. However, this made Shui Nai feel like dancing with a puppet, which made Shui Nai, who was not familiar with this kind of occasion, have to pretend to be an old bird and carefully guide Yayan. Relax, relax, don't be so nervous. By the way, relax your body slowly, don't think about other things, just think about this melody in your heart. Shui Nai lowered his head again and said to her. Although he said this, he was a little distracted when he looked at her red and crystal clear neck in the moonlight. Following this creamy neck, there are some attractive collarbones and the lace of the white dress. Hey! Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, Shui Nai finally tightened the horse in his heart in front of the cliff and restrained his somewhat scattered mind. Yayan slowly focused and got used to the warmth from Shui Nai's palm. Her body was no longer as stiff as it was at the beginning. Hey, Sister Xiaomei, didn't you say you would introduce some sisters to me? At this time, Tai Feng's team just passed by Xiaomei's team, and Tai Feng suddenly turned back to remind Xiaomei. Don't call me like that, it makes me old. Xiao Mei felt a chill in her body and mind after hearing Tai Feng's words, and Xiao Wen could even feel the bumps and tremors on Xiao Mei's smooth waist. Shui Nai and others laughed softly after hearing this. For a while, everyone was a little intoxicated by the atmosphere of this dance. At the end of one song, just before the other song started, Tai Feng suddenly let go of Xiao Yu's hand, came to Xiao Mei, and made an invitation. "Dance with me, you really don't know how to live or die." Xiao Mei whispered. "Come on, who's afraid of who?" After Tai Feng finished speaking, he gently held Xiao Mei's hand. "Brother, the rest is up to you." Tai Feng suddenly said in a low voice, while looking to the side. I saw that Amaterasu was looking at Xiaoyu. This side came gracefully, looking straight at Xiaoyu who was alone beside him. "Then I'll dance with Xiaoyan first." Yayan saw that person getting closer and closer, and she loosened her hand and moved to Xiaoyan. "What does it feel like to be led by someone all the time?" Shui Nai invited Xiaoyu according to the etiquette that Tai Feng had taught her before, and Xiaoyu accepted it immediately. Under the silver moon, the two people's hands intertwined. As the dance music started again, thousands of pairs of figures on the field danced again. "Really? It seems that you are not used to this kind of occasion," Xiaoyu said happily in a low voice. "However, fortunately, I still remember a little bit of this dance, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself." Shui Nai listened to this dance music that was only half a beat faster than the previous one, and she was relieved. "In fact, when I learned from Tai Feng that you learned to dance from him, I was also shocked," Xiaoyu suddenly said softly, and smiled softly. "I was forced to do it, but it seems that this is not bad. At least I can get through the scene and cope with it." Mina looked at the people outside the dance floor who only watched but did not dance, and finally felt that learning this back then was not in vain. "But I won't be able to do the next one, and I'm afraid there will be some problems by then." Mina looked at the team of Tai Feng and Xiao Mei, dancing farther and farther, and felt a little strange about Tai Feng's behavior. "Don't worry, anyway, I've danced 2 dances, and it's almost enough. I'll just leave the stage when the time comes." Xiaoyu's original plan was to just dance 1 dance to meet the occasion. "Haha, that's good, otherwise I'll be in trouble." Mina looked at Amaterasu standing outside, and was somewhat worried. After all, Tai Feng handed Xiaoyu to him, and he had to block this fly. Mina, who calmed down, also began to focus on this last dance. It must be said that Xiaoyu's figure is much better developed than Yayan's, and Xiaoyu's dance steps are also very accurate, constantly cooperating with Shui Nai, an unskilled partner. Fan Chen, Xiao Mei was taken to the central dance floor by Tai Feng. "Isn't this a problem?" At this time, Xiao Wen, who was passing behind Shui Nai, asked with some concern. "Don't worry, Tai Feng is a dance master. With him, Xiao Mei will be fine." Xiaoyu immediately reminded them. "Yes, Xiao Mei is also. However, it looks like they won't come down until they finish the dance." Yayan also added. "It seems that the 2 of them are fighting." Shui Nai saw the powerful teams in the central dance floor through the gaps between the crowd. "They are the leaders of this dance floor. Those who don't have any strength dare not easily enter this field belonging to the Dance King. We are going to retreat, what about you?" Shui Nai heard that the dance music was about to end, and suddenly said to Xiao Wen, Yayan, and others. "Okay, let's retreat." Xiao Wen, who was very happy, nodded briskly. After that, the 4 of them immediately took advantage of the break when changing songs and walked to the nearby venue. "Miss Xiaoyu. Sorry, I'm tired. I plan to take a rest now. Goodbye." Xiaoyu looked at Amaterasu slowly bending waist, and immediately interrupted him, holding Mina with one hand and Yayan on the other side with the other hand, and walked out. Chapter 466 Mid-Autumn Festival Activities 4. No chance at all. It seems that you really have no mercy on him. Mina looked at the hand being held, and then looked at Amaterasu who was left there, and said in a low voice. Hot Book Pavilion. Just now, when Mina was about to leave, she found that Amaterasu was looking at Xiaoyu's hand and her own hand in her hand with a very unbelievable expression. That look made Mina feel a little dangerous. Humph, that kind of person, if possible, it's best not to pay attention to him in the future. I hate this kind of entangled people the most. Xiaoyu seemed to have been irritated, complaining with disgust. And Mina could also feel the strength coming from her palm getting stronger and stronger. It seems that Xiaoyu has hated this person to the extreme. The three people who were pulled could only look at each other and express their incomprehension. It is indeed incomprehensible. With Xiaoyu's stubborn personality, she could actually be provoked to this point. That person named Amaterasu is really incomprehensible. Hey, Yayan, take us to the venue of the garden activity. At this time, Mina reminded Xiaoyu, who was angry. Now she is pulling her people and walking towards a place she doesn't even know. It seems that she only wants to stay away from that person now. Xiaoyu, who was reminded, immediately let go of Mina's hand and lightly pulled a step away from Mina. Watching Xiaoyu put down her hand very naturally and then hold Yayan's arm, Shui Nai couldn't help but feel a little cold in her palm. A hand held by someone is really warm. Shui Nai thought to himself, but what he didn't know was that Xiaoyu's face was now red. Under the leadership of Xiaoyan and Yayan, the two quickly walked from the teaching area to the activity area. Looking at the three girls in front were talking and laughing, and Shui Nai, the bodyguard, could only follow silently behind. Now Xiaoyu has become the eldest sister among them, and Xiaoyan and Yayan each occupy one arm of Xiaoyu, forming a beautiful scenery of three people walking together. Is there something wrong? At this time, Yayan, who had always noticed that Shui Nai often looked back, suddenly asked Shui Nai. That guy followed again. Shui Nai looked at the dimly lit tree path behind, in which only the mottled moonlight, like water, passed through the leaves and fell to the ground. But Shui Nai felt that there was someone behind, and his eyes were always on them. Really? I guessed it a long time ago. Now, you know why I hate him so much. Xiaoyu said helplessly, with endless vicissitudes in her tone. After hearing this, everyone just nodded. No one wants to be pestered by someone they don't like, and being pestered by someone they have no feelings for will only make them feel more and more disgusted, until they feel like they never want to see this person again. Sincerity can move metal and stone. This theory of picking up girls must be based on a certain emotional foundation between the two. If Amaterasu really thought that he could impress anyone with his sincerity, then Xiaoyu would have been taken long ago. Forget it, you don't have to be on guard against him. He always thinks he is a noble and an elite, and he won't do anything wrong. As long as he doesn't come close and I don't see him, it's fine. Xiaoyu saw Mizuna's cautious expression and immediately reminded him with a smile. After arriving at the activity area of the moon viewing conference, Mizuna finally played a role. As a self-organized activity, the sale of some small things is inevitable, and at this time, Mizuna's wallet will bleed. I didn't expect to see it here. Mina immediately asked for 4 of these freshly baked snacks. After that, Mina asked for some iced drinks and some barbecue, and came to the ground where the 3 women were sitting. Eat something first, and then go to the other side to play. Mina held various foods in both hands and carefully placed them on the table in front of everyone. As a special snack among the people, although it is difficult for them to enter the upper class, they have always received strong support from the people. These barbecues are not good, it seems that these things still need to be made by professionals. Xiaoyan, who first tried a bite of these barbecued mosquitoes, although he was still eating in small bites, raised objections. There is no way, these stalls are all set up by students themselves, and it is already very good to be able to do it like this. Yayan explained to the 2 people opposite while tasting the overly sweet ones. It turned out that the stalls in this activity area were not open to the public. Although this made the quality of this activity area somewhat lower, it also allowed some bad things from outside to enter, which was convenient for campus management and also gave students a good opportunity to practice. After slightly solving the problem of their stomachs, the group of 4 walked to the other side of the activity area. The activity area here is divided into 2 parts. The first part is mainly snacks, and the other part is mainly activities. There are very traditional folk things like guessing lantern riddles, air gun shooting, and throwing circles here. Although the prizes here are useless to many people, they are better in this atmosphere. After a round of walking, Mina and her friends already had a lot of gadgets in their hands. Most of them were spoils of war after they swept around, and in this activity area, Mina's record was also very fierce. Basically, whenever Shui Nai made a move, he broke records in competitive activities such as throwing rings and air gun shooting, while Xiaoyu and Yayan were responsible for guessing lantern riddles, which was a literary game, and they also gained a lot. In addition, the 3 beauties appeared at the same time, and the aura they exuded also stunned many owners of small stalls, thus gaining a lot of benefits. The final result was that Yayan and the other 3 had a half-a-man-high plush doll in their hands, and even Xiaomei who didn't come and the remaining members of the Fox Fairy Guild had one. Hey, I almost died of heat. Shui Nai, who was finally able to rest, put down the dolls in his left and right hands and the furry doll on his back. Along the way, the rate of turning back for Shui Nai has reached 100%, and the sight of those people alone can heat Shui Nai up several degrees. Not bad. These things are very comfortable to sleep with. Xiaoyu said happily while holding her unicorn doll, and helped it to tidy up its messy fur from time to time. The dolls in their hands are all designed according to some special animal shapes in magic mythology. However, not all of them can match. Among them, the holy flame white tiger in Yayan's hand is a bit too cartoony, but it is very suitable to be used as a pillow. Okay, the agreed time is almost up, see you in the game later, right? Shui Nai had already seen Xiao Mei and Tai Feng coming over. However, when Shui Nai saw the three women with different temperaments behind them, the smile on Shui Nai's face became a little stiff. Is it Fox and the others? Shui Nai asked Yayan beside her in a low voice. The three new women really have their own characteristics. For example, the one in the front, her smile makes people immediately think of the cunning fox. The one in the middle, her smile is very restrained, but very easygoing, giving people a calm but warm feeling. But the one at the end, a cold aura spread from the moment she appeared, which is many times stronger than Xiaoyu's pretending. Yeah, be careful. Seeing that everyone had come to the front, Yayan reminded Shui Nai briskly and stopped talking. Very good, you still remember our gifts, you did a good job. Fox immediately took the dolls handed over by Xiaoyan and distributed them to others one by one, but her eyes looked at Shui Nai, which made him shudder. Brother, you are too cruel. You know so many beauties but you don't introduce them to them. Tai Feng hit Shui Nai's back to show his dissatisfaction. He never thought that this brother who rarely socialized had such a large resource, which made him somewhat envious. But he couldn't figure out how his brother knew these beauties. However, there was one thing he was sure of, that is, Shui Nai's face was too powerful. Unlike his ordinary face, it had no added effect on beauties. Introduce. Shui Nai had a headache. He didn't even know their names? Could it be the names in the game? Hey, we beauties want to talk in private, please move aside. At this time, Fox helped Mina. At the beginning, they had been informed by Xiao Mei, so they also knew Mina's embarrassing position. Seeing Fox's expression of "you guys get out of the way," Mina led Tai Feng to a corner without saying a word. By the way, Tai Feng, who is that Amaterasu? It seems that Xiaoyu has a great grudge against that person. Mina said as she walked, basically not giving Tai Feng a chance to speak. This Amaterasu? Actually, he is not a bad person. Speaking of it, he is still a good person, but he is a little fickle in love. However, I don't know why Xiaoyu and him are so awkward. Maybe their horoscopes are not compatible. Tai Feng thought for a while and said. Being entangled by someone you don't like is actually a very troublesome thing. However, I think this Amaterasu seems to have some ambitions. At this time, Shui Na also expressed her feelings. From the moment he saw Amaterasu, he had a feeling that this person was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. This feeling was very vague, but Shui Na knew that this first feeling was often credible. Ambition? As a member of a big family, who doesn't have ambition? It's just that some people like to rely on themselves, and some people like to rely on others. Forget it, this kind of thing is actually not something I can say. After all, Xiaoyu is the treasure of the Cheng family now, and no one dares to mess around. Tai Feng found a step and sat down directly, rubbing his somewhat sore calves. By the way, will you take the girl named Yayan home later? Tai Feng suddenly asked. Yes, is there a problem? Shui Na continued guiltily. No. Alas, I didn't expect that I couldn't beat that girl again. Forget it, I don't care. Tai Feng looked at the smug little Mei not far away, and said with some resignation. Chapter 467 Mid-Autumn Festival Activities 5. Although Tai Feng's words before leaving made Shui Nai a little confused, the fox guy finally did not do anything to embarrass Shui Nai. After watching Yayan walk into the house with the half-human-sized fluffy doll, Shui Nai drove the car back to her home. As for Tai Feng, Xiaoyu's driver was responsible for picking him up. Shui Nai, who put on the game helmet, suddenly found that she did not enter the game, but came to a dark starry sky, with a bright but gentle full moon in the center of this world. This is very different from the usual login interface. Usually, this login interface is very simple, At most it is a platform under a starry sky. And now there is more water like moonlight here, but the light ball used for login is gone. Just when Shui Nai was about to check the official website, Shui Nai suddenly received an application for team formation. Looking at the members of his team, except for himself who came online the latest, the rest of the people are here. Hey, what's going on? We can actually form a team. Shui Nai asked in the team chat. Haven't you read the introduction of the Mid-Autumn Festival event? There are still a few minutes before it officially starts. Xiao Mei, who temporarily lives in Fox's house, has already gone to the official website to prepare. Lao Fan, are you having fun tonight? I heard that you are with many beautiful women, that thing. Dao Yiyu Dao saw Shui Nai coming out and immediately, if you don't want to stay in the poisonous insect valley, just make a sound and we will kill you directly. The beautiful fox immediately said grimly. Hehe, by the way, Lao Fan, which activities are you going to participate in? There are many Mid-Autumn Festival game activities this time. If possible, I don't want to play the same activity with you. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately changed the subject wisely at this time. I'm watching it. Let's talk about it later. After watching the game activities and updated projects, Shui Nai finally knew the origin of the current starry sky and bright moon. It turned out that since the game world will have this part of time belonging to the night from now on, this world that was originally only daytime has become complete. And this time difference is what Tai Feng said about the 2FOLD acceleration. In the game world, the speed of the player's consciousness will be passively accelerated by 2 times, that is, if you stay in the game world for 20 hours, it will only take 10 hours outside. Although it only slightly speeds up human consciousness by 2 times, in order to ensure that most people can adapt to this consciousness acceleration system, in the next few days, players will have to make appropriate adjustments on the login panel under the starry sky background when they go online and offline. Moreover, as the first acceleration debugging and the arrangement of the Mid-Autumn Festival activities, although the opening time this time is set at 12 o'clock, the start time of the game world is at 2 o'clock in the morning. In these 2 hours, that is, 4 hours of game time, players will directly participate in various Mid-Autumn Festival activities. Seeing the nearly thousands of small activity program schedules in front of him, Mina's eyes were dazzled. The Mid-Autumn Festival activities in this game are mainly divided into 2 categories. One is related to the Mid-Autumn Festival, with various small activities related to the Mid-Autumn Festival, such as guessing lantern riddles, chasing the moon, etc., and the other is various war arena competitions. Fighting is the eternal melody in the game. Games that lose the fighting atmosphere have fundamentally lost their vitality. Looking at the activities automatically matched by the system for him, Mina clicked on the moon chasing activity. Since Mizunao has a horse that is famous for its speed, and his speed has surpassed a large number of people, it is reasonable for the system to choose this activity for him. The chasing the moon activity is just a race to run fast. However, what is special is that in this activity, players can not only use pets, but also use all skills, but all skills cannot kill the contestants. However, skills without lethality do not mean they are useless. For example, the elemental effects of elemental magic are completely preserved, and so are the control skills of thieves. The final reward of this chasing the moon activity is the most common experience. Afterwards, Mizunao checked other activities and rewards of the war arena, and found that they were all settled in experience. I plan to participate in this chasing the moon activity, what about you? At this time, Mizunao also said the activity she chose. Me too, we will compare them then, but we can't cheat. Dao Yudao also guessed that Mizunao would choose this activity. How about, Yudao, let's attack him together, so that we have a better chance of winning. The beautiful fox suddenly reminded Dao Yudao. Damn, with so many people, it's already unlikely that 2 of us can walk together, and you still want the 3 of us to stay together. Dao Yudao immediately retorted. In this event, because there are too many players participating at the same time, large-scale events like chasing the moon are often divided into thousands or tens of thousands of venues for the same round of competition. All players who choose the same event will randomly choose the venue. Only the top 2 players on the field can advance to the next venue until the 10 strongest people in the event are determined. That's right, forget it, let's meet in the finals. The beautiful fox thought about it and said confidently and heroically. Although a small event like this is simple, it is probably difficult to end it without playing for several hours to get a ranking for all players. So the 3 of them did not choose any other activities. At worst, the losers could just play lantern riddles or find a war arena to fight a few games. After that, Shui and A also knew everyone's plans. Xiao Yu, for example, participated in the archery competition. The strong and injured Xiao Hu and Hu Dai went to participate in the war arena. As for Xiao Mei Yayan and Xiao Wen, since they knew their own strength, they planned to guess lantern riddles and participate in other non-competitive activities to gain some experience. Okay, everyone should work hard. With the last words of Dao Yi Yu Dao, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes and disappeared from their starry sky world. Shui and A, who came to the competition venue, immediately looked at the friend panel, but since they were not on this map, there was no way to contact them. Looking around at the other players in the competition on this field home, Mina can only see a blurry shadow. These shadows are Mina's competitors on the field. And due to the protection of the system, the names and information of players cannot be detected. But if they have other distinctive equipment or skills, that's another story. Just as Mina was reading the rules of this activity again, there was a crisp ding sound, and a bright moon suddenly appeared from the sky, slowly descending from the sky, approaching the ground little by little. Looking at the bright moon slowly drifting down in the distance on the field, Mina knew that as long as this bright moon fell to the ground, the invisible barrier in front of her would disappear. First summon her own Zufeng. Since this space is not the world of the game, summoning her own pet here is basically done instantly. After that, Mina added a layer of ice crystal armor, wind clothes, and acceleration to Zufeng, making full preparations. Finally, in order to ensure that he could stand out in this place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, he not only changed into all the equipment that could increase his speed, but also added a set of auxiliary magic to himself. As the bright moon in the distance slowly sank, when it touched the ground, it immediately made a sound like the collision of metal and stone, and directly split into two bright moons, one large and one small. Go! I don't know, that person suddenly shouted, and then all the people rushed towards the two moons sliding away in the distance like mad bulls. After losing the influence of the invisible barrier, Mina could finally see the entities of the players around him, but now each player was wearing a stealth mask. Not to mention their names and information, even their appearance could not be seen. However, it was useless to look at this. After all, the only goal of the 100 people on the field was to touch the two light balls in the front. Among them, the fastest runner was Mina, who was fully prepared. Since Zufeng had been fostered in Yunwu town, Xiaoyu had been taking care of him during this period. In addition, Yunwu town was no longer in great danger, so it was very easy for a pet like Zufeng, who gained experience points by running, to upgrade its level. Although its level had been upgraded, it did not have any combat power bonus, but in terms of speed, it was faster than most pets. Unless it encountered those lightning and wind type monsters that were mainly speed oriented. Otherwise, among all the ordinary pets of all players, Zufeng's speed was definitely in the top 3. Moreover, as an auxiliary pet, it also had its own skills, such as the charge that Shui Nai used as soon as it attacked. Under Zufeng's charge, Shui Nai rushed out directly with several horse lengths. When the unknown player shouted charge, he was already ahead. While directing Zufeng to run towards the largest silver light ball, Shui Nai also paid attention to the surrounding situation. And right above Mina's vision, there is a number 1/100, which means Mina is currently ahead of all opponents and has become the first person in this arena. However, Mina can know from the mixed but powerful voice behind her that the people behind are chasing her relentlessly. Chui Feng, come on! Mina cheered for Zufeng and looked back, and found that the player closest to her was actually a thief, a female thief who could keep up with Zufeng with just 2 long legs. This female thief was only 3 meters away from Zufeng's buttocks, and she was holding something tightly between her hands. However, Mina knew that she must be holding 2 daggers in her hands, so Mina had to hold the reins in one hand and take out the staff in the other hand, making full preparations. After seeing Mina's alert action, the female thief shook her body and ran to the other side. The speed was unbelievably flexible. Looking at the female thief who was getting farther and farther away from him, Shui Na also knew that she should be running towards another light ball, and no longer competed with Shui Na for the largest light ball. After all, their winning rate is the highest now, so there is no need to waste energy here. Chapter 468 Mid-Autumn Festival Activities 6. After losing the biggest competitor, Shui Na looked at the scene of the noisy crowd and hundreds of people running, and felt a little relaxed. Everyone present obviously knew that they had no chance to compete with these 2 people, so many people gave up and began to slow down. After all, they were unwilling to waste energy on such things that obviously had no chance. In front of Shui and A, the light ball was getting bigger and bigger. Although this light ball that looked like the moon from a distance was constantly sliding towards the seemingly endless space in front, it was not fast enough to escape Shui and A's pursuit. When Mina's hand was about to touch the light ball with a diameter of 1 meter, Mina saw that the female thief, who was 100 meters away from her, was only a hair's breadth away from the smaller light ball. Mina, the moment his hands touched the light ball, the entire light ball fluctuated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a liquid like water, rolled back from Mina's fingers, and merged into Mina's body. After that, Qin Xi suddenly felt as if he had passed through a door made of liquid, and came to another space with a cool body. The game is over, the second stage of the moon chasing competition begins. When the 2 light balls and the 2 players disappeared, the rest of the people received such a system message. After a burst of strong white light, they were teleported to their own starry sky world, and the activity schedule appeared in front of them again. However, this time, the only items they could choose were non-competition activities. As for Mina, when he read the information sent by the system, he immediately found an experience stone and 5 exquisitely shaped mooncakes in his backpack. Special item, Level 1 Experience Stone. Effect of use, increase experience. Special food, Mid-Autumn Mooncake. Effect, unknown. Looking at the prizes in his hand, Mina couldn't help but feel a little excited. At the beginning, he thought that the experience gained from the event was directly calculated into the player's level. But now it seems that his idea is obviously wrong. The system obviously won't do such a superfluous thing, which means that this experience stone can be used like a normal item, or used for trading. Although these things are not worth much in the first round of the game, as the difficulty of the game continues to increase, the prizes will become better and better. Let's take the experience of the first prize as an example. According to the process of this event, the first stage of the event is points of experience. After each promotion, the reward experience will be doubled on the original basis, that is, the experience of the second round is 20,000, and then 40,000, 80,000. Until the end of the event. And now there are a total of millions of people participating in this moon chasing event. It is conservatively estimated that there will be 6 rounds, and the final first prize is 320,000 experience points. As for the mooncake, Mizuna didn't see this prize at the beginning, which means that this mooncake should be a reward for all participants, it just depends on the number. And this mooncake, as a consolation reward, is actually not bad, at least it may be possible to achieve a situation where participation is rewarded. After putting away these things, Mizuna looked at the second stage of the competition this time. Just like the first round of the competition, it is still the same design. All players are fixed on the starting line like horses in a race. Although it is still impossible to see what these ghost-like players around are doing, Mizuna doesn't need to think about it, and knows that these people are now working hard to prepare. Those who can pass the first round of the competition may no longer have the kind of players who are determined to participate. After all, with only a 2% chance of promotion, those weaker people have been eliminated. However, the number of players in this competition field has been greatly reduced. There are only 19 players competing with Mizuna now, but the number of qualified players is still only 2. When everything was ready, a ball of light appeared again in the distance like a silver moon, slowly floating down. This time, the position of this ball of light was twice as far as the previous round, but it was understandable. Now the people here are the elites among the elites. How can they exert all their abilities if the distance is not longer? And all the players who saw this scene became serious. Everyone's nerves were tense, staring at the moon composed of light balls with full concentration. All the players with mounts leaned down, and the players who relied on their own legs also started to run. Now, everyone is just waiting for the sound of metal and stone when leaving the gate. Zufeng, this time it depends on you. Shui Na leaned over to Zufeng's ear and whispered. Whisper. Zufeng pawed the grass below with his forelimbs and responded in a low voice. Now Zufeng's charge skill is still in a cooldown state, so Mina can no longer use this skill. Fortunately, without this explosive skill, there is still a continuous skill that can be used. Looking at the continuous skill called flying, Mina has some confidence in this round of competition. Flying is different from charging. The effect of charging is to burst out a strong speed in an instant, and then increase the speed in an instant, but the duration of this skill is only a few seconds, and at most it can only run a few dozen meters. However, this skill has an advantage, that is, it can be used in any situation, and it is best to use it to speed up. And this flying? The condition for its use is that it can only be activated after Zhuofeng runs and reaches a certain initial speed. After activation, Zhuofeng's running speed can be accelerated again, and since this skill is not a magic skill, it can be used in conjunction with the acceleration technique. The duration of this skill is relatively long, at least 20 seconds, but when using this skill, the endurance of Zhuofeng will continue to decrease, and the speed will also drop after the skill ends. Due to the distance problem, the starting method is now carried out by a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. When the countdown ended, everyone felt that the invisible barrier in front of them disappeared, and no one did not try their best. At the beginning, although Mina's Zhuofeng was ahead of most people, Zhuofeng was not a warhorse based on explosive power, but a steed based on endurance, so even if Mina had attached the acceleration spell to it, it was not impossible for it to keep up with the Warcraft mounts in front. However, this time, it seems that the difficulty of the game has been significantly increased. Looking at the two light balls in front of him that were moving east and west, left and right, Mina knew that these two light balls would not be so easy to get this time. Chasing the wind, let's go. Just when Shuinai found that the distance between her and the people in front of her was not narrowed, Shuinai activated the skill of chasing the wind. At this moment, Shuinai suddenly felt a trace of coldness coming from behind. Someone is going to take action. This is what Shuinai thought in her heart. Although this moon-chasing activity is just a casual game, as long as it is related to interests and victory or defeat, players will not care about the true meaning of this game. Instead, as long as they can get the final reward, that's enough. As soon as she sensed the danger behind, Shuinai immediately prepared to fight back. Now, the 20 players here have been divided into 3 parts. The front ones are the monsters, and the middle one is Shuinai, who is a combination of magic and mounts, and the back ones are those who are desperately chasing but can't narrow the distance. Shuinai turned around on horseback and immediately saw a thief aiming at him with a crossbow. Now Shuinai is the closest to them, so naturally he has to become their target. In this game of chasing the moon, the main professions are thieves, swordsmen, and paladins. Among them, people with flexible skills like thieves and swordsmen have a great advantage when they come into contact with the light group. And for paladins, when they are close to the light group, they have a great advantage with mounts. But sometimes, fast speed is not a good thing, just like now. Although Shuinai has been targeted by the thief cannot aim at Shuinai. Either the shot is off the target, or it hits Shuinai's ice crystal armor. Damn, you idiot, shoot his horse. Shoot the horse first before shooting a person, do you understand, idiot? A lightly armed swordsman behind the thief saw that the thief used this non-lethal crossbow to shoot the player, and he couldn't help but get angry. And when he saw that Shuinai's speed had obviously increased again, he also spoke directly. At this time, the brainless thief actually wanted to shoot the back of the mage's head. He thought he was the sniper king. At this time, it was obvious to shoot his horse first. If possible, it would be best to use poison arrows to make his horse feel pain and frightened, so that it could not exert its original strength. You old man, I like to shoot, so shoot there. If you have the guts, shoot yourself. You are so noisy. The thief was also angry, and he immediately cursed after hearing this. You rubbish, get out of the way. If you don't have the ability, don't block it. The swordsman knew that he had no talent for shooting, but he was not a good man, so he immediately used his big hand to pull him away. And it was this swordsman's words and this action that immediately angered the thief in front. Damn, you said I was rubbish and hit me, you die. Just when they were fighting each other, they forgot that at this speed, if they were not careful, the consequences would be very serious. Just when the thief in front couldn't match the swordsman's strength, he was pushed down. But the thief pulled the swordsman down at the moment he fell. And just when the two rolled into a ball, the players behind who couldn't break in time also collided with each other in an instant. Damn! For a moment, the people who were stepped on screamed in pain, and the people who were blocked screamed and cursed. While these people were cursing each other, Mina had slowly approached the players in front. Just now, he could have used instant magic to solve the problem directly. But after thinking about it, magic couldn't kill people here anyway, so he didn't pay attention to the thief. Instead of making things difficult for these people, it's better to beware of the Warcraft cavalry in front. Now, these people are his real enemies. Chapter 469 Mid-Autumn Festival Event 7. Just as Shuinai thought, his biggest enemy now was the few Warcraft knights running in front. There were 4 players in front of Shui Nai, all men. All of the mounts are magical beasts known for their speed, such as Thunder Tiger and Magic Wind Wolf. These magical beasts not only have extremely fast speed, but also have strong elemental attack capabilities. They are the magic pets in the minds of most players, but they are not affordable for ordinary players. Among these 4 people, 2 are thieves, and the rest are mages and paladins. The speed of these 4 people is not much different. They are basically lined up in a straight line, and they are also cautious of each other. Although their eyes are on guard against each other, due to the delicate balance, no one rushes to attack others first. The first bird to stick out will be shot. For them who can have magical beasts as pets, they understand this principle better than others. For thieves, their own light body skills can reduce the burden of mounts, while paladins have skills related to mounts. On the contrary, mages have no advantages except their own acceleration magic. However, the mage has an advantage here, that is, magic is a long-range attack skill. As long as it can be cast, it can attack the competitors around it from a distance. Although the crossbow arrows of the thieves here also have long-range capabilities, in the special field with 0 lethality, unless these crossbow arrows are attached with some special toxins, such as slowness, paralysis, or blindness. Otherwise, using these crossbow arrows is just a waste. However, if these crossbow arrows hit Shui Nai's Zui Feng, who has no defense, there may be some accidents. Although Zui Feng, the pet mount, looks very tall and elegant, and runs very fast, as a horse raised since childhood, it lacks a bit of masculinity. Although it is not as timid as a mouse, it will lose its normal state more or less if it is stung or surprised. However, fortunately, the thief behind took the mentality of regular games to deal with Shui Nai from the beginning, and did not list Zui Feng as the target of harassment, otherwise Shui Nai would have to abandon Zui Feng and rely on his own 2 legs. Looking at the mage in the red robe in front, if Shui Nai guessed correctly, this mage should be a fire mage. Although the magic of acceleration is from the wind system, as one of the few auxiliary magics in the elemental system, I am afraid that any mage with some time and money will practice one. As Shui Nai kept approaching the group of people in front, the players in front who were always paying attention to the surrounding situation naturally discovered Shui Nai who was desperately approaching. The first one to attack Shui Nai was naturally the mage. As a player with a great attack advantage, the mage here is much better than other professions. The red-robed mage pointed the short staff in his hand directly at the head of Zhu Feng under Shui Nai's crotch. Seeing this, Shui Nai naturally would not be soft-hearted. Shui Nai also pointed the explosive fire wand in his hand at him. However, for some unknown reason, although the red-robed mage's staff occasionally burst into sparks, he did not successfully cast a single spell. Regarding this burst of sparks, Shui Nai naturally knew that this was the effect of a failed fire magic. At this high speed, it is not an easy task for a mage player to use magic. As a highly mobile mage, Shui Nai is quite experienced in casting spells at high speeds. After seeing the red-robed mage take action, Shui Nai did not hide. He concentrated his mind and threw away his distracting thoughts. Suddenly, a blue lightning flashed on his staff, and a lightning arrow shot directly at the red-robed mage. After the lightning arrow, a blue light appeared on Shui Nai's staff again, but this time it was not a lightning magic. Although Shui Nai also wanted to attack his mount was a Thunder Tiger, which directly ignored this intermediate lightning magic. The red-robed mage who was hit by a lightning arrow from Shui Nai immediately entered a state of electric current paralysis. Although this state had no effect on him who had already fastened the reins, the sudden appearance of a ball of water mist frightened his Thunder-type mount. At the moment when the out-of-control mount instinctively slowed down due to the water mist, Shui Nai rode Zui Feng and quickly overtook it and went to the large moving and floating light ball in front. As for just now, due to the existence of the red-robed mage, the remaining 3 competitors did not compete with this mage for the large light ball in order to protect their own interests. After all, for those who don't trademark T know each other, it is more practical to find another light ball instead of wasting energy to compete with this mage. After all, if they fight with this mage, both sides of the battle will naturally be a little slow, and in this case, a slow reaction may be more than 10 meters away. Therefore, after dealing with the mage, there was no one in front of Mina anymore. And the 3 people on the other side who had already pulled away naturally didn't waste time looking back. In fact, the 3 people over there were also very depressed. Because they all thought that the remaining few would definitely fight with the red-robed mage for the big light ball, after all, that one was more valuable. But the result proved that human beings' profit-seeking behavior was surprisingly consistent. After arranging several rows of flame walls behind him, Shui Nai ignored the red-robed mage who was furious and wanted to kill him with a flaming bomb, and went straight to the big light ball in the distance. When it came to the third round of the game, Shui Nai put away the second-level experience stone and 10 mooncakes in her backpack, and sighed at the unexpected scene just now. Just now, the 3 players who were tied to each other because they wanted to snatch the small light ball did not touch the moon at the last moment. Because a thief who suddenly appeared in front of the moon deprived them of the qualification for promotion. For the female thief who could sneak all the way there without being discovered by that person, Shui Nai couldn't help but re-evaluate her. All along, all thieves cannot run too fast when sneaking in order to ensure the quality of sneaking. Otherwise, even if the stealth effect of stealth is not broken, a transparent but not invisible human figure will appear, which greatly reduces the effect of stealth. But this female thief is not like that. Not only can she sneak around them all the time, but she can also sneak so well. Otherwise, this female thief would probably have become the object of care for the 3 of them a long time ago. Shui Na had an impression of the female thief. After all, he still remembered the player who was promoted in the first round very clearly. In this third round of the game, Shui Na did not expect that a melee would break out at the first moment of the opening. In this round, Shui Na saw that among the 20 players, there were 6 elemental mages, and the rest were all thunder mages, and the melee was provoked by these 5 mages at the same time. As soon as the invisible barrier disappeared, 5 chain lightnings began to roar above the heads of the crowd. The jumping electric snakes kept crackling and instantly electrocuted those who rushed up at the first time. Among them, some unlucky players were hit by 3 chain lightnings at the same time, and then they fell flat on their faces due to their own high speed. The mage, who was not originally suitable for long-distance running, became a powerful existence as long as he had a top-notch pet and his own magic. Especially now, with these chain lightnings, even a stealth thief, as long as he did not exceed the jumping range of the chain lightning, would be electrocuted to the ground no matter how high his stealth skills were. Among them, the female thief was the best template. And Mina, who used the charge of Zufeng at the beginning, was also affected by this wave of indiscriminate chain lightning attacks. However, Mina and Zufeng, who were wearing ice crystal armor and wind clothes, were not electrocuted, but Zufeng's charge skill was directly invalidated because of the attack. In addition, the people in front who were paralyzed by the electric shock had no way to control their mounts, causing the scene to develop completely into chaos. The explosive monsters basically stopped in front of Shui Nai in an instant, which scared Zui Feng. However, as the mastermind behind this chaos, the mage became the target of everyone's attack in an instant, and even Shui Nai, an innocent mage, was not spared. For a while, crossbows or daggers fed with various toxins, coupled with the chain lightning of the mage, filled the entire field in an instant, and various screams of pain continued to resound throughout the stadium. In this kind of venue where you can't kill or injure, but can only hurt, such a melee is the most meaningless. So Shui Nai decisively activated the ring of mist and filled the space around him with mist. In this opportunity where he could generate mist without losing blood, Shui Nai was not stingy at all and turned on the effect of the ring of mist to the maximum in one breath. As for why Mina didn't use water mist but fog, it was naturally to take advantage of some of the characteristics of fog. The fog generated by the fog rings in Mina's hands has the ability to interfere with the player's map and sense of direction. However, the ability of this fog is indiscriminate, even the user himself will be affected. Seeing that the surrounding map has been completely interfered with by the fog, Mina immediately put away Zufeng and started running in the direction he had identified at the beginning. Under this fog, Mina could no longer trust Zufeng's sense of direction, and it was easier to sneak out by himself. The only troublesome thing now is to deal with chain lightning. When Mina came out of the fog, he immediately found that there were several people who rushed out of the fog at the same time as him, and they were all thieves. Among all professions, thieves are the king of speed. Real thieves generally do not use pets, so they are naturally the least affected by the fog. Mina, who rushed out, naturally would not stay there to wait for others. He immediately entered the phantom stealth and disappeared at the edge of the fog. Chapter 470 Mid-Autumn Festival Event 8. Although Mina's stealth effect comes from the phantom ring, although phantom the stealth effect of the ring is only equivalent to the 10th level of the thief's stealth, but with the stealth cloak and the water-hidden necklace that was exchanged earlier, Mina's stealth effect is no less than the 20th level of stealth. Book bar. In addition, the phantom stealth is a powerful skill that combines stealth and light body skills. If this ring is in the hands of a thief, it may directly create a stealth supreme emperor. All along, Mina knew that her stealth skill was very different from the upgradable one in the hands of the thief. After all, this ability is acquired by equipment. No matter how strong it is not as strong as the technology with growth potential. But both Mina and the unscrupulous profiteers are constantly enhancing the effect of this equipment skill. Whether it is the brilliant gem or the equipment props that can actually increase the stealth effect, the unscrupulous profiteers are constantly looking for it. It's just that the effect is not high. After all, things like this are not common goods. However, Mina is also very satisfied with having such a stealth skill of almost 20 levels. With the bonus of various equipment on her body, Mina can now run at full speed without making any noise. The stealth skills of the thieves in front of Mina are obviously not very good. Their figures always flash in the space in front of them from time to time. Although they are very fast, they have lost the true meaning of stealth. Mina, who is running at the back, did not find the female thief before, but he knew that this female thief must be hiding around these people like him, waiting for the last one. Looking at the thieves in front who are on guard against each other, these thieves are very strong, at least in terms of skills. Because these thieves can still use the skill of wind step, which is almost teleportation, while running fast. Although the moving distance of wind step is limited, as long as the skill and the action when running can be accurately carried out, then this way of using skills is very powerful. Looking at the thieves in front who are getting farther and farther away from him, Mina is not in a hurry. After all, only 2 people can really get promoted here. That is to say, before they get it, these thieves will definitely fight each other first. And just as Mina expected, when they were only a few kilometers away from the light group, these thieves saw that there was no one behind them who could affect them, and the battle happened at this time. They all knew that if someone ran much faster than others at the beginning, they would definitely be hit by these people. After all, it is always easier to trip someone than to run faster than someone. In addition, in order to maximize the speed, a group of players, in addition to the necessary equipment, all other people have developed their equipment towards lightweight and small. And this is ready for the thieves' crossbows. As long as those poisoned crossbows pierce their skin, the toxins will make them disqualified. Players may be able to dodge the crossbow attack, but they can't be faster than the crossbow's pursuit, and whether they dodge or get hit, the result is the same for them. Seeing that the people over there had already started fighting, Shui Nai didn't go over to get involved. Looking up at the bright ball of light in front of him, Shui Nai could only say that he was lucky, because the ball of light closest to him was the larger one. Gradually distanced himself from the surrounding thieves, while carefully dodging the flying poisonous crossbow arrows, the distance between Shui Nai and the light ball was narrowed little by little. Looking at the thieves who were already angry, Shui Nai wisely sped up. The thieves now have completely forgotten the purpose of this activity. As long as any thief runs towards the 2 light balls, he will definitely become a moving target for the crossbow arrows until he is caught up by everyone. Constantly holding others' feet, but not getting any benefits himself, this is the most common ugly behavior among players. For the thieves who have been able to run to this stage, they have not thought about the thieves sneaking around, but considering that they still cannot guarantee that they will not show up while running with their own strength, they did not think much about this direction. After all, the figures of the thieves in front of them are obviously the most realistic. And it is their thoughts that gave Mina a chance to run all the way to the light group. In the 4th round of the game, Mina did not use it this time in view of his ability to chase the wind. And just like the 3rd round of the game, this time, all the mages present used magic in an instant, and even the thieves and warriors used various control skills on the people around them. For a while, the gorgeous figures of magic, the arrows of crossbows breaking through the air, and the roars of warriors shaking the earth spread almost at the same time. On the other hand, Mina, in this time, went directly into phantom sneaking as soon as he appeared. Not only did it reduce a lot of unnecessary battles, but it also allowed him to rush out of the battle group in the first time. In this round of competition, Minako relied on his ability to jump lightning to win by a few steps. He caught up with the thief in front of him and got the qualification to advance. However, at the moment of advancement, Shui Nai obviously heard the angry roar of the thief. Anyone who was kicked off the altar by a sudden appearance at the final moment of victory would be furious. Although his identity was finally discovered, Shui Nai did not pay much attention to it. After all, he had already done it, and he could not turn back if he thought about it. It came to the 5th round of the game. This time, the position of the 2 moons ran farther. Even with Shui Nai's eyesight, he could only see the two fireflies in the distance. He looked at his endurance value. After several races, his endurance value had been consumed by more than half. Players like Shui Nai, whose endurance consumption was reduced by 50%, had already consumed more than half of their endurance. I am afraid that other players have already reached the bottom. Endurance potions are no longer precious to current players. As long as there is some spare money, there is no player who does not carry a few bottles. Not to mention the advanced players who have been promoted to the current level, and in the previous competition, Shui Na also found that some thieves have used speed-up potions. Although the effect of these speed-up potions is not high, it is only comparable to the speed-up spell of the mage, but for thieves who cannot use the speed-up spell, these precious potions have become the hope of victory. Generally speaking, potions that increase attributes such as speed-up potions have always been resources controlled by large guilds. After all, for all life skill players, it is difficult to imagine that they want to practice their medicine skills to this level by relying solely on their own resources. Only the resources owned by those large guilds and forces can support them and allow them to have enough time and resources to practice. In fact, Shui Na also knew that the unscrupulous profiteer's pharmacy had this kind of speed-up potion for sale, but the time of the announcement of this event in the game was crazy, and this also made many people lose the opportunity to purchase, otherwise the performance of the unscrupulous profiteer would definitely soar several times. In this round of competition, all opponents controlled their emotions at the beginning. After all, no one who could come here was willing to make wedding clothes for others. And the most important thing is that in this round of competition, there is only Shui Nai, the elemental mage player, and the rest of the people are only thieves except for 3 lightly equipped paladins. In this elimination rate of only 10%, these people are now the elite among the elites of the players. Whether it is means or mentality, they are masters who are 1 in 100. So in this round of competition, a very strange situation appeared at the beginning, which was not unbelievable for everyone. When the invisible barrier outside disappeared, all the players who knew stealth also disappeared at the same time, leaving only the 3 stunned paladins. At the beginning, the paladin, who had already prepared to resist magic, obviously did not expect that there would be no mage in this round of competition. But if you think about it, you can understand that the behavior of those mages bombarding the enemy with magic as soon as they appear is obviously giving the thieves an advantage, so naturally there is no way to pass. And this is exactly the scene in front of us. On the empty field, there are only 3 paladins running quickly on the vast field. In the phantom stealth state, Mina has been determining the number of players running in front of her according to the number display above her field of vision. However, Mina also knows that in this case without using the finale skill, this data does not have much effect. However, there are not many people like Mina who can run without scruples. After all, most thieves still have to consider their stealth effects, so at this time, the number on the number display in Mina's field of vision is constantly shrinking. However, this number has always remained at 5/20 and there is no way to go up. This means that there are 4 thieves in front of Mina who have very high stealth skills. If the 2 thieves are assigned to the 2 light balls in an ideal way, then he only needs to deal with 2 of them. Mina, who was thinking while running, immediately had an idea. According to previous observations, everyone thought that the big light ball would be the object of competition, and then no one dared to grab it, so this time, he planned to take a chance. Mina, who had made up his mind, immediately changed his direction slightly and ran towards the big light ball that was already far away from the small light ball. However, how many people have the same idea as him? Chapter 471 Mid-Autumn Festival Event 9. In a moon-chasing event, the 2 light balls representing the moon are always on the same horizontal line, and they also move irregularly towards the depths of a stadium, so there is a large distance between their positions. And because of the venue, the 2 light balls will occasionally collide with the invisible. The light ball floats back and forth due to the barrier, which is why it is so erratic in the eyes of players. Because of the distance problem and the long strip design of the stadium, the position of the light ball is always changing from a distance. Now, although Mina has made up his mind to run towards the big light ball, he has to distinguish the big light ball from the 2 light balls in the distance. Of course, if he is closer to the small light ball, Mina will definitely give up the big light ball and choose the small light ball directly. Long distance running with thieves is always the most boring and the most powerless. Because when facing the empty front, only the most determined people will not have any strange ideas. Mina now knows that his heart is not firm enough, because now he has a way to use magic to find those people in front to determine whether he has the hope of winning. In fact, Mina also knows that in this case, those players who run faster than him will run faster and faster, and will be farther and farther away from him. After thinking for a while, Shui Nai had no choice but to call out Zui Feng. Since Shui Nai truly possessed the lightning cloth shoes and storm leggings, even Zui Feng could only keep up with him without using the acceleration spell. But now Shui Nai did not intend to ride Zui Feng, but to let it attract firepower. So, an empty mount suddenly appeared on the field. Da-da-da. A series of horse hoof sounds soon spread in this vast and seemingly unmanned space. Although Shui Nai's speed was obviously slowed down when Zui Feng was released, the appearance of Zui Feng also made the people around him jump. For thieves, in this situation, even if they have a mount, they often become the target of others' attacks. After all, mounts cannot sneak, and they cannot be controlled as flexibly as the player's own body. However, the empty situation on the horse's back was also a bit surprising to people. However, it must be said that the appearance of this horse made the thieves who ran the front feel a sense of crisis. In particular, this horse not only followed them closely, but also made a deed sound like a hammer hitting their hearts, making their nerves more and more tense. So, not long after Zhu Feng appeared, a thief who was closest to Zhu Feng suddenly appeared. The crossbow in his hand emitted 5 obscure cold lights in an instant, covering Zhu Feng from head to toe. Tisk tisk, it's petrifying poison, it's very costly. Seeing Zhu Feng's limbs and body, which were originally white with blue, were dyed into khaki in an instant by the poison, and the joints of his body also stiffened in an instant. Zhu Feng, who plowed 4 deep marks on the grass due to the petrifying poison, also made a move in Mina's hand in an instant. He was holding a magic scroll that slowly turned into powder, and a chain of lightning had already flown past the thief who had just appeared and disappeared. I saw a jumping lightning snake, which hit the thief in an instant. The paralysis of the electric current electrocuted the unprepared thief in an instant, and finally turned into a rolling gourd, rolling more than 10 meters. And this is the difference between 2 legs and 4 legs. After solving one of the thieves, Mina immediately found that his ranking had moved up 1. Seeing Mina, who had already started, he didn't plan to be a good person anymore. He took out the chain lightning scroll from his backpack from time to time and began to cast it in front of him. Later, he added an acceleration spell for himself. With Mina's current level 5 acceleration spell, he can now increase his movement speed by 15%. Although this has exposed his figure, as long as the phantom stealth is not broken, his 200% acceleration effect will not disappear. Moreover, Mina's profligate behavior now makes the surrounding thieves furious. Mizuna's use of magic scrolls to clear the way was nothing more than a signal of challenge to all the thieves present. Under this indiscriminate magic, no thief could handle it. If the previous thief who used petrifying poison to attack Zhu Feng had his own fault, then Mizuna now was even more thorough than the previous thief. Using chain lightning scrolls to clear the way was a big deal. Although players now have more gold coins and can buy a lot of things, high-level magic scrolls have always been out of stock, and only those guilds with some power would develop such money-burning things. Since Mizuna took out a large number of chain lightning to clear the way, it laid the foundation for his clearance. Although there were thieves who intended to compete with Mizuna for a position, the seemingly inexhaustible scrolls in Mizuna's hands were heartbreaking. Yes, it was heartbreaking. If they were like Mizuna, if an unknown thief dies, it will only benefit the rest of the people, so they rationally choose to protect themselves and see if anyone will stroke the tiger's whiskers at the last moment. Hey, Lao Fan, you're here. Just when Shui Nai advanced to the last round of the competition, he received a private message from Dao Yiyu Dao as soon as he appeared on the field. Yet. But it's a bit uncomfortable. The investment is a bit high. Shui Nai looked at the 3 empty spaces in the backpack, and the 3 sets of 45 chain lightning scrolls in it were gone. It must be said that thieves are indeed the kings of speed. If Shui Nai hadn't used such a despicable method at the end, they would probably not have passed the 5th level. Okay, I also used a lot of magic scrolls to get here, but I don't know if the beautiful fox did this. Since they entered the poisonous insect valley, everyone has several sets of magic scrolls in their backpacks. I really didn't expect that there are so many masters in the game world. It's really true that there are always people who are better than you. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately sighed again. You are shocked? Shui Nai could hear the taste of failure in Dao Yiyu Dao's tone. Well, I was a little stimulated, but if I use the abilities of those suits in advance, there will be no problem. Although Dao Yiyu Dao was a little depressed, it was completely his own fault. You haven't used the abilities of the suits? Shui Nai asked in surprise after hearing this. Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't have failed so badly. After Dao Yudao heard Shui Nai's words, his originally depressed mood was immediately greatly filled and he suddenly came to his senses. You haven't used up all your strength, have you? Dao Yudao has been hiding his strength, and the reason is naturally that he wants to see the strength of other players. Yes. Now, except for the wind-moving ring, all other abilities have been used. At most, I can use chain lightning to clear the way this time. Shui Na said in a low voice. Don't. Didn't you see the number of people in this arena? At this time, Dao Yudao immediately reminded him. Number of people. Shui Na, who was confused, suddenly raised his head and looked at the data above his head. The digital panel above read /62. 62 contestants, so many. Although Shui Na knew that this sixth round was the last round, he did not expect that there would be so many people. Although these 62 people are many times less than the previous contestants who were like crush and carp crossing the river. However, these 62 players are the elites among all the players. The previous fifth round alone has made Shui Na use all his abilities. And among the contestants in this sixth round, there are probably many players like Dao Yudao who like to play boring games and hide their strength. Yes, so don't use magic to clear the way. After all, once the fight starts, we are outnumbered and will be at a disadvantage. It's better to play dirty and take it slow. Dao Yudao has gone through several games and knows that it is best to fish in troubled waters when there are many people. Whatever, there are 10 places now anyway. In fact, I want to participate in the ring competition now, after all, it is much more interesting than running around like this. In fact, in this bloodless environment, players who are used to licking blood are very uncomfortable. I wonder if the beautiful fox has passed. Shui Na looked at the empty positions around. The players in them have not yet qualified from the fifth round of the competition. This situation has appeared since the third round. After all, as the competition field extends, it takes some time for players to run up, and the mutual entanglement between the contestants makes the two groups of light go further and further away. It is not easy to qualify. However, just when Shui Na had just finished saying this, a system prompt appeared. System, your teammate Beautiful Fox has come online. Hey, you guys are so fast. When the Beautiful Fox found that Shui Na and Dao Yudao had been waiting on the field for a long time, she couldn't help but ask. Yes, by the way, how many scrolls have you used? At this time, Dao Yudao asked a more pointed question. It's not that Dao Yudao doesn't believe in the strength of the Beautiful Fox, but he knows that the Beautiful Fox is not a thief who prioritizes speed. The magic scroll is her biggest help to get to this level. Not much, do you want to distribute some? The Beautiful Fox didn't think so. She even hoped to replenish the number of scrolls. That's what I meant. After all, in this situation, we, a few acquaintances, can naturally complement each other if we join forces. I just don't know if we can trade. Dao Yudao immediately put forward his opinion, and Shui Na, in this free time, was making a large number of magic scrolls of chain lightning. Chapter 472 Mid-Autumn Festival Event 10. The three of Mina waited at the starting line of the stadium for a full 10 minutes. The players for the first round of the competition have finally arrived. Although the 10 minutes of waiting were a bit boring, it also gave Mina enough time to make magic scrolls. And the Beautiful Fox and the Thief used this little time to continuously improve their plans. According to their budget, the distance of this round of competition may reach an unprecedented length, and at this length, I am afraid that with the thief's endurance value, if there is not enough endurance potion, I am afraid I will have to go back. Previously, the Beautiful Fox and the Thief had already used endurance potions produced by unscrupulous profiteers. The efficacy of these potions is better than the alcoholic drinks they used before, and they are immediate, which is more direct than the alcoholic drinks that have to wait for a while to take effect. And judging by oneself, then among the people competing in the same field now, I am afraid that the endurance potions in their hands have reached the limit. After all, for players, it is impossible to bring so many luxury goods with limited space. However, Shui Na was different. Not only did he have 5 backpacks with amazingly large spaces, but he also rarely used endurance potions. So as long as they could get some endurance potions from him, their chances of winning would be higher. Wait a minute, Fox, come with me directly to your side. Although it will waste some time, it is not a big problem. Dao Yudao summarized it at this time. Okay. As the invisible barrier disappeared, all the contestants appeared in front of everyone at once. At this moment, a loud and loud eagle cry suddenly resounded at the starting line of the competition. I saw a thunder eagle with a wingspan of about 3 meters, which began to rise continuously into the sky. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was stable, and the player on it was obviously a mage. Because at the moment when the thunder eagle took off, an acceleration spell was blessed from his staff to the thunder eagle under his feet. Shui Nai and the other two who were on the same map and in team mode immediately came to Shui Nai according to the cursor of the map. Damn, it's a flying pet. This guy actually got a flying pet so quickly. The beautiful fox looked at the one with envy. Although it was a little small, it could carry people and fly. This was indeed an ability that only flying pets had. It's useless. His thunder eagle is not yet an adult. Even if it can fly, it can't fly too far. And now this arena is obviously not its home court. Dao Yudao looked at the thunder eagle flying forward with some effort. Although its speed was faster than those monsters on the ground, it couldn't fly too high. Moreover, the owner of this thunder eagle continued to use chain lightning to deal with the contestants below. It was obvious that he knew that his thunder eagle could not compare with those players on the ground in terms of endurance, so he was so anxious to act. Let's go too. With him attracting everyone's attention, we can fish in troubled waters. Dao Yudao looked at the scrolls and potions in his backpack and immediately entered stealth mode. At the same time, Mina and the beautiful fox disappeared. Now, in the 6th round, although there are a lot of players, the majority of players are still thieves. Only players with Warcraft pets like Thunder Eagle and Thunder Tiger can have the opportunity to compete with the thief profession. Moreover, the Thunder Eagle mage used the magic of chain lightning as soon as he appeared to increase his chances of victory. Although he did suppress many thieves, he also became the target of some people. Although he has the advantage of flying pets in the air, coupled with the fast flying speed, there is no big problem in theory, but the problem now is that this Thunder Eagle is obviously not very strong, and the flying height is only a dozen meters above the ground. Facing the crossbow arrows, no matter how fast it is, there is no way to deal with it. For a while, some players who were affected by the chain lightning or thought they had no chance, entangled the Thunder Eagle tightly. In fact, the Thunder Eagle mage just wanted to take the initiative at the beginning to see if he could increase the Thunder Eagle's hope of victory. After all, in this arena where you can't even see the end, with the current ability of Thunder Eagle, let alone flying the entire distance, he would be satisfied if he could fly the distance in the 5th round. In the 5th round, he already knew the limit of Thunder Eagle, and the arena that was twice as long as the 5th round was impossible for Thunder Eagle to run the entire distance. But there was hope, or other psychological reasons, he felt that he could still do something, so there was the current melee on this side. And Shui Nai and the others who had already gathered together, stayed away from the fighting area and ran desperately forward along the edge. What do you think? How long is this arena this time? I feel like there's not even a moon in front of me. Dao Yudao looked at the space in front of him, far away and unreachable, and he couldn't see anything. About a dozen kilometers. If it doubles every round, it should be at least 10 kilometers. I haven't calculated it seriously. Shui Nai no longer dared to look at the finish line. After all, the length is somewhat chilling. In fact, the current length alone is enough to discourage people. How long does it take to run 10 kilometers? I'm afraid no one would be so bored to test it by themselves, but many of them know that their endurance may not last. Although they can run all the way here, they know in their hearts that without endurance, they have no hope of winning. Instead of wasting energy, it is better to find an opponent and play a game. At least you can pull a player who has a chance to win to the bottom, so that you can vent your anger, and this kind of venue that can't hurt and won't be red-named has never appeared. PK with players here is often more rare than the kind of life and death with a knife. This is different from those wooden stakes. PK between players is the best way to master skills. Therefore, the 3 people of Mina in the marginal area will occasionally see 2 people suddenly fighting on the road. Although one of them wanted to leave, the other one was clinging to him tightly, shooting 2 arrows from behind from time to time. The final result was that both of them gave up the game and fought wholeheartedly. Alas, what a pathetic person. Dao Yudao had obviously calculated it well, so he chose to move forward from the edge of the area and chose not to use the acceleration spell blessed by Shui Nai, a novice. After all, once their whereabouts were leaked, they would naturally have to face these disgusting players. After running for more than 10 minutes, Dao Yudao saw that the number display above his head had not jumped for a long time, and he knew that the time had come. Okay, Lao Fan, there are not many people now. Help us add the acceleration spell, and then summon Zui Feng, and go to the fox first. Okay. In less than a few seconds, Shui Nai had completed Dao Yudao's instructions. Fox, prepare to open the way with lightning. Dao Yudao, who drank a bottle of endurance potion, immediately said to the fox. In this final round of the moon chasing competition, the competition is no longer about speed, but about financial resources. Without enough endurance potions, even if you can hold on, you can't reach the finish line. Although using chain lightning to clear the way is a bit violent actions are often the fastest. 3 people using chain lightning in succession can often control a player tightly. First, the beautiful fox released a chain lightning towards the void in front. If it electrocuted someone, Shui Nai would make up the second one. After that, when they left, Dao Yudao would make up the third one, directly electrocuting those players who were found for about 10 seconds before stopping. If the distance between them is relatively narrow, Shui Nai will immediately switch to the crazy thunder technique to ensure that when passing those people, they will not be accidentally injured by their magic. Although their behavior is very disgusting, it must be said that they have the capital to do it. As the number of people on the display above their heads continued to shrink, there were less than 10 players in front of Shui Nai and his team. As long as they can solve 2 or 3 more with the same method, their chances of winning will be much greater. And most importantly, they have seen the end point. Although the end point is moving a little fast, it is right in front of them, which makes them somewhat excited. 10 light balls of different sizes but equally bright are lined up in a row, and this time, these 10 light balls will no longer move left and right, but their speed of moving towards the depths is much faster. Hey, it seems that there are several light balls in front of us that are the same size. Dao Yudao, who can already slightly distinguish their sizes, immediately found that the 10 light balls appeared in the form of 3 large, 3 medium and 4 small. Fox, get off the horse, now Zhu Feng can't keep up with the next battle. Dao Yudao immediately reminded the fox. The beautiful fox put one hand on Zhu Feng's back, and then pressed it directly, and she flew a few meters from the horse's back. Although she staggered a little when she got off the ground, she maintained the speed at the beginning. Increase the attack range around us. We have to take down a few more players. Dao Yudao made up his mind and released a chain lightning towards a certain area on his side. Although the chain lightning would directly turn into an electric current and rush into the grass when it failed to hit the enemy, the abundant scrolls in the backpack made them use it very freely. You will not die well. Seeing another player being taken down, the 3 of them ignored the curses and quickly distanced themselves from the man. Dao Yudao, the guy who was responsible for the end, released another chain lightning at the last moment, making his curses even fiercer. Facing the shameless chain lightning wave of Mina and the other 3, no player could bear it. The 3 people who were shameless all the way finally got what they wanted. Although they had no way to collect all the 3 large light balls in the distance, it was also a good thing for them to complete this activity. Lao Fan, we have to be careful during this period. After all, we have offended many people and their forces are quite large. Dao Yudao suddenly said something in the team chat before contacting the light group, and then disappeared. Chapter 473 Our Own People. After returning to his own Starry Sky login interface, Shui Nai thought about what Dao Yudao said at the end. Although he had been wearing a cloak and a lurking mask just now, he, a stealth mage, had some personal characteristics. And if those people had discovered this just now, his identity would not be concealed at all. However, Shui Nai did not think about it anymore. After all, he had already taken what he had in his hand, and it was impossible to spit it out. The experience stones in the last round of the Chasing the Moon activity have 3 levels, namely 320,000, 300,000 and 280,000. Although these experience amounts are still a little small for them who are already over level 50, they can save them a lot of time fighting monsters. Moreover, the level of monsters around Yunwu town is low, which leads to the fact that the experience of monsters will decrease as they are defeated. Therefore, for these gained experience, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao, 2 players who are in urgent need of reaching level 60, it is still very necessary. Lao Fan, are you interested in playing in the ring? The experience of that is not bad. At this time, Dao Yudao suddenly said. Okay, I'll go now. Shui Nai also looked at the selection panel in front of him. Now the only ring project he can participate in is the ring defense. Although the ring in this mode does not give as high experience as the competition mode, it can be participated at any time, and the experience will continue to increase as the number of times defending the ring increases. I won't go, you guys play by yourselves. The beautiful fox is now trying to find her sisters who went to the virtual lantern festival. The two who signed up for the ring were immediately assigned. Since each player only had 3 registrations, and the moon chasing event that Mina and the others had participated in previously took almost 2 hours, they basically didn't have to wait long before they were assigned. Mina, who appeared on the ring, immediately looked at the surrounding layout. This ring looked the same as the ring he had participated in before, but the area was a little larger. And now, 10 meters in front of him, the owner of this ring, a tall Templar, was standing. In this ring, players cannot use potions. After each game, the system will automatically replenish the player's life and magic fighting spirit, so a profession like the Holy Light Warrior has a strong survivability in this kind of ring. Hehe, a mage. It seems that I can win this level again. The Templar with a lurking mask on the opposite side said happily. Although he could not detect the level of the mage on the opposite side, the arena was allocated according to the level difference. With his current level of 50, he had a high chance of winning against the mage. Because for the Templars, they themselves have good magic defense capabilities, and their speed is not slow. Although they are somewhat lacking in physical defense, they can make up for this with agility. After hearing such contemptuous words, Shui Nai was not angry. Anyway, he liked to deal with such enemies who underestimated the enemy. So the moment he learned that the arena had begun, he immediately added a series of defensive auxiliary magic to himself. Humph, trifling tricks. The Templar shouted with some disdain when he saw the defensive magic on Shui Nai. Although he was somewhat pressured by this ability to instantly cast several high-level magics, he had seen too many of these magics just now, so he naturally included Shui Nai in his previous losers. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the mage's opening remarks were like this. If you don't improve your defense system first, there will be no time when the enemy comes. Seeing the Templar coming, Mina immediately cast a thunder spell, and the arm-sized lightning column fell from the air and hit the Templar's metal helmet in an instant. Although this is much louder than the finger-sized lightning of the thunder spell, and it also scared the Templar, but he can shout on the ring and has the capital to be proud of it. Just when the thunder spell was about to hit him, a white light film suddenly appeared on his helmet, protecting his head. Although this could not eliminate the damage of the thunder spell, it prevented him from being paralyzed by the electric current. Seeing that the thunder spell was ineffective, Mina immediately switched to thunder arrows and ice cones. Humph, rubbish, go to hell. Looking at the health bar that had lost 1/10 of its health, the Templar felt that the thunderbolt was a bit strange, but he had already rushed in front of the mage and was just about to chop him with the knife. With a ding sound, Mina's ice shield stably took the ordinary attack without any skills, and at the same time, a happy smile suddenly appeared in his originally calm eyes. The intention was so much that it was about to overflow. At this time, Shui Na suddenly extended the staff from the edge of the ice shield, and a green wind blade took less than half a second from its formation to launch, and it had already passed through the throat of the Templar. The Templar's magic defense ability was indeed good, so Shui Na did not think of using magic damage to defeat him at the beginning. Although he could win in that way, it was time-consuming and laborious. And like now, using one's own weakness to lure the enemy and then using the Hand of Thunder is quick and convenient. The Templar, whose throat was pierced by the wind blade, the most difficult physical attack magic in magic, opened his mouth wide, and disappeared in the white light with great unwillingness. Shui Na knew what he was thinking. After all, it was very strange that a magician could withstand his full-strength slash. The strangest thing is that the mage was not hurt by the power shock at the moment of receiving his attack, which means that his power value is actually the same as that of the mage. Looking at the first-level experience stone and a mooncake that suddenly appeared in his backpack, Shui Na put away his mood and looked at the white light of teleportation that had appeared in front of him. In the next few games to defend the ring, Shui Na has been using the different weaknesses of various professions to attack directly. For low physical defense like mages, he directly uses stone spears or javelins to deal with them as quickly as possible. Often, when those mages are still preparing defensive magic, they are pierced through the chest by stone spears and die very quickly. Facing low magic defense like ordinary warriors, Shui Na directly uses thunder paralysis first, and then uses the terrible explosive bomb, and cleans it up in a few strokes. As for the thief, it is even more direct. The combination of chain lightning and stone spears makes the thief who has just entered the stealth state be immediately struck out, and then the sudden appearance of stone spears ends the battle. On the contrary, facing the players of the Holy Light Warrior branch, Shui Nai felt the most troublesome. Although this profession's attributes and skills can only be regarded as mediocre among the players, unlike the high damage of the mage and the high speed of the thief, their mediocre attributes sometimes make players feel powerless. However, for some reason, since Shui Nai came to this ring, his opponents in the past 10 games have always been players from the human empire. He has never encountered any players like orcs or elves. Although he was very happy to win, he felt a little boring after playing too much. After all, each victory is only an extra 10,000 experience points. For Shui Nai, who has already obtained the highest level reward in the Most Chasing Moon event, he has no interest in these experience stones. And his purpose here is just to see the strength of players from other races, because this ring is for all players. However, what makes Shui Nai feel pity is that although he has been working hard until the end, he still hasn't encountered enemies of other races, let alone players from the Dark Camp, and even a stronger opponent has not encountered a single one. But he didn't think about it. He came here at this time. Those powerful and aggressive elements had already used up their qualifications for the rings, so naturally there was no possibility for them to compete with him. In addition, there were 5,000 rings going on at the same time for this ring defense activity, and there were even fewer masters who could get a chance. After successfully defending the ring again, Shui Nai looked at the 30 extra level 1 experience stones and 3 sets of 30 moon cakes in her backpack, and her heart was numb. Shui Nai still didn't know the function of this moon cake. Just when he was about to try one, he suddenly received a prompt from the system, and then a white light flashed, and he was already under the silver moon in the starry sky. After checking the time, he found that it was time to go online, and this also meant that today's Mid-Autumn Festival event program was about to end. At this time, the full moon under the starry sky suddenly shone brightly. Under the silver light like water, Shui Nai's consciousness suddenly sank, but he came to the world of the game. Shui Nai, who hadn't opened his eyes yet, felt the unique breath of the poison insect valley the moment he appeared in the game world. What's wrong? At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly said this, and this was also the question in the hearts of all players. Maybe it's the inadaptability of consciousness being forced to accelerate. After all, now we have doubled the speed of time. Some strange feelings are not surprising. Shui Nai patted his forehead. Although it felt very strange, there was no way to say this strange feeling, which was the source of people feeling depressed. Forget it, everyone get ready, let's continue our underground maze journey. Dao Yiyu Dao's nerves were the most big, so he quickly put this thing down. Just when everyone was ready and heading towards the interior of the poison insect valley, 3 people suddenly appeared at the exit of their spider basin. The way these 3 people appeared was very sudden, just like the instant movement of the mage, there was no sign at all, and they appeared as soon as they said they would appear. Who is it? Wakabayashi and the others. After discovering these 3 people, his face changed drastically, because he could not see through the strength of any of these 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of him. What surprised him even more was that the way these 3 people appeared, as an officer, his strength and knowledge were the highest in this team. Just now, he saw these 3 people flying directly on the wind, as fast as lightning. If the people with this strength were enemies, there would probably be no living people here. Ruolin, don't be nervous, they are our own people. After seeing the 2 cloaked people, Mina immediately felt relieved. Chapter 474 Chaos in the Underground Cave. After hearing Mina say our own people, Fal and the old wizard immediately smiled at each other and took off the hoods of their cloaks. Village chief, are you here for something? Mina trotted over. Mina had a lot of feelings about this sword saint level village chief and the mysterious old wizard. After all, without them, he would not be where he is today. It's something. This is Yuking's grandfather. The old wizard pointed to the old man on the left-hand side of the village chief Fal, and said with some regret. After hearing this, Shui Nai also knew the reason why the 3 of them came. At this time, Shui Nai also looked at him. Shui Nai knew that he was a level 1 elder of Yunwu Town from the aqua blue wizard robe on him. Although the level of wizards in Yunwu Town is not divided by badges, the wizard robes used for different levels are different. Shui Nai is very clear about silver edges, gold edges, and dark gold edges. Looking at the golden stripes around this wizard robe, Shui Nai knew that this person had reached the level of a magician, that is, between the levels. All along, Shui Nai used to observe the clothes and badges of these NPCs to roughly distinguish their strength. And Dao Yiyu Dao and his group on the side also asked in the team chat. After Ye Yan's explanation, those who didn't know the identities of these two people also had a general understanding. Damn, a sword master level novice village chief? There is also a mage who is more advanced than a sage? Is there's a novice village? What do you think it is a master village? This was the first reaction of the beautiful fox. It's strange to see something new. The novice village is just a name we imposed on it. In this world, every village has its own history. It is normal for such a person to live in such a village. Dao Yiyu Dao said with some pride when he thought of the thieves who were masters in the novice village. Then why didn't I meet them? The beautiful fox thought that if she could get close to such a thigh, she would be able to walk sideways in the game. Is this your problem? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the beautiful fox's expression and knew that she was thinking about something bad. After Shui Na's introduction, Wakabayashi and the other 5 people also got to know Fal and the others. And Shui Na and the others also knew the reason why Fal and the others came. It turned out that since Yuking's grandfather got Yuking's diary from the old wizard, he hoped that they could take him to see his beloved granddaughter. Shui Nai and others who had read Yuking's diary knew that this old man was one of the 5 elders of Yunmu Town, and one of the elders who betrayed Yunmu Town. However, they also knew that his betrayal was related to Yuking, and now he has abandoned the dark and joined the light. Under the leadership of village chief Fal, a group of more than a dozen people arrived at the desolate basin in just a moment. Is this Sword Domain? Sword Saint? Ruolin's knowledge was very broad. With just one look, he already knew what the green space around him was. Under the full power of Fal's Qingfeng Sword Domain, they arrived at their destination in just a few flashes. All the monsters and bosses on the road did not even have time to react and were ignored. This is faster than taking a plane. When the beautiful fox saw the scene flash a few times, they had already arrived at the desolate basin. The surprise in her heart could no longer be described in other words. The group of people who came to the entrance of the desolate basin did not rely on Fal's sword domain to fly, but walked step by step to Yuking's tombstone under the leadership of Shui Nai. This is respect for the dead. So no one raised any objections. Even the usually active beautiful fox and Dao Yiyu Dao were infected by the sadness of this 5th elder. Seeing the 5th elder crying in front of Yuking's tombstone, Shui Nai and the others had nothing to comfort him. After all, these words were too powerless at this time. The group of people who stepped aside also learned some things about this 5th elder from the old wizard. It turned out that he had been threatened to cooperate with the people in the dark camp because of Yuking. But he didn't know that his only relative and the most beloved granddaughter had already been living a life worse than death. Later, they learned that the Dark Elf had returned to his underground laboratory. In order to prevent the Dark Elf from making any more dangerous biological weapons, they planned to destroy it this time. After all, the 7-colored magic spider alone had already balanced the situation in the battle zone, and Fal could only let the 7-colored magic spider continue to be arrogant because he could not use his full strength. Looking at the 5th elder in the team with a murderous aura, this trip to the underground cave was the most boring one for everyone. This time, in addition to the 5th elder who was determined to take revenge on the Dark Elves, the old wizard was also among them, and Fal returned to the battle zone, ready to cooperate with the elder to completely solve the magic shadow. Although the underground maze has a complex terrain and many branches, in front of the player's map, no matter how complicated it is, there is no way to get these players who have been here for several days lost. Wait a minute, Ye Yan and Xiao Mei, you have to protect the teacher and don't let him get hurt. He can't even beat a beginner player now. As they walked, Shui Nai reminded them in the team chat. An old wizard who can't use magic, even if he is a divine wizard, has no power to protect himself. Is the divine wizard so weak? The beautiful fox asked in confusion. He is injured and can't use magic anymore, so. Shui Nai replied, so his safety depends on you. Seeing Shui Nai speak so carefully, they couldn't help but be curious about the relationship between them. We haven't explored the road ahead, but I believe that the end of this road is the Dark Elf's laboratory. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was leading the way in front, pointed to the dark space in front. They arrived here yesterday. Welcome everyone, then, my lovely servants, go greet them. Just as Dao Yiyu Dao finished speaking, a sharp and proud voice suddenly came from the dark space. Afterwards, more than a dozen demon spiders and petrified rock snakes with various halos on their bodies appeared in front of everyone. Humph! The 5th elder suddenly took a step forward, and then the staff in his hand suddenly flashed with water light. In an instant, more than a dozen water dragons appeared from the ground, and immediately pushed the dozen gate-guarding bosses to the rock layer above the cave. Everyone in the cave felt a tremor, and just when everyone was surprised by the power of the fifth elder's magic, more than a dozen bloody corpses fell from the air to the ground with a bang bang bang. In this kind of cave, this kind of pure impact magic of the water system has great lethality. Damn, the magician has this power. Looking at the dozen dead bosses in front of them, the beautiful fox and others were dumbfounded. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, who had seen the strength of these high-level NPCs, rushed forward quickly, and in a short while, they put the crystal cores of these monster bosses into their backpacks. After that, the two immediately abandoned the corpses and rushed into the darkness in front. Because since these bosses appeared, they have received a task, which requires that the fifth elder cannot die and that the Dark Elf's research room must be destroyed. However, the fifth elder, who has entered a crazy state, has long rushed in without fear of death. Ruolin, let's go. Shui Nai did not forget to call Ruolin and the others before leaving. What should we do? The beautiful fox was a little at a loss when she saw that there were only these girls around, plus an old wizard with no strength. Go up. I am worried about Xiaowu now. A wizard actually imitated others to rush to the front. Isn't this looking for death? It's really useless as he lives. The old wizard paused the long staff in his hand and led the way in. At the end of this underground maze, there is a very wide cave. At this time, the ghost torches that were originally used for lighting in this place have completely lost their jobs. The torches were inserted into the rock wall by Dao Yiyu Dao, and the brilliant staffs were activated by Mina like garbage and thrown around. With this investment without regard for cost, this long dark cave suddenly became as bright as day. On the field, the five elders had already faced the seven-colored magic spider, while Ruolin and his team were dealing with the endless magic spiders around them. Hey, these magic spiders here are actually elite level. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at these monsters that looked like the magic spider boss, but had no elemental light, and exploded with an instant death effect at the hands of Ruolin. He immediately knew that these were elite monsters. However, although these are elite level, they are superior in number, and there are actually a few real bosses, which put Ruolin and his team in a stalemate. After arranging the surroundings, Mizuna immediately pulled out the magic cannon and joined the battle group on Wakabayashi's side, while Dao Yiyu Dao flashed to the side of the fifth elder and protected the fifth elder who had entered a rampage state. Oh my god! May after Li's fox cursed, she had to draw out her dagger and rushed to the elite demon spider that was already in front of her to share the pressure with the fox butterfly. Since the area of this cave is much larger than before, Mina and Wakabayashi alone can't stop so many monsters. However, they also know what these elite demon spiders are like. In addition to their scary appearance, they are weak to death. Even the elite poisonous spiders are inferior to them. So that's it. It seems that the elf has no more goods. It actually gave birth to these immature things to fight. At this time, the old wizard squatting in front of a dead elite demon spider said happily after checking it. Girl, ask your thief friend to knock Xiaohu unconscious and carry him back. If he goes to fight in this state, he won't even know when his magic power is used up. The old wizard suddenly called Yayan and whispered. Ruolin, take Lan with you to hold off the colorful spider. After hearing Yayan's words, Shui Nai immediately arranged for Ruolin and the others to replace the position of the fifth elder. Chapter 475 Long Tian and the Colorful Demon Spider. The fifth elder, who kept bombarding the colorful demon spider with powerful magic, did not pay close attention to the surrounding situation, so after he was knocked unconscious by Dao Yiyu Dao's skill club, he didn't know what happened. However, it must be said that the strength of the fifth elder, who fell into a crazy state, skyrocketed many times in a short time. He actually got rid of the influence of the thief's control skills in an instant and woke up. However, Dao Yiyu Dao was very cautious. When he knocked him unconscious, he did not carry him directly, but first took away the staff in his hand, and then tied him up with a rope, and then carried him away. So after the fifth elder woke up, although he kept struggling, he couldn't use magic to knock down Dao Yiyu Dao until he was carried back. This old man is really strong. I was bitten half to death by him. After carrying the fifth elder back, Dao Yiyu Dao kept rubbing his left shoulder that was bitten to a bloody mess by the fifth elder. However, when a person goes crazy, many things are unpredictable. You kid, you have lived like a dog for so many years. The old wizard found a bottle of cold water from somewhere and poured it directly on the head of the fifth elder, giving him a chance to clear his confused mind. "Call the people inside, let's retreat to the maze." The old wizard untied the rope on the fifth elder and ordered Deo Yudeo. In this situation, with the strength of these few people, it is impossible to defend tightly, so they naturally have to retreat to the narrower exit of the maze. In fact, he didn't need to say much. Since the fifth elder was taken away, Ruolin and Shui Na slowly retreated. They were not the fifth elder who was in a state of rampage now, so they naturally had to consider the lives of themselves and their companions. "Ruolin, you guys retreat first, I'll cover you." After seeing that everyone behind had left, Shui Na immediately called on Ruolin and the others who were at the front. "Okay, sir, be careful." Ruolin said nothing, and directly pulled out his spear from a rock spider boss, jumped, and ran to the back stepping on the bodies of these spiders. And just as Ruolin had just left, a drizzle of ice crystals immediately hit the place where Ruolin had just stood, covering the colorful spiders and the surrounding monsters. "Are you okay?" Seeing Shui Na with electric arcs drifting into the exit of the underground maze at a very fast speed, Deo Yudeo immediately flew over and caught Shui Na's body. After that, Yayan and Xiao Mei's several healing spells immediately came down, pulling up the life value that was already in anemic state. "It's okay, but I was almost electrocuted to death." Shui Na, who was electrocuted by the magic of the wizard level, could only say in the team chat. "Everyone, be careful. There are people from the dark camp inside." Shui Na, who was able to speak, said this sentence as the first thing he said. Then he continued, "Just now I saw a necromancer manipulating the corpses of those spiders. It seems that we will have a hard time in this level." After Shui Na reminded them, Wakabayashi and his group immediately looked at each other. After that, Wakabayashi and gang suddenly withdrew from this line of defense and sat down not far from the exit to meditate. As a group of soldiers trained with the undead army as their imaginary enemy, they knew that their physical strength was only a dead end compared to the undead with unlimited physical strength. They could only have a chance to turn defeat into victory by fighting this kind of round-robin battle with them. "Lao Fan, let's go hunting." Deo Yudeo immediately felt itchy all over his body after hearing Shui Na's hidden meaning. He had fought with the Dark Camp players before, but he missed them very much. "Okay." As for the defense line at the exit of the underground maze with Wakabayashi and the players from the Fox Fairy Guild, there would be no problem as long as Wakabayashi's physical strength could keep up. So Mina and Deo Yudeo simply crossed this defense line and used the spider crawling technique to go around the enemy's rear. At this time, they finally, he saw the situation below. Now more than half of the lighting tools in this cave have been destroyed. Except for those inserted into the rock wall, all the lights on the ground have been crushed. But the players of the Dark Camp obviously need enough light to move normally, so Shui Na and the others can still find their location. This time, there are a total of 10 Dark Camp players following the Dark Elf, of which 6 are necromancers holding pale bone staffs, 3 are Dark Race warriors, and the remaining one is also an old acquaintance for Shui Na and the others. "I really didn't expect that this guy Long Tian is still alive. Tisk tisk, it seems that he is doing well here." Deo Yudeo watched Long Tian constantly directing those necromancers to revive the monsters that died in the battle around him, and he couldn't help but improve his strength again. Although Long Tian also has some skills of the necromancer, his skills are bone-related and can only summon creatures with bones. But these spiders here have no bones for him to summon. However, the authentic necromancers are different. They can not only summon skeleton creatures, but also revive the corpses that have not been refreshed. Moreover, as the level goes up, it is said that they can also manipulate the corpses of players. Therefore, necromancers are also known as the kings on the battlefield, and are a group of professions that rely entirely on fighting to support fighting. By the way, Lao Fan, are you sure about your magic cannon at this distance? You have to try it even if you are not sure. You can't just rush in. The undead can ignore stealth. After Shui Na applied ice crystal armor and water invisibility to herself, she immediately charged the magic cannon. Now Long Tian and his group are in the center of this underground cave. Although the location they chose is a dangerous place for ordinary people, and it is basically impossible to kill them, they don't know that Shui Na has a weapon with an ultra-long range, a weapon that is farther than the current sniper crossbow. Just as Shui Na slowly aimed the fully charged magic cannon at Long Tian and his group, Long Tian suddenly moved. He turned around and looked in the direction of Shui Na and the others. However, the place where Shui Nai and the others were now was not only out of the light, but also had a layer of water hidden layer, so he could hardly see anything with his eyesight. Damn, he sensed your killing intent. Although Dao Yudao couldn't see Long Tian's eyes clearly, he only thought of this when he saw his sudden action. Prepare to retreat. Shui Nai was also startled when he saw Long Tian's turning back, but now the arrow was on the string and had to be fired, so he fired the moment Long Tian moved his eyes away. A dark blue beam of light broke through the dark cave in an instant, and shot directly from the rock wall on one side to the ground in the middle. Be careful. Lie down. And at the moment when the blue light of Shui Nai's magic cannon flashed, Long Tian immediately found the beam of light from the corner of his eye. Although his reminder was very quick, he did not expect that this blue beam of light would be so fast. In just a moment, the beam of light enveloped the 3 undead warlocks in front of him who had not reacted. What made him feel even more terrified was that this beam of light could actually move. The beam of light that suddenly appeared slid on the ground for a while, and suddenly swept the other 2 undead warlocks who were lying on the ground. Then it came towards him, which made his scalp tingle. Without thinking, he ran towards the colorful spider behind him. Long Tian, that guy escaped. Dao Yudao looked at Long Tian and the 3 dark warriors who had disappeared behind the colorful spider, and said with some regret. Retreat. Shui Nai, who put away the magic cannon, immediately entered the phantom stealth and crawled towards the underground maze. Boss Long Tian, what was that thing just now? It was too powerful. At this time, a dark warrior suddenly asked Long Tian, feeling a little palpitating. Just now, there was a necromancer who escaped in time, but he was still unable to outrun the speed of the beam of light. He was killed by the beam of light without even a chance to cry out in pain. The health of the necromancer was at least 1,500. It's the magic cannon, it's the mage from last time. Move their bodies to the back immediately. As long as they can turn into corpses, we won't lose. Long Tian looked at the corpses on the ground with hatred, and his steel teeth were almost broken. Humph, Master Fanfiction, I'll meet you now. After Long Tian gave the order, he suddenly took out a ring with a thumb-sized transparent crystal from his backpack, and then climbed onto the back of the colorful spider. Hey, the person on this colorful spider. Long Tian, damn, it turns out that Long Tian is controlling this colorful spider. Although they had long guessed that the colorful spider would catch up, they did not expect that the one controlling the colorful spider this time was actually a player. There is a huge difference between a player controlling a pet and an NPC controlling it. Like when the dark elf controls the colorful spider, he often has to say some very obscure language to guide the colorful spider to use magic or other abilities. And what if the player controls it? That's direct control. As long as the player knows the name of the magic of the colorful spider, he can just say it directly, and this method is faster and more effective than the long-winded magic opening remarks. In addition, the player's consciousness is much more complicated than the intelligence of the NPC, so the war method of the colorful spider will naturally become more complicated. No wonder I was beaten so badly when I fought with it just now. Shui Na also knew the reason why he was electrocuted so accurately by the colorful spider just now. It turned out that a different user had changed. Don't move. Looking at the translucent body of Shui Na in front of him, Dao Yudao couldn't help but remind him. At this time, the key to thieves is to respond to changes with immobility. As long as you don't expose your position, even the most powerful attack will be useless. Don't leave. When a large-scale magic comes, we will have to show up. Shui Nai is not like Dao Yudao. He has fought with the 7-color magic spider once and has a deep memory of its magic. Just as he finished speaking, a lightning net about 5 meters long shot out from the mouth of the 7-color magic spider and imprinted on the rock wall where Shui Nai had just stayed. The rock wall was crackling with electricity and there was a slight smell of burning. Chapter 476 Killing Long Tian. Damn it! Dao Yudao only said this sentence and hurriedly crawled towards Shui Nai. I saw that the 7-color magic spider was suspended in the air and began to use large-scale magic around it, and the radius of the attack was constantly expanding. You can't escape. You go first, I'll go to entangle him. Shui Nai looked at the distance between himself and the maze. If he wanted to use the crawling technique to crawl over, it would definitely be impossible. Yudao, when you go back, ask Ruolin and the others to work together. We must open up this cave before those necromancers are resurrected. If that doesn't work, ask Yayan and Xiao Mei to purify the corpses around. Shui Na said as he took out his explosive flame wand and appeared. Okay, Be careful. Dao Yudao didn't look back and crawled directly towards the maze. They all knew that the cooldown time for the necromancer to manipulate corpses was fixed at 1 minute. If the summons of the skeleton system were not counted, then as long as Ruelin and the others tried their best to kill the monsters below and prevent the necromancer from completely resurrecting, it would be much easier. Moreover, the more times these resurrected monsters were resurrected, the lower their strength would be. After all, the more battles they went through, the more broken their bodies would be, and naturally they would not be able to maintain their strength. But if they fought a protracted battle, there would be no chance for Ruelin and the others, so they had to take advantage of the 10 minutes when these necromancers turned into zombies to destroy their resurrection. Shui Nai appeared, raised his hand and several chain lightnings hit Long Tian, and at the same time, a pair of black bat wings suddenly appeared behind him, and he rushed towards Long Tian quickly. When Long Tian saw the chain lightning coming, he immediately summoned a bone shield and blocked it above his head, and then squatted down directly. The chain lightning first hit Long Tian's bone shield, and the rest of the attack was all borne by the 7-colored magic spider. However, what made Shui Nai feel strange was that the 7-colored magic spider did not attack him when Shui Nai rushed to him. Although he was a little uneasy, he still rushed directly to the back of the 7-colored magic spider, which was as big as a hill. On this back, I am afraid that no matter how perverted the magic of the 7-colored magic spider is, it is impossible to hit it. Are you really a mage? Long Tian held this half-meter square bone shield across his chest, and asked with a sense of ease and a hint of doubt. Seeing Long Tian's relaxed look, Shui Nai's anxiety grew stronger and stronger, and his eyes became more and more alert. Haha, don't be nervous. We are actually enemies, but there is one thing I have to thank you for. Long Tian obviously felt the murderous aura emanating from Shui Nai, but he smiled very easily, not taking the basin-sized fireball on Shui Nai's staff seriously at all. What should I say? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get this extremely powerful magic pet. Although it didn't have the opportunity to grow up, I am already the king among players with it. Long Tian became happier and happier, and when he saw Shui Nai's puzzled look, he was even more satisfied. This is what he wanted. A bone arrow suddenly appeared in front of Long Tian, and then shot towards the big fireball on the opposite side. Haha, I'm really sorry, I'll take your life first. Long Tian then summoned 5 skinny skeleton soldiers in a row and commanded them to rush towards Shui Nai. However, a surprising scene occurred. The bone arrow directly hit the explosive bomb, but did not detonate it. It went straight through the fireball and hit the void behind. This. Long Tian was puzzled. Sorry, I'll take your life first. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind Long Tian, and then Long Tian felt his left leg hit by a force of gravity. The leg guard on it did not have much protective effect and was broken by this attack. The pain from the bone marrow made Long Tian so painful that he could not straighten his waist and could only half kneel on the back of the 7-colored magic spider. After that, one by one, the explosive bombs directly blew the 5 skeleton soldiers on the back of the 7-colored magic spider to the ground. Is this a stone spear? This is impossible. Stone spears do not have such high penetration ability. Long Tian looked at the stone spear that pierced his thigh. The stone spear tip made him feel unbelievable. Really? At this moment, another stone spear suddenly appeared in front of him and shot at his shoulder holding the staff. Long Tian closed his left hand and blocked this stone spear with the bone shield, but another stone spear came from behind. Although this blow did not penetrate his shoulder, the strong force made him kneel on the ground. Humph, you sneak attack from behind. Long Tian was covered by 2 waves of magic before he finished his words. On one side was ice magic, and on the other side was thunder magic. The magic on both sides not only hit him down again after losing 20% of his life value, but also the paralysis of electric current and freezing of ice fixed his movements. As you said, we are enemies, so when you said this, you have already lost, and you lost very unwillingly. Shui Na ignored his words. Anyway, he would not take the enemy lightly. Yudao, can you come up? Shui Na asked Dao Yudao on the ground. Damn, it's so high, and I can't fly. Forget it, you should kill him. Forget about the 7-colored magic spider. Dao Yudao said with some regret. Ever since he learned from Shui Nai that Long Tian might get control of the 7-colored demon spider, he wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could get something from Long Tian, but now it seems that he has no way to go up. In order to prevent Shui Nai from any danger, he did not raise such unreasonable ideas again. I'll get him down. If he doesn't die from the fall, you tie him back up. Remember, use an iron chain. Shui Nai looked at Long Tian, who still had half of his health, and then looked at the height. In fact, his curiosity about the seven-colored demon spider is no less than that of Dao Yiyu Dao. While controlling the clone to walk over, he was ready to use the freezing technique to freeze him up, while his original body was holding a flaming stone gun and was on guard at any time. Just when the clone was about to approach Long Tian, the seven-colored demon spider suddenly moved. It suddenly rose rapidly upwards and slammed into the unknown thick rock layer above. This. Shui Nai was shocked when she saw this mutually destructive fighting style, and she jumped out quickly. Haha, this way, I can take this colorful magic spider back openly, haha. Long Tian thought happily in his heart. With a bang, the huge colorful magic spider hit the rock wall like a hill, shaking the cave, and the rocks on it fell down like rain. But after a dizzy spell, Long Tian found that he was not dead yet, and still had more than 10 points of health. It turned out that the freezing effect on his body actually withstood this violent impact and saved his last few points of health. However, Shui Nai's clone was not so lucky. When Shui Nai left the colorful magic spider, he had time to issue a command to it, but this command was too late. The clone standing on the colorful magic spider was closer to the rock wall than the kneeling Long Tian, so it died the fastest. And just 1 second after the clone died, the passive skill of the clone, self-destruction, was quietly activated. Just when Long Tian was about to let the colorful spider embedded in the rock wall move a few more times to take away his health, he suddenly found that he had died again for some reason, and died at the hands of the self-destruction of the Holy Light Camp player. Although he died at the hands of the enemy player, when he saw in his record system that the colorful spider had been successfully recovered, he immediately forgot about this unhappy thing in his heart, and smiled and chose to revive directly. Not long after the halo of the self-destruction disappeared, Shui Nai's shaky body finally couldn't keep balance and fell to the ground. However, at this moment, a spider web suddenly appeared and caught Shui Nai's falling figure. Dao Yiyu Dao, who changed his equipment in time, wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Long Tian's body falling from the sky, but he was a little puzzled. Because in his eyes, Long Tian's actions just now had a tendency to commit suicide. After all, with the strength of the seven-colored demon spider, it would not be difficult to kill it so easily. Moreover, Long Tian's body disappeared in the process of falling. Even if they were afraid of being guarded by others, they didn't have to rush to return to the Undead Empire to revive. After all, they still had a chance to turn the tables in the following battle. Quick, let him eat a mooncake. The mooncakes from the Mid-Autumn Festival have the effect of restoring full status on the spot. Just when Dao Yiyu Dao carried Shui Nai, who had a severe headache, back, Xiao Mei immediately reminded Dao Yiyu Dao. Mooncake? Does it have this effect? Although Dao Yiyu Dao was puzzled, he still followed Xiao Mei's words, took out a mooncake, and stuffed it into Shui Nai's mouth. Don't you know? Using mooncakes can directly restore all states to the upper limit. Except for not being able to revive, there are no problems with the rest. Xiao Mei, a somewhat greedy guy, became the first group of people to discover the effect of mooncakes when he ate a mooncake. In fact, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao had also considered the effect of mooncakes before. It's just that just now, due to the arrival of the fifth elder and the changes in the cave, they had no time to consider this. Is it effective? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shui Nai, who had already stood up. Although he was asking, he used an affirmative tone. Well, all the attributes have been restored, and even the sequelae of the clone explosion are gone. Shui Nai checked his status and found that the temporary having effect of using the clone just now disappeared. However, the clone on the undead shadow ring did not recover, and there was still a cooling time of more than 20 minutes. But, unfortunately, this mooncake is only effective for players. Shui Nai looked at the tired faces of Ruolin and others, and felt a little sorry. Shui Nai, who had used it once, could already know the specific attributes of this mooncake, but this attribute can only be effective for players. Then what are we waiting for? Just go and destroy these things. Dao Yiyu Dao couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought of the dozens of mooncakes in his backpack. Wait, this mooncake is a food that can only be used when not in combat. You can't enter the combat state within 15 seconds before taking it, otherwise it will have no effect. This is easy. Dao Yiyu Dao took out his own equipment of the Wind Thief and quickly changed it. Then he turned into a wind element and flew towards the dark camp players. Seeing Dao Yiyu Dao directly looking for trouble with those dark camp players, Shui Nai could only be speechless. Chapter 477 Battle of Revenge. Following the girls of the Fox Fairy Guild who were responsible for the final battle, the old wizard looked at the current battle situation in the cave and nodded with satisfaction. Bubble. Although they had powerful soldiers like Ruo Lin to lead the way, Shui Nai and Dao Yudeo's initial assault and arrangement were not wrong at all, and they did not rush in at will. Whether it was the sneak attack on the necromancer at the beginning, or letting Ruo Lin and others attack with all their strength later, they completely grasped the initiative of this battlefield in their hands. In addition, the previous battle between Shui Nai and Long Tian and the seven-colored demon spider laid the foundation for the chaos in this cave. Xiao Wu. If you rush in like you did just now, can you still take revenge? The old wizard suddenly said something in a deep voice, causing the 5 elders behind him to tremble all over. There is nothing wrong with taking revenge, but the mistake is that you are impulsive in the process of revenge. If you lose yourself in the process of revenge, then even if you have taken great revenge, you still live in hatred because you have not let go, and your life is wasted. The old wizard said this with great emotion, and followed. The 5th elder took a few deep breaths, clenched his wrinkled fists, suppressed the hatred in his heart, and kept himself clear-eyed. With the full-strength attack of Wakabayashi and the reckless attack of Dao Yudao, the undead warlocks who had already transformed into zombies had no power to fight back except for using the elementary skeleton summoning. However, Dao Yudao completely ignored these inexperienced player skeleton soldiers and rushed directly to the side of these zombie warlocks. Using the attack that ignored the protective armor in the wind element state, he solved these unprotected undead warlocks in 2 or 3 strokes. As for the remaining dark warriors guarding the front, Mizuna had not had time to attack, and was killed by Wakabayashi as a soldier. The gap between level 50 and level 80 cannot be made up. When all the dark camp players were killed and their bodies disappeared, all the monsters in the cave were slaughtered. Unfortunately, at this time, no player was willing to stop and collect the materials from these monsters. Because according to the old wizard's opinion, the dark elf was obviously making a final plan, otherwise he would not treat his work like this. Damn, I don't get any experience from fighting these resurrected monsters. Damn, I wasted more than a dozen mooncakes. Dao Yudao, who was excited about fighting, found out at the last moment that he didn't get much experience, which made him curse for a long time on the way. After passing this cave, the group finally came to the legendary laboratory. Hey, this is... Damn, it's a demon spider, but why is it so small? The first thing that appeared in front of the crowd was a rock column emitting gentle heat, and on the stone column were neatly inserted transparent eggshells the size of a human head. These eggshells were obviously man-made, and they felt a bit like eggs. They were filled with various potions, and small spiders curled up quietly inside. And Mina felt sufficient elemental energy from these potions. The red one represented the flame energy of the fire element, and the ice blue one represented the ice energy of the water element. As soon as Dao Yudao found these strange spider eggs, he used reconnaissance skills to scout them, but found that the monsters in these culture tanks were all unhatched. These are all demon beast eggs. I didn't expect that this guy Lancifa would develop this technology to this level. The old wizard took a demon beast egg off the stone column and observed it carefully. So, all the monsters here can be hatched. Dao Yudao looked at the hundreds of stone pillars, each of which was filled with dozens of these cultivation tanks. He couldn't help but be shocked. If all the demon spiders here were hatched, would they still need to be fought? These are all monsters at the level of monsters. And they are boss level. With so many of them in a legion, do players still need to play wherever they pass? No, many of them are failures. Don't you see that there is a lot of dust on them? Shui Nai saw that the old wizard was looking at him happily, and knew that he wanted him to tell her his thoughts. Just now, the old wizard should have seen his puzzled expression when he wiped the dust on the eggshell with his fingers. Yes, many of the monster eggs here are dead, but these elemental potions have not yet expired. That's why they look alive. The old wizard put his hands behind his back and followed Ruo Lin and others who were leading the way in front. However, what happened afterwards made Shui Nai and Dao Yudao, 2 slightly greedy guys, overjoyed. Because, on the way back, the old wizard would occasionally pick a few monster eggs from the stone pillars he passed by and throw them to the 2 people behind him. And they also knew that the pet eggs collected in their backpacks were good things that could be sold. Naturally, they took them carefully one by one. However, when the 2 of them happily took the spider eggs thrown over, they did not see the disgusting expressions of the beautiful foxes. Even the lively and active Xiaomei turned pale when she learned that the surrounding culture tanks were full of dead spiders. Her eyes looked straight ahead and she didn't even dare to look at the sides. Hey, the experimental area in front is the petrified rock snake. When the group walked through the more than 100 meter magic spider experimental area, they found that they had come to a place covered with fine sand. On these fine sands, stone eggs with rock patterns were half buried in these warm fine sands. However, the experimental area of this petrified rock snake is not large, with only 5 or 6 sand pools. This also made Shui Nai and the others think about why there were far more demon spider bosses than petrified rock snakes in this underground maze. Afterwards, under the old wizard's eye signal, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao dug out more than a dozen stone eggs at the fastest speed, and then followed the silent fifth elder. The aura emanating from his body became stronger and stronger, so strong that the players behind him felt that there was a volcano buried in his body that was about to erupt. Shortly after passing the petrified rock snake experimental area, they also came to a stone door, and it was probably time to open this stone door to face the most powerful boss of this poisonous insect valley. The dark elf is inside, you can solve it yourself, and leave the rest to them. Just when Ruolin was about to push open the stone door, the old wizard suddenly said something, and then Ruolin stepped back and gave his position to the fifth elder who was bent on revenge. The fifth elder suddenly raised his hand and waved, and the stone door was directly smashed into pieces by a sudden water column. Afterwards, a layer of dense water light appeared on the body of the fifth elder, forming a layer of constantly flowing water armor, and the whole person flashed in. Afterwards, a group of combatants also filed in, closely following the fifth elder. Wait, you will insert these things around later, so as to prevent him from using the teleportation props to escape. Just when Dao Yiyudao was about to get in, the old wizard suddenly stopped him and handed him a few small sticks made of liquid gold. There were a lot of magic runes engraved on this golden metal stick, and a transparent gem that should be a space crystal was inlaid on the top. When Dao Yiyudao got in, he found that the battlefield inside had already started. I saw that Ruolin, Han Sen and Xiao Wen were entangled with a huge venomous snake, while Yun Tian and Lan were entangled with another huge spider with Shui Nai. Among them, Xiaoan and Shuina were stubbornly using the freezing effect of ice magic to entangle the two violent bosses tightly, making it impossible for them to respond to their master's call. Go rescue him. The two red bosses left here are called the Violent Evil Spider and the Violent Evil Snake. Although they look very similar to ordinary bosses, the difference in size is several times greater. These two red bosses are very powerful in attacking, and often just ordinary attacks can shake the cave. However, for some reason, the fighting style of these two bosses is a bit dull, and they are very chaotic when using skills. Sometimes, not only do they not attack the enemy, but sometimes their skills will hit their own people. For this, Shui Nai knows that this is because as their master, the dark elf is now in danger, and there is no way to command them, so they can only let them fight and stop. In the distance, the battle between the dark elves and the five elders has already entered a white-hot stage. It can be seen that there will be a few black air arrows or water columns suddenly hit from time to time, which makes Shui Nai and others startled from time to time. After all, the power of these stray bullets is completely beyond the current player's ability to bear, and every time the magic and bows collided, the huge sound and light effects shocked the players who had not seen much of the world. However, when they all found that the fifth elder was suppressing the dark elf to fight, and the dark elf roared from time to time, they all breathed a sigh of relief. With the abnormal situation of the fifth elder now, the more the dark elf stimulated him, the more abnormal he would fight. And Dao Yiyudao, who had completed the arrangement according to the old wizard's requirements, saw that he had no way to intervene in the battles on the three sides, so he had to hang around here to see if there were any good things to pick up in his backpack. However, just after he walked all over here, he found that there was basically nothing good here. Instead, there was a huge cave in front of a mountain wall at the deepest part. It seemed that it was just dug out. Hey, Lao Fan, this fifth elder is very powerful. He beat the dark elf without a chance to breathe. Is this the strength of the mages in this world? Dao Yiyudao, who was behind, asked Shui Nai with some boredom. If you had seen what the fifth elder had in his hand just now, you would know why he was so powerful. What is it? I don't know either, but I know that they are two magic scrolls, which look very advanced. One is wind-based, and after using it, the fifth elder's speed has increased by more than 10 times, the other is a holy light shield, and now the dark energy of the dark elf can no longer hurt the fifth elder. The fifth elder, whose level is higher than that of the dark elf, may be restrained in terms of profession, but with the blessing of these two scrolls, the fifth elder's speed is no less than that of the dark elf, and he also has water-based and holy light-based defensive magic, which has completely suppressed the dark elf's archery skills. In fact, when Shui Nai saw the fifth elder break through the defenses of the two red bosses at lightning speed, he was extremely shocked. Even the dark elf did not expect this and was hit by magic before he reacted. Otherwise, with the combined attack of these two bosses, even if the fifth elder had more scrolls, he could not withstand the combined attack of three bosses. Very good, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that your granddaughter still blesses you. The embarrassed dark elf felt that his bones were about to fall apart, but he did not bow his head to admit defeat. Because he only saw himself as a corpse in the eyes of this former companion, and this person in front of him would not let him go. And just as he thought, when the fifth elder heard this sentence, the magic offensive in his hand became stronger again, but the magic power was not exhausted, which made his calculations fail again. Chapter 478 Pet Space Ring. Sigh. How ridiculous. I think Lansfa would never have thought that Xiao would break through at this time. Haha, it's ridiculous that he still wants to stimulate him and consume his magic power. What a ridiculous idea. The old wizard saw that the dark elves had no chance of winning, and even his two monster subordinates had completely stopped. The dark elves are almost killed now. Is there still time to remotely control them? Break through? Grand Mage. Hearing this, Shui Nai couldn't help but ask. Yes. He has become a Grand Mage, but the price is a bit heavy. The old wizard sighed a little. On the way here just now, he had already felt that the magic power of the fifth elder was constantly increasing, and when he broke that layer of stone door, the magic power in his body reached an extreme, breaking the previous balance. By the way, teacher, do you know that dark elf? Yes, I met him a few times when I went to the Elf Empire for training. But I'm afraid he won't remember an old man like me. After all, it's been hundreds of years. The lifespan of a human is worthless in the eyes of the arrogant elves. Hundreds of years, how can his strength be so weak? Shuinabuhi knew that in the game world, the lifespan of the elves was very long, and the older they were, the stronger they were. Soon after he completed the dark ritual, he was discovered by the Holy Light Church, and the genius of that year became what he is now. The old wizard's eyes were a little blurry, as if he was recalling the past. I remember that among the people who went to encircle him, there were 5 priests and 1 high priest. In the end, only 1 priest came back alive. That battle was very miserable for the Holy Light Church. Puff. Shui Nai, who was drinking the magic potion, suddenly spurted it out. 5 priests, a figure. The high priest, that was a master of the first level, and only 1 person was left after being beaten, and the murderer lived very well for hundreds of years. What's so strange about this? Dark elf archers are the nemesis of holy light priests. If they hadn't been so arrogant, it wouldn't have ended up like this. The old wizard paused, then turned his attention back to the battle on that side. I hope he can put the overall situation first and keep the person alive. After all, the person is dead, and this fact cannot be changed in any way. The people from the Fox Fairy Guild standing beside him also knew what the old wizard meant, but leaving the person alive didn't seem to fit the overall situation. In the hands of the fifth elder, who had been promoted to the Grand Mage, every magic of the water system could produce a majestic force like a giant river. Although he only used a simple water column, there was no rock that would not turn into powder wherever the water column passed. Looking at the dark elf that had become a mural and attached to the rock wall, Shui Nai and the others knew that the battle on that side had reached the final moment, and now it depended on how the fifth elder would deal with the dark elf. After all, the old wizard had said in public before that he would hand over the dark elf to the fifth elder for revenge. A blue water light like a knife suddenly extended from the fifth elder's staff, and the azure light brought waves of huge pressure, as if this water knife was made of the water volume of an ocean. Teacher, what kind of magic is this? It feels very strong. When Shui Nai saw this magic, he instinctively wanted to learn it. This magic is called Water Light Blade, which is Xiao Wu's unique skill. I don't know it either. After all, I am not a pure water mage and don't have so much time to study it. The old mage said as he led a group of people to that side. Just as they passed by, 2 azure lights flashed from the fifth elder, and the speed was amazing. But when the old mage saw the 2 lights, he smiled. Because killing people only takes 1 knife, if you need 2 knives, then... Teacher, I'll go ahead, and the rest will be left to you. The fifth elder came over when they were only halfway there. After that, he said a few words to the old mage and left without looking back. Hey, this dark elf is not dead yet, Lao Fan, should we add one more knife? It's a level 80 boss. That experience. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had been waiting behind, saw that the dark elf was not dead, and couldn't help but say it excitedly in the team chat, but it didn't resonate at all. This is the result of magic, the power is too much. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the two knife marks on the rock wall, and now they understood what it meant to be bottomless. The two knife marks cut by the five elders were about 3 meters long and 50 centimeters wide, but the depth could not be detected. The initial estimate was about 50 meters. In the middle of the two knife marks, the dark elf who had lost his arms and was covered in blood fainted here, with less than 1% of his health. And his health was still losing with the loss of blood. I'm afraid that even if they didn't take action, he would die soon. Just now, when the people of the Fox Fairy Guild saw this scene, they retreated more than 10 steps in a very orderly manner, and they were pale and dared not look at the dark elf who was not far from death. Boy, save him, don't let him die. The old wizard said to Shui Nai. He knew that Shui Nai had water healing magic. We still have to save him, isn't he an enemy? Dao Yiyu Dao asked in confusion. He is a wanted criminal of the elves for 100 years. If you catch him and lead him to the elf empire, he will be very valuable. If you kill him here and want to exchange his head for money, I don't mind. Half of it will be enough. The old wizard's words changed the views of everyone except Shui Nai. Are you Olin? The rest of the bandaging work is left to you. My magic can't help much. Shui Nai kept the health of the dark elf at 5%, and then he didn't save it anymore, otherwise it would be troublesome to wake him up. Moreover, injuries like broken limbs are not something he can handle. It is better to let the professionals in the army handle it. You two, come here. When Shui Nai just stood up, the old wizard suddenly pointed at Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao and waved his hand. Seeing this, Shui Nai had to put away the idea of enlightening the Fox Fairy Guild. Just now, Xiao Wen and Ye Yan and others, it seems that they were frightened by the bloody scene of the broken arm. Although they are all adults, this bloody and real scene has a great impact on them who were born in peacetime. As for the boys like Shui Nai, their resistance is somewhat stronger, and they can't lose face in front of these beauties. Even if they have to hold on, they will hold on to the end. This is different from facing the weird things like skeleton soldiers at the beginning. That was just fear, but this scene is shocking and disgusting. If it is replaced by a timid person who has not experienced the scene, he may be scared to faint directly. Put these two things on you and see if you can control the two monsters over there. The old wizard gave Shui Nai 2 rings inlaid with transparent gems, and pointed to the violent evil poisonous spider and violent evil poisonous snake in the distance. This is... Looking at the properties of the 2 rings in his palm, Shui Nai was petrified. When Dao Yiyu Dao saw this scene, he immediately thought of the old wizard who took them off from the 2 broken fingers just now. Looking at the ring stained with the dark elf's red blood with black threads, Dao Yiyu Dao hesitated for a moment, then snatched one of them. After taking a look, he almost shouted. Oh my god! Item, Pet Space Ring, Special Item. Pet, Violent Evil Viper, Bound. Occupational Restriction, None. Usage Level, None. Weight, 5. Item description, this is a ring made of a large pet crystal stone, which can summon or recycle the exclusive pet Violent Evil Viper. Item usage effect, the wearer can summon or recycle the exclusive pet Violent Evil Viper, and the normal summoning or recycle time is 60 seconds. Pet, Violent Evil Viper, Red Boss Level. Level 50, cannot be upgraded. Loyalty, Infinite. Pet type, Attack type. Pet description, this is a venomous snake pet without consciousness and instinct. It is infinitely loyal to the summoner, but needs the summoner's command to act. Note, since this is an unfinished product created by the Dark Elf Lansfa, it has only 1 life, so please use it with caution. Violent Vicious Viper. Level 50. Armor, Advanced Leather Armor. Basic Attributes. Strength, 800. Spirit, 0. Agility, 100. Constitution, 1000. Intelligence, 0, affects the intelligence level of the pet. HP, 00, ability is weakened. Red Aura, restores 5 points every 30 minutes of game time. Physical damage, 2000, ability is weakened. Physical defense, 1000, ability is weakened. Magic damage, 0. Magic defense, 500. Magic resistance, 100. Speed, 120. Stamina, 1000. Resistance, 120, poison immunity. Skills. Charge, level 10. Use your huge body to directly charge the enemy, causing strength value times skill level divide, 2, physical damage to the enemy and causing dizziness for 10 seconds, skill cooldown time is 5 seconds. Entanglement, level 10. Use your body to coil up the enemy and slowly squeeze the enemy to death, causing strength value times skill level divide, 10, physical damage to the enemy per second, skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Snake bite, level 10. Use your teeth to directly bite the enemy, causing strength value times skill level, physical damage to the enemy, and also causing quality damage to the target, losing 100 points per second, lasting for 15 seconds, skill cooldown time is 1 minute. Venom spray, level 10. Spray the venom accumulated in the body, each drop of venom can cause 1000 points of toxin damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds, and can corrode equipment armor, skill usage times, 10 times per day. Poison mist attack, level 10. Release the venom stored in the body in the form of poison mist, which can cause 100 points of damage per second to the creatures in the poison mist, lasting for 5 seconds, and can corrode equipment and armor, skill usage times, 5 times a day. Poison ball blast, level 10. Release the venom stored in the body in the form of a poison ball, and automatically explode during the attack process, causing a large-scale poison rain. Each drop of venom can cause 1000 points of poison damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds, and can corrode equipment and armor, skill usage information, 5 times a day. Air guard, use 10% of the red air to protect yourself each time, forming an air shield, with a maximum damage absorption limit of 30 times, number of red air, cooling time 30 minutes. Air burst, turn all the red air into a powerful blow, ignoring defense, which can cause great damage to the enemy. Each use consumes all the red air, and the damage value is 30 times, number of red air. Note, therefore, the skill cannot upgrade, the number of times poison skills can be used cannot overlap. This pet is too abnormal. This was the only thought in Dao Yiyu Dao's mind, and there was no further thought. This is a large pet space, much stronger than your small pet spaces, but the summoning time is also much longer. If the things inside were not too disgusting, I would not give it to you. The old wizard looked at the two people who had come to their senses, and immediately pointed to the 2 meat mountains behind them that were not much less than the 7-colored magic spiders, and signaled them to put them away first. Afterwards, Shui Nai released the attributes of the 2 rings and pets in the team chat, but they saw the blood on the 2 rings and the picture when the old wizard took off the rings just now, and their faces turned pale at the same time, and they had no other ideas. Then, Lao Fan, do you want a spider or a venomous snake? Dao Yiyu Dao took a look. Although the attributes of the 2 pets were similar, the skills of the venomous snake were much stronger. Spider. Its auxiliary skills are very useful to me. Shui Nai chose the violent evil poisonous spider in his hand without thinking. Chapter 479 Preparation for the General Attack. Put away the 2 giant pets and let Ruolin take care of the unconscious dark elf. After that, the old wizard observed the big hole and immediately left with everyone. Looking at the old wizard's nervous face, the people who knew the poisonous insect valley very well immediately knew what happened. Among the 4 major creatures here, only the petrified rock snake, the big boss of the series, disappeared. Now even if you think with your toes, you know that it has been sent out. After everyone goes back, you must defend Yunmu Town. Now Yunmu Town is preparing to clear out all the people of the undead empire around here. I'm afraid they will fight to the death at the last moment, and then there will be trouble. The old wizard said to Shui Nai and others with some worry as he walked. Now Yunmu Town has never figured out what the undead empire's actions are for this time, which makes them feel very uncomfortable. Just as they were leaving the altar teleportation array, all the players on the ground heard the system prompt at that moment. System, ding, congratulations to player Fan Chen for completing the hidden task Revenge of the 5 Elders, gaining 100,000 experience points, 50,000 Yunmu Town contribution points, and 200 gold coins. System, ding, congratulations to the Poisonous Insect Valley sweeping team for completing the unblocking of the Poisonous Insect Valley, opening the Poisonous Insect Valley underground dungeon, gaining 100,000 experience points, 10,000 Yunwu Town contribution points, 10 free attribute points as a reward, and obtaining the Poisonous Insect Valley Underground Dungeon Pass Badge. System, regional announcement: after the efforts of many heroes, the Poisonous Insect Valley has finally been unblocked, and the Poisonous Insect Valley Underground Dungeon will be officially opened tomorrow. A series of system prompts immediately shocked everyone, and even several of them did not notice that they had upgraded. They knew about the revenge of the Fifth Elder, and they had received this task since they met the Fifth Elder. Although these rewards are good, and they can also get 10 free attribute points, which is something they have never encountered before. However, the opening of the underground dungeon of the Poisonous Insect Valley did not catch them off guard. Dungeons, no matter what kind of dungeons they are eagerly anticipated by the general players. Because in the dungeon, as long as the conditions are met, the bosses inside are unlimited. Naturally, there is no behavior of snatching monsters, and this is why those players without power like to play dungeons so much. However, the opening of the dungeon also means that this place will become a place where players gather. And this will also greatly devalue the fruits of their labor these days. Uncle Wu Yang, sell the products of the Poisonous Insect Valley immediately. Yes, we have created a dungeon in the Poisonous Insect Valley, and now it's time to sell those equipment. After hearing this, Dao Yiyudao discussed with Shui Nai, and immediately communicated with the unscrupulous profiteer. All along, the unscrupulous profiteer and Shui Nai have been controlling the quantity sold in order to maximize the benefits of the products of the Poisonous Insect Valley, so as to control the market price. But now it is different. The opening of the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley will definitely turn the Poison Insect Valley into a barren land. At that time, the value of the Poison Insect Valley products will not be able to be raised. While Shui Nai and the others were constantly making arrangements, they had already left the desolate basin. As long as they walked a few more steps, they would arrive at the Rock Snake Basin. Seeing the old wizard in a hurry, Shui Nai also knew that he was in a hurry to go back, but if he rushed into the monster pile rashly, he didn't know what would happen. Haha, don't worry, although my power is gone, some special abilities still exist. Don't worry about the creatures here, just follow me. The old wizard saw Shui Nai and his group blocking him, so he smiled and bypassed them and walked into the Rock Snake Basin. Wherever the old wizard passed, all the rock snakes would instinctively retreat and make way for him to walk. Even the giant petrified rock snake was the same. Not only did it lose all of the majesty of previous generations, but it shrunk into a snake cake and didn't even have the courage to look at the old wizard. All the players were stunned when they saw this scene. Let's go, the old mage has been on the altar, so some of his special abilities are not surprising. Let's go quickly. Shui Nai is the most familiar with the old mage, so he is the fastest to react. With the old mage leading the way, although all the players want to kill all the monsters who dare not resist. However, on the one hand, the old mage obviously does not want to stay here any longer. On the other hand, after this battle, Ruolin and his team have been camping outside for some time, so their condition is not very good now. So Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao, the two greedy people, had to put away their desire to fight monsters and keep up with the pace of the old mage. Fan Chen, what was going on just now? That copy. Shui Nai and his group came to the Viper Basin and immediately found that Po Xiao and Yu Ying Ching Chen were waiting there. Just now, Po Xiao and Yu Ying Ching Chen did not ask in the team chat in order not to affect their tasks, and now that everyone is safe, they asked. As a member of the Poison Insect Valley sweeping team, although they had not been given any experience due to the distance problem, and even the revenge of the Fifth Elder, they did not get any experience, but the opening of the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley ignored the distance reward, so they directly upgraded when they received the system prompt. Although they have been suppressing their levels for a while, they only wanted those few bonus attribute points for upgrading, but now they have received 10 bonus attribute points. This is much higher than the original attribute points for upgrading. However, the opening of this dungeon made them somewhat worried. After all, the Poison Insect Valley is a natural resource point for materials and equipment. Once this place is discovered by those big guilds, then they will naturally have no place to stand. Go back first, and talk about it later. Shui Na naturally knew what they were thinking, but the most important thing now is to follow the old mage. After all, following him will definitely bring a lot of benefits. Yunwu Town, on the protective wall on the side of the teleportation array. You call Ruolin, you go and rest for a while. You, guard the surroundings, if possible, I hope you can call your companions back. By the way, call those 2 pets out, I think the final moment is coming. Believe me, my intuition is very accurate, otherwise I wouldn't ask you to bring the Book of Thunder. The old wizard saw that everyone was looking at him in confusion, so he had to tell his intuition about the problem. Well, believe him, this may also be his special ability. Mina said in the team chat, and then arranged everyone around the walls. In fact, Mina has never understood why the old wizard gave him the Book of Thunder. Logically, this Book of Thunder should be returned to the Magic Guild, after all, this Book of Thunder is the inheritance of the Magic Guild. Moreover, Mina only recently realized that this piece of equipment is not something he can use now, or he can't use it at all. He was not going to study the thunder magic, after all, he preferred to use it as an auxiliary magic. When Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao summoned the 2 bosses in their hands, they immediately scared the surrounding players. Their huge figures and bright red aura told them that we were red boss pets. If it weren't for their disgusting appearance, which would scare the female players, Dao Yiyu Dao would have used them to pick up girls. By the way, what happened in there just now? What's the matter with the Poisonous Insect Valley dungeon? At this time, Xiao Yu, who had been staying in Yunmu town, also received the notice of the area just now, and couldn't help asking. It's okay, I just accidentally played a dungeon. However, if you were in the group at that time, it would be perfect. Dao Yiyu Dao said casually. In fact, he had been tired of the Poisonous Insect Valley for a long time, and now he was relieved. Team me? Xiao Yu asked puzzledly. It's like this. So Shui Nai told Xiao Yu about the tasks that they accidentally triggered in the dungeon. If Xiao Yu gets this 10 point attribute reward, it will be perfect. We'll talk about this later, but now the residents of Yunmu town seem to have something wrong, and everyone is working very nervously. Xiao Yu said a little uneasily. It's okay, Yunmu town is about to launch a general attack, and it seems that our elder can't bear it anymore. Dao Yiyu Dao relayed what the old mage said, and it seems that this news has not spread in Yunmu town. Oh, then I understand. Xiao Yu finished speaking and prepared to leave. At this time, the old mage who brought the dark elf into the mage tower came out quickly, and he was holding some equipment in his hand. Seeing Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao's eyes lit up. These things were confiscated from Lansfa. You can take them and divide them first. They may be useful later. The old mage said the things in his hand. Xi stuffed all of it into Shui Nai's hands, and then looked up to the north, which was the direction of the battle zone. When the old wizard handed over the equipment immediately emitted the original equipment halo, which was a halo that only players could see. When Shui Nai found that the equipment in his hand was emitting a golden halo, he instinctively turned off the halo of the equipment in his hand, and then he and Dao Yiyu Dao simultaneously paid attention to the situation of the players around him on the left and right. Shui Nai had a total of 4 pieces of equipment, namely a golden long wooden bow, a ring, and a bag of purple wooden arrows. The long bow was a level 80 golden equipment with amazing properties, but it had to be level 80 to be equipped. The ring was not a combat equipment, but a space ring with a space of 500 grids, which was a rare space equipment. As for the bag of purple wooden arrows, no one had ever seen it. As for the golden long wooden bow, Shui Nai and the others gave it to Po Xiao, while the space ring was divided among the Fox Fairy Guild, and the remaining purple quality wooden arrows were used by Xiao Yu. Chapter 480 Petrified Rock Snake King. Whether it was the old wizard or Shui Nai, they all focused on this side of the protective wall of the teleportation array in the arrangement of personnel. Basically, all the powerful personnel were on this side. Like Shui Nai, Xiao Wen, Xiao Yu, and Po Xiao, they all guarded this side, and there was also a huge violent evil poisonous spider. Fan Chen, I can't afford this bow, it's too expensive. Just as everyone was waiting for the enemy to come out, Po Xiao suddenly chatted with Shui Nai privately. It's not a question of whether you can afford it, but a question of whether it's suitable. This bow not only adds 50 points of mental power, but also increases 200 points of agility, which is very suitable for you. In addition, the skill of this bow, accelerated shooting, can also make up for your weakness of slow shooting speed at the last moment. This is specially made for you. When Mina saw this bow, she thought of Dawn. 200 points of agility is a very abnormal attribute for Dawn, which can greatly improve his survivability. Let him develop from a turret player to a bomber player. In addition, this bow also comes with dark damage, which is icing on the cake when combined with Dawn's magic arrows. As for Xiaoyu, although this bow can also increase her combat effectiveness, there is no way to use the 50 points of mental power bonus. This, okay. Don looked at the golden longbow in his hand. In fact, he also liked this exquisite bow very much, but he always felt that he owed too much to Fanfiction and the others, and now it seems that he can't pay it back. Putting away the golden longbow that was far from being usable, Poxio finally had the heart to pay attention to the figure of this violent and evil poisonous spider. What, are you interested? Shui Na saw Poxio staring at the huge spider, so she threw the pet space ring in her hand to him. This. I may not have time to control him later, so I may give it to someone else. Are you interested? You know, there are only 3 boys in our team. Okay, I understand. Poxio also knew that if someone really came to attack the city, Shui Na would definitely be the main force. If he was distracted to control the spider, it might not be worth the loss. But Poxio agreed to Shui Na not for this reason, but because of his trust. This ring may not be valuable in the future, after all, pets with fixed attributes have no room for growth. But at this moment, the value of this ring is inestimable, because it is an invincible weapon for attacking cities, sweeping dungeons, and opening up new land. Because at present, the level 50 violent boss has not become a player's pet, let alone this kind of pet boss with 8 skills. Collision, jump, spider bite, poisonous hair shooting, spider silk entanglement, poisonous spider web, gaslight protection, gaslight burst are the skills of the violent evil poisonous spider. Although its spider skills are much weaker than those of the venomous snake, it has a longer combat power than the venomous snake. Like poisonous hair shooting, spider silk entanglement and poisonous spider web, the number of attacks of these 3 spider skills is twice that of the venomous snake, and this spider bite also has the miraculous effect of recovering its own health and injuries by hunting other creatures, which fully exerts its own ability to the extreme in terms of assistance. However, such a powerful pet has no intelligence of its own and can only act according to the orders of the master. This is their shortcoming. However, if it were not so, I am afraid that when fighting the Dark Elves, they would not be so easy to control them. Just as Mina watched the players coming in and out of the teleportation array, Mina and the old wizard suddenly realized something and focused on watching the protective wall. You guys! It's coming, it's the big boss of the petrified rock snake! Mina suddenly shouted in the team chat, startling everyone and suddenly standing up. The protective wall is shaking, no, it's the earth's crust that is shaking down there. At this time, even the jumping little May felt the ground shaking. And Mina knew that in this magical world, the foundations of all cities were strengthened. After all, there were countless monsters that could burrow into the ground. If you don't want the city to be dug through by monsters, you can only strengthen the foundation of the city to a certain extent to ensure that the main body of the city is not attacked from underground. Everyone come to my side, it's here. Shui Na looked at the far side of the wall on her side, and the soil suddenly arched up on a large scale. Large chunks of rock and fertile and moist soil kept coming out from the ground. Damn, this petrified rock snake king is bigger than the violent evil venomous snake. Deo Yudeo, who rushed over, saw that the snake body that had just emerged was almost as tall as his own venomous snake, but its body was at least half the size of the venomous snake. The petrified rock snake king that had completely emerged from the ground suddenly roared at the 2 boss pets in front of it. It looked like it didn't understand why its former companions would stand opposite it. This boss has intelligence. This was the first feeling of Shui Na and the others when they saw the petrified rock snake king who could only get angry and roar, but this feeling made them feel a little uneasy. If the petrified rock snake king controlled by NPC can only exert 75% of its power, then if it is controlled by the player himself, it should be able to exert 100% of its power, but if the monster acts autonomously, it may reach 150%. Because after the boss becomes a pet, their attributes will be weakened, and the higher the level, the greater the weakening. Now they are facing such a completely autonomous golden boss. When the petrified rock snake king appeared, the players nearby were immediately attracted by its powerful figure and sharp and piercing roar. A golden boss that suddenly appeared is a must for all players with some strength. At this time, all players received the task of guarding the area. The content of the task is to guard Yunmu town and kill the golden boss that came to attack the city. All players who hear this information, please return to the city for defense as soon as possible. Melee players must not approach the yellow mist if they are not immune to petrification. Seeing those fearless players surrounding the petrified rock snake king like flies smelling feces, Shui Na had to issue such a notice. Although their momentum was very strong, this strong momentum could not make up for their level problem. With an average level of only about 35, they were indeed fearless. They were as fearless as missiles, and while injuring the enemy, they also blew themselves up. However, their current chaotic behavior made Shui Nai and his two huge boss pets completely unable to attack. They couldn't kill them together. Although Shui Nai repeated this more than a dozen times in the chaotic regional channel, the disobedience and self-willed bad nature of these idle players were fully demonstrated at this time. Except for a few self-aware people, the rest of the people ignored Shui Nai and continued to devote themselves to the big action of grabbing the boss. Moreover, as the number of people increased, the small battles around the boss also increased. Forget it, let them die a few more times, and they will come back when they get scared. However, if there is only one golden boss coming, maybe they can kill it. Dao Yudao looked at the teleportation array that was now fully operational, and the player who immediately rushed to the petrified rock snake king after leaving the teleportation array, and knew what these players were thinking. They seemed to be planning to use the most powerful tactics of the players to kill this golden boss. The human wave tactics represented a sure win for all players. Although this 10,000 HP has a magic defense of about 2,500 and a physical defense of about 3,500, but thousands of players attacked at the same time, even if it was forced damage, with an attack frequency of more than 1,000 per second, it would be able to kill more than 60,000 of him in 1 minute, and the total process would probably only take 30 minutes. Although the human wave tactics were extremely powerful, the consumption of players was very huge. Often, when the petrified rock snake king swung its tail, dozens of white lights suddenly appeared at the same time. And now, as it moved forward, most of the players were petrified wherever the enhanced petrified breath passed. Those who were lucky enough would be fine after the petrification disappeared, those who were unlucky would be crushed by the snake body as big as a hill, and could only turn into white light, and even their bodies would be crushed into meat patties, without even a chance of resurrection. However, the most pitiful people were naturally those players who triggered the permanent petrification. These melee players did not even touch the snake skin, but were petrified into lifelike works of art, and the works of art that would not disappear when the players resurrected were immediately collected by other players in their backpacks and planned to be sold. In fact, it was not their fault. After all, their reconnaissance skills were generally only elementary, and it was basically impossible for them to detect the passive state of the petrified rock snake king, so they naturally did not know its trademark's terrifying nature. As for those players who could detect the attributes of the petrified rock snake king, for their own reasons, they did not warn them, but quietly led their teams back to a safe place, letting the players in the front fight to the death. But after leaving behind hundreds of corpses, they finally figured out the ability of this golden boss. All the players took out their long-range weapons in an instant and began to bombard it with arrow rain magic. Seeing that the blood volume of the petrified rock snake king began to steadily decrease, Shui Nai and the others became more careful, and the two boss pets were ready to attack at any time. Because they knew that this petrified rock snake would use magic when it was injured. Lao Fan, why don't trademark you go over and fight too, so that you can share some experience. Looking at the players like ants around the petrified rock snake king, Dao Yu Dao couldn't trademark help but want to share some experience. Don't move. It's strange that a boss with the word emperor on his head doesn't have subordinates. Don't forget, there are many broken stone eggs in the petrified rock snake experimental area. Now we can only hope that these stone eggs have not become its subordinates, otherwise. Shui Na also knew that with their ability, it would be no problem to divide a large part of the experience of such a golden boss. But the problem is that if the Dark Camp only uses such a boss to attack the city, there will be some problems. Moreover, since Shui Na saw those players eating a mooncake directly after resurrection to eliminate the weak state, he ignored these people. After all, they can still fight in times of crisis. From the beginning, Shui Na and his team planned to use the two bosses as the main combat force, and then combine the players in the town to use the wall to fight against the golden boss. For a group of people like them who don't like to sacrifice their companions, safety is the most important thing. But they forgot one thing, that is, they have no ability to make this group of players gather into a group. At this moment, a strong earthy yellow light suddenly emanated from the body of the petrified rock snake king. In the next moment, the earth around it seemed to come alive, and ground spears sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, piercing the crowd around. Chapter 481 Boss Battle. This is an intermediate magic, ground spear. Deo Yudeo and a group of players on the parapet looked at the scene in front of them, and their mouths almost fell to the ground, indicating that they could not accept it. Do you think the golden boss will release ground spears one by one? How long will it take? If you don't come to the group once, will you call the boss? Shui Na reminded in the team chat. Watching the petrified rock snake king clear out the players within a radius of more than 10 meters with just one move. The ground spears everywhere, the corpses lying everywhere, and the wailing of those who were pierced but not dead yet, completely presented the scene of hell in front of these low-level players. Looking at the dozens of meters long, crisscrossing ground spears, the players watching on the wall felt a little cold in their hearts. Especially when they saw some players' bodies being pierced by dozens of ground spears at the same time, even their heads and crotches were not spared. The painful and twisted expressions of these people before they died broke down the inner defenses of some people at once. One by one, the female players left first, followed by the male players who were afraid of pain. Under this large-scale ground spear of the petrified rock snake king version, a total of more than 400 players turned into white light and left. I doubt whether this wall can withstand the impact just now. The fist-sized ground spears of more than 10 meters are definitely higher than the height of this wall. The metal breastplate of the warrior is like paper against the ground spears, and has no defense at all. Don't worry, the foundation of Yunwu town has been reinforced. Although the power of the earth element of this monster is very strong, it is not enough to destroy the solidified magic circle of this foundation. The old wizard reminded everyone while watching the battle in the distance. Now, among the players in the distance, those idle players have almost left. Except for those who are picking up scraps and making money from the dead, there are not many people. The rest are all players who form a guild as a battle group. Although their number is as large as 500 people, and there are also people from the Dark Dragon, they still can't stop the pace of the petrified rock snake king. At this time, the teleportation array in front of Shui Nai and the others suddenly emits bursts of teleportation white light, and a large number of players rush out from here, and then immediately join the battle. They are people from the battle zone. Shui Nai said in the team chat immediately after seeing these people. Shui Nai, who has been to the battle zone once, remembers the faces of several people, and none of the players who can survive the battle zone will be weak. Judging from the time, it seems that they received a notice from the members who stayed here, and finally came in a collective formation. Although this is slower than those idle players, it is a complete formation, and there will be no problems with the configuration of the players that affect the performance. Later, Mina also saw, however, just when the petrified rock snake found that there were more and more players around it and its attacks were getting more and more painful, the golden boss's aura suddenly flashed. Finally, the golden aura turned into a beam of light that shot up into the sky, and turned into a snake in the air, and immediately drilled into the tunnel it dug. Damn, I was scared to death, I thought it was a big move. A shield warrior who was very close to the petrified rock snake king cursed with some palpitations. Hey, this boss used up all its golden aura in one move, but this move has no lethality, this. Just when these people were guessing what skill the golden snake had just used, the old wizard shouted, oh no. Quick, go and block that passage, don't let those little snakes come out. Passage? Little snakes? The unfamiliar players around the old wizard didn't know what the NPC was talking about, but Shui Na and the others knew. Just now, the petrified rock snake king used the golden aura to summon his subordinates. The subordinates of a golden boss with the word king in their name are probably at least elite level. Don, give me the ring. Shui Na said to Don beside him, and then took the ring that Don had just taken off. Make way. Shui Na said while activating the devil's wings, and at the same time, the violent evil poisonous spider guarding the wall also moved. I saw its huge body suddenly pressed down, and the spider belly that was almost 5 meters above the ground was already attached to the ground, and then, the 8 legs that had been stretched tight were stretched straight at the same time. Watching this huge spider, under this pressure and support, it jumped directly into the air dozens of meters high, spanning a distance of hundreds of meters. This jump not only passed the area where the human snakes were fighting, but also its landing point, under its huge weight, directly sank half a meter, and the passage collapsed. In fact, when Shui Na just flew to a high altitude and prepared to control the spider, he had already discovered that a large number of petrified rock snakes had already gushed out of the passage. For petrified rock snakes who are proficient in digging holes, the collapse of the passage is not a problem. As long as there is enough time, they can still dig out another passage. However, what Shui Na is doing now has bought some time for the players below, otherwise, just a dozen petrified rock snakes can make these people below go without return. Listen, people below, get back to the parapet immediately, otherwise we will include you as targets of attack. Shui Nai in the air shouted loudly in the regional channel while controlling the spider, pulling out the 8 legs inserted in the ground from the soil, and then driving it to attack the escaped petrified rock snakes. Just now, a total of 12 petrified rock snakes escaped, and now they are swimming towards their boss. After watching the violent evil poisonous spider crush a petrified rock snake with 1 foot, Shui Nai felt a little relieved. In addition, someone shouted "Snakes are coming," which reminded everyone of the golden snakes that appeared in the sky just now. They ran towards the protective wall one by one, fearing that the snakes that came out would swallow them. However, before his joy lasted long, he found that some of the players below ignored his request and continued to stay around the petrified rock snake king. Those melee players with petrification removal spells rushed into the yellow petrified atmosphere, constantly hitting the petrified rock snakes with only single-digit damage, while those mages farther away only hit dozens of points of damage at most. Damn it! Shui Nai cursed in his heart. Didn't these guys see that he had 2 boss pets on his side to act as meat shields? They actually played the boss game regardless of the overall situation. Seeing that more than 100 people kept wandering around the petrified rock snake king, but there was no way to stop the petrified rock snake king, Shui Nai could only curse Shenlong, the guy who liked to go against him. Attack! If you continue like this, it won't work. Seeing the petrified rock snake king rushing out for dozens of meters, Shui Na also knew that this would not work. Just as Shui Na issued the attack command, the body of the violent and evil venomous snake guarding the wall suddenly swelled, and a mass of things was squeezed up from its stomach little by little. As the venomous snake opened its big mouth, a stream of dark green venom shot like a water column at the petrified rock snake 200 meters away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the venom was spilled, a series of corrosive sounds accompanied by the screams of the petrified rock snake king and the players appeared here. Help! A swordsman who was closest to the petrified rock snake king, although he withstood the invasion of the petrified breath, could not withstand the damage of the venom. In less than 4 seconds, the more than 3,000 health points were directly corroded and turned into white light. Such a fierce poison damage made the priests and holy light warriors who were responsible for healing dumbfounded. They could not keep up with the pace. For priests like them, the attack power of the petrified rock snake was extremely high. Just being hit by it would a lot of blood was lost, and they had to maintain the petrification removal spell for the warriors who rushed to the front. Now they were so busy that they wanted to cut themselves in half with a knife. Now there is no time to add blood to these poisoned people. What scares these priests the most is that the liquid and gas produced by these venoms are still poisonous. For a while, as the poisoned petrified rock snake king kept shaking his injured head, the venom and poisonous gas continued to fall around, increasing the killing range of this move again. Damn, Lao Fan, I'm red, +5 in a flash, and it's still rising. If we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid we'll be red all over the sky. Although Dao Yiyudao said this, he didn't slow down, constantly calculating the time when the venom would attack, and adding 1 from time to time. The venom attack of the violent evil venomous snake is indeed very powerful. Often, as long as it hits hard, a series of will appear directly on its head. The damage of the poisonous snake's venom spray is calculated by drops, although the maximum number of attacks for the same target is 10 times, that is to say, only 10 drops can be counted for 1 attack, and more than that can only be considered as a free gift. But after 1 attack, it directly knocked off 50,000 of its health, and also added the special effect of corroding armor. However, Dao Yiyudao was obviously not satisfied with the damage. Damn, this petrified rock snake's poison resistance is actually 200. 200 poison resistance, for current players, especially thieves who like to use poison, is already a synonym for invincibility. With the poison in the hands of the current players, it is probably not developed by the players yet. And Mina's spider, at this time, did not do nothing. When Dao Yiyudao launched the first attack, he had already controlled the spider to jump high and launched the skill of poisonous spider web. A dark green spider web with a diameter of more than 20 meters was seen shooting out from the tail of the violent evil poisonous spider and covering it downwards. Since Shui Nai's attack target was the middle of the petrified rock snake king, this poisonous spider web immediately stuck up several dark dragon players who were still nearby. The poison damage in the spider web was constantly reducing the life value of the creatures in the web by a small margin. Fan Chen, what do you mean by this? Seeing his men being affected by these attacks, Shenlong's anger immediately rose. I'm sorry, according to our plan, we will first use long-range attacks to knock down the life value of the petrified rock snake, and then directly drive them to fight in close combat. At the same time, all players will carry out long-range attacks on the protective wall to knock it down as quickly as possible. Shui Nai saw Shenlong asking this question, and immediately told his plan in the regional channel. This plan fully utilizes the abilities of the two boss pets, and this fighting method is also very safe, and it can also make use of all the power of Yunwu Town. Chapter 482 The Old Mage's Collection. Distance. As long as the distance of the petrified rock snake is controlled well, then everyone's attack will be brought into play naturally. Humph, your plan is simply to seek personal gain for yourself. Don't think we don't know your idea. With your current strength, this is basically an unfair plan. Why should we listen to you? Shenlong didn't expect these people to collect such disgusting monsters as pets, and he didn't expect Fanfiction to talk to him in the air. Jealousy and hatred made him forget that at this time, the plan mentioned by Mina was the most appropriate. Using the player's meager health to resist this golden boss, even if they can withstand it, the small snakes that come out from the back can also make them drink a pot. And the two boss pets with health values of more than 100,000 are definitely the best for bosses. However, this requires Shenlong to fight monsters with their enemies, which he can't accept. Sorry, this is the most suitable way for now. We can't let all the players on the wall accommodate you and come down to fight these small bosses. This is impossible. Shui Na also pointed out the problem they are facing now, that is, these elite petrified rock snakes are not easy to mess with. Relying on the advantage of the wall, they don't have to worry about the close approach of these small bosses, and their magic, earth magic, doesn't seem to be very powerful. As long as they are not mages, other professions can't die from a hard hit, but the petrified breath on them makes people feel distressed. Then you just watch inside, don't interfere, we don't bother to cooperate with cowards like you. Shenlong's words that a bamboo can sink a boat of people made Shui Na and Dao Yudao completely speechless. Looking at Shenlong's smug look, Shui Na ignored it directly and immediately controlled the violent evil poisonous spider to use the spider silk entanglement skill. Now, what he had to do was to wait until the violent vicious viper had used up all its poison skills before letting it into the attack circle. After all, the viper's poison skills were large-scale lethal weapons and could not be used on the side of the protective wall. Watching the dozen fist-sized spider silks spray out from the spider's mouth parts and then directly wrap around the neck of the rock snake king. Although the spider tried very hard to pull the spider silk, the difference in size made it basically unable to pull the petrified rock snake king. With more than a dozen crisp sounds of bang bang, the wrestling between the two bosses lasted only more than 10 seconds, and ended with the spider's spider silk being completely broken. During this period, the time that the spider silk could really stop it was less than 5 seconds in total. The petrified rock snake king, which had broken the spider silk, shook its huge tail and rolled its body, breaking the spider web on its body, and at the same time crushed more than half of the melee players around it to death. Seeing that the spider's two skills could not only deal thousands of points of damage, but could not even stop its steps, Shui Na had to prepare to go back. Be careful. Just as Shui Na was about to control the violent evil poisonous spider to jump back, Dao Yudao suddenly shouted in the team chat. He immediately folded the demon wings in the air, and his figure fell down more than 10 meters, dodging a lightning arrow attacking from the bottom up. But the magic that followed was a bit dense, which forced Shui Na, who had just maintained balance, to use the wind-moving ring to teleport to a safe place. Shenlong, you! Shui Na, who had not finished speaking, was immediately forced to the sky by magic. Humph, you have no right to order us, and your intervention just now has caused us to lose more than a dozen members. We will settle accounts with you for this grudge. Shenlong said very grandly in the regional channel. After all, Shui Nai's operation just now did indirectly kill these people. Boss Shenlong, our name is Red, what's the matter? At this time, one of Shenlong's men suddenly said in the team chat. Because at some point, all their heads were shining with blood. This is impossible. Shenlong looked at the man in the sky. He attacked him only when he found out that he was red-listed. Not all people had attacked him, but now all the remaining members were red-listed. Afterwards, they checked the record system and found that they had violated 2 military laws, namely, intentionally injuring companions on the battlefield and disobeying discipline. It was these 2 military laws that made them red-listed. Damn, what kind of military discipline is this? Why don't we know about it? when did this become a war zone? Just when Shenlong was angry, he suddenly found that the place where he was had become a war zone without knowing when. However, if Dao Yiyu Dao saw that these people were red-listed, he might have killed them by mistake. Fortunately, Dao Yiyu Dao's vision could not see so far. Yudao, how many venom shots does the venomous snake have left? 5 more, but do we really have to use them all? If we use them all up, then... well, use them all up. This petrified rock snake clan has stone armor protection. If we don't corrode its stone armor as much as possible first, then other players will have no other way. The petrified rock snake king has high double defense, plus the protection of stone armor, then all players will have no other way except to force blood deduction. Just when Shuinai controlled the spider to jump back and was about to fly back, he didn't realize that the petrified rock snake below had already focused on him. Be careful behind. At this time, Yayan and Xiaomei suddenly shouted in the team chat at the same time. Shuinai looked back and found that dozens of cocky light spots appeared around the petrified rock snake king below, and what shocked Shuinai the most was that this time the petrified rock snake king was staring at himself in the air. At the moment when Shuinai turned back, the dozens of light spots turned into brown-yellow stone arrows, shooting at Shuinai like raindrops. These stone arrows are too fast. Shuinai only had this thought in his mind, and the dozens of stone arrows had already crossed a distance of 100 meters in an instant, ready to hit Shuinai's back. Shuinai saw that this was unavoidable, so he could only curl up his limbs at the last moment, and protect his whole body with the devil's wings to reduce the contact surface with the rain of stone arrows as much as possible. Puff puff puff. 10 stone arrows in a row all hit Shuinai's back and the retracted devil's wings, directly knocking off almost 1,500 points of his health. Good fight. At this time, Shenlong saw that the petrified rock snake king focused his attention on Shuinai in the air, and immediately shouted, and then led a group of people to attack the petrified rock snake king again. Shenlong knew that it was impossible for him and his men to kill the petrified rock snake king, but he knew one thing, that is, what he could not get, the man called Fanfiction did not need to think about getting. However, he forgot one thing, something that Shuinai had just reminded him of, that is, the small boss. Just now, when Shuinai controlled the spider to step on the channel, 12 creatures that looked like petrified rock snakes came out. Although some elite rock snakes were killed instantly by the spider, those boss-level ones were not something that the spider could kill with one kick. After all, the boss's immunity to instant death was very strong. Even with the tonnage of a spider, it can step out a small pit with 1 foot, but for these petrified rock snake bosses, at most it can only step into the ground, and it will come out in a short time. And now, the petrified rock snake has come out. In the air, Shuinai, who had escaped the disaster, was falling to the ground because he did not flap his demon wings. Just when he regained his balance in the air, the petrified rock snake king saw that his magic did not solve him, and used another magic again. I saw a stone spear the size of an adult appeared in the mouth of the petrified rock snake king, and then it blew a big mouth, and a strong airflow mixed with the stone spear shot towards Shuinai. Shuinai saw that the speed of the stone arrows just now was already extraordinary, so this time he did not dodge, but instead blocked his hands in front of his chest, intending to take the stone spear first. Just as Shuinai thought, the earth magic of the petrified rock snake king was not comparable to that of the players. In the blink of an eye, the giant stone spear had already hit Shuinai. With a puff, Shuinai was directly hit and flew away, and he also spurted out a mouthful of blood very realistically, which was sprinkled all over the air where he retreated. A huge damage of 1,595 appeared directly in the air. Lao Fan. After watching Shuinai slide hundreds of meters in the air, Dao Yiyudao shouted loudly. Keep attacking, don't stop. Shuinai shouted loudly. However, when he saw that Shuinai did not turn into light and left, his heart was relieved. It must be said that Shuinai's defensive action at the last moment saved his life. As we all know, players' hands have no vital points, at most there is a weakness at the joints. So for warriors, they often like to use their hands with metal gloves to block weapons. But for the mage, this action is not practical, because the mage's cloth armor is the worst among all the protective gear. Even if the weapon does not hit the vital parts like the chest and head, it will also cause great damage to the hands. And the mage who lost both hands would be worse than death. However, at that time, this method was the most practical. And Shuinai also used the huge force of the stone spear, combined with the effect of hovering in the air, to glide directly back to Yunwu town. Just when Shui Nai just returned to the sky above Yunwu town, 2 consecutive holy light healing spells hit Shui Nai's body almost instantly, raising her life value that was only skin. Fortunately, your blood is thick enough, otherwise. Dao Yudao, who was standing on the head of the violent evil venomous snake, saw Shui Nai wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and returning to the parapet, and immediately felt relieved. It must be said that mooncakes are a good thing. In the state of severe injuries like Shui Nai's broken hands just now, he was solved directly with a mooncake. Old fan, it's close to the 200 meter warning line. It's time to take action. After giving control of the spider to Dawn, Shui Nai immediately pulled out the magic cannon and charged it. At this time, the slowest mage players below had also come to the wall and climbed up the wall with the help of everyone. Boy, come here and take this to the sky. You can't control this big spider standing here. Just as Dawn was about to use the violent evil poisonous spider to contain the petrified rock snake king as planned, the old mage suddenly took out a cyan ring with a golden halo from somewhere. After that, he took out another ring and threw it to Shui Nai. These are all my collections over the years. Remember to return them to me after you use them. Fly to the sky? Poxio was confused at first, but when he saw the name of the ring, he immediately understood. Chapter 483 Troubles from Within. Item, Flying Ring, Gold Special Item. Occupational Restriction, Mage. Usage Level, 40. Weight, 5. Item Description, this is a ring made of flying stone and floating stone, which allows the wearer to fly with the wind, with a maximum flight speed of 20 meters per second. In the flying state, the wearer cannot use magic. Item Equipment Effect, it allows the wearer to enter the flying state, consuming 10 points of magic per second. The effect will be invalid when the wearer is hurt, the magic is exhausted, or magic is used, and the flying state will be automatically exited. Effect Cooling Time, 60 seconds. Item, Magic Amplification Ring, Dark Gold Special Item. Occupational Restriction, Occupation with Magic Attribute. Usage Level, 0. Weight, 5. Item Description, this is a ring made of pure magic stone and mithril and other magic metals with the help of dwarven technology. It can double the wearer's magic limit, with a maximum increase of 50,000. Item Equipment Effect, it can double the wearer's magic limit, but the upper limit does not exceed 50,000 magic points. As soon as Poxio and Mina took the ring, they immediately put its attributes in the team chat. Although these 2 rings are purely auxiliary equipment, they are very practical. Flying this is a wind magic that can only be learned by a magician. As the coolest public magic among mages, it has a great status among mage players. However, when Shui Nai saw the effect of this flying state, he found that the restrictions of this flying ring were not ordinary. During the flight, there was no way to use magic attacks, so this can only be used by mages when escaping or on the road. It trademarks just that the consumption of magic power is not something that every mage can bear. As for the magic amplification ring, it is very suitable for Shui Nai to use at present. With Shui Nai trademark's current magic value of more than 9,000, if it is doubled, it will directly reach more magic power, which can allow Shui Nai to use the magic cannon 3 times in a row without scruples. And the rest of the people, after seeing the old NPC throw the 2 rings to the 2 people like garbage, saw that a person with only level 40 actually had the ability to fly, and the other, knocked down more than a dozen bottles of blue advanced potions in a row, and from the looks of him, it seemed that he had not drunk them all. Everyone who saw it understood that the changes in these 2 people were completely caused by the inconspicuous and somewhat confused old man in front of them. I saw these people squeeze towards the old wizard one by one, and the ones behind, after hearing rumors from others, rushed towards the old man who would distribute golden equipment. Why are you squeezing? Back off. If you don't back off, I'll do it directly. When the beautiful fox saw the reaction of these people, she immediately knew what they were thinking, so she pulled the injured little fox and the fox butterfly and guarded the old wizard's periphery. The 3 people who activated the protection system could not stop all these people, but this originally not wide wall could not stand too many people. As long as the protection system was activated, the opposite sex would not approach within a half-meter radius. So when the beautiful foxes came out, they blocked most of the people around them, and only a few thieves broke through quickly and got close to the old wizard. But the old wizard's words later made these players who came to ask for equipment feel embarrassed. Equipment? Sorry, I don't lend my equipment to strangers, and I know you're not a good person when I see you. You'll definitely not return it. Do you think I can lend it to you? Will you return the equipment? Well, take out 1 million gold coins as collateral first, so that I can have a bottom line when I lend it out, don't you think? Number 1 million? Only 100 gold coins, well. I have a magic scroll here. Although it's not a high-end thing, it's quite powerful. I'll lend it to you first, and return it to me when you're done. Hearing the old wizard around him constantly teasing these people who came to ask for bargains, Shui-Na couldn't help but feel sad for them. It's not an easy thing to get something from the old wizard. In addition, as the saying goes, people become smarter as they get older. The old wizard is hundreds of years old and has seen all kinds of people. He won't fall for these people's faces. As for the scroll that the old wizard gave to that person, Shui-Na remembered that he used it to save the old wizard's life in the underground cave. Unexpectedly, he immediately exchanged it for 100 gold coins after this transaction. As for whether the player dared to use it, that was another matter. However, Shui-Na was very clear about one thing, that magic scrolls were consumables and could only be used once. Once used, there was nothing left. When he thought that someone actually used 100 gold coins as collateral to exchange for a high-level magic scroll, Shui-Na laughed in his heart and cursed the old wizard as an old fox. While none of the people outside could get it, the female wizards of the Fox Fairy Guild tried their best to build a relationship with the old wizard. However, Xiao Mei and Xiao Wen's tactics did not have much effect. Instead, they kept playing petrification removal and blue-dotting Yayan for the violent evil poisonous spider, and won the favor of the old wizard, who gave them guidance from time to time. At present, there are not many players around the petrified rock snake king outside. Even the group of Shenlong retreated strategically when they saw a large number of small bosses and small elites coming out. Now the only thing blocking its steps is the large spider with high mobility. Moreover, I don't trademark to know what this petrified rock snake king is doing. It rushed over with great momentum when it came out, but now it has slowed down and has been wandering 200 meters away from the protective wall. This made Shui-Na, who only fired a few shots, very angry. He could only let Dawn send out spiders to keep it in combat and slow down the recovery of its health. But it must be said that the ability of the golden boss of the petrified rock snake king is very strong. Every time the spider comes back, its health is not full, and a few times a spider leg was bitten off. If the spider did not have the skill of spider bite, which can recover and treat injuries, plus the large number of priests in Yunwu town now, I am afraid that in a Oneo-nun fight, the violent evil poisonous spider would die miserably. However, I don't know if these two bosses have lost their intelligence, so they didn't resist when they were treated by holy light. What should we do now? How about I follow them? Dao Yudao looked at the spider that came back was somewhat impatient. No, time is on our side. As long as Fal or the Great Elder came, no, I'm afraid the Fifth Elder could easily solve it, so they could wait. Hey, well, I smell the breath of darkness, but it's so weak. The old wizard suddenly turned around at this time. Although there were layers of human walls in front of him, they couldn't stop the old wizard's increasingly bright eyes. And those players who looked into the eyes of the old wizard, none of them could last for 1 second under this clear-sighted look. Those who were swept by the old wizard's eyes, none of them didn't feel that they were seen through, and several sensitive female players even covered their chests and screamed. It's the dark thief. The old wizard suddenly looked at the wall on the opposite side and conjured a golden magic scroll at the same time. With a tear of his hand, a ball of golden flame appeared in the old wizard's hand in an instant. This flame emitting strong holy energy attracted Yayan in an instant. Is this holy flame? What is golden? Yayan asked in astonishment. This is not holy flame. All things in the world are derived from light and darkness, which is what some ancient people called yin and yang. All the energy in this world comes from the origin of this world. Among them, flame and lightning are the elements closest to the most yang. When flame and lightning reach the extreme and return to their original state, they can produce the most yang power, which is very close to the origin of holy light. Therefore, as a branch of the origin of holy light, holy flame is similar to this flame. The old mage explained in great detail, but Yayan knew that the old mage was not talking to her, but to the elemental mage beside her. At the same time, as soon as the old mage finished speaking, the golden flame in his hand burned more and more vigorously and flew higher and higher. The golden flame exploded into a ball of fireworks in the sky in an instant, and a layer of golden light film that was too thin to be seen enveloped the entire Yunwu town. System, ding, you are protected by the divine flame breaking evil barrier, and the dark power will not be able to hide. At this time, several vague figures suddenly appeared in Yunmu town with a black aura. Hey, there are thieves from the dark camp. Several players who were not qualified to stand on the protective wall immediately discovered these hostile players with red names and black aura. Damn, they are running towards the resurrection point. Quick, stop them, they have bombs in their hands. After seeing the black objects in the hands of these hostile players, one of them immediately shouted in the regional channel. Ah, it's a suicide bombing. For a moment, the players who discovered the Dark Thief and the discovered Dark Thief immediately launched a desperate chase. However, in the end, the players of Yunmu town were defeated due to the obstruction of several traitors in the dark camp. The resurrection stone in Yunmu town was contaminated by darkness under these desperate suicide attacks and stopped working for 24 hours. During this period, all players had no way to use this resurrection stone to revive. Dead players can only run to another resurrection stone through the soul state, or wait for the priest to use the resurrection spell. As for running corpses, well, there is no such thing as running corpses in the war zone. Either resurrect directly, or wait for an hour to resurrect automatically, or wait for someone to help you resurrect. Of course, if the people in the dark camp use the skills of resurrecting corpses or controlling corpses on corpses, then the players in the holy light camp can only exist in the mode of souls, and the corpses they directly belong to will turn into dust. The maximum time for resurrecting and controlling corpses is 1 hour, and for the corpses of players, they can only be controlled or resurrected once. What? The life stone is contaminated. The old wizard was shocked when he heard Yayan's report. He finally understood the reason for his palpitations just now. Quick, find someone to protect the teleportation array. Nothing can be lost there. For the NPCs in this world, the resurrection stone is the life stone. After all, there, players can get almost unlimited life. Teleportation array? Just when everyone was puzzled, Shui Nai and Dao Yudao, the players with quick thinking reactions, immediately changed their expressions. The resurrection stone is the main way for those players outside to revive and return. At this moment, there was a loud noise on the other side of the teleportation array, and a black smoke rushed into the sky. A system regional notice ruthlessly told all the players that the teleportation array was useless. Moreover, when the black smoke just started, the petrified rock snake king and its subordinates outside also moved. Chapter 484 Ring of the Mage. The resurrection stone went on strike, which was not a problem for the players in Yunmu town. After all, according to the plan of Shui Nai and the old mage, as long as they held the wall and killed the petrified rock snake king, everything would be fine. And this plan is very light for the death rate of players, as long as they don't rush in without thinking. But now, the teleportation array was destroyed, that was another matter. Without the teleportation array, the player's return scroll would naturally become invalid, and even the power of the elemental city would not be available. And once other enemies sneak in, it would be troublesome. However, it was a wonder that the people of the dark camp could knock down the players and NPC teams who stayed in the teleportation array at the same time. Let alone those NPCs at the level of level 60 great swordsmen, those players alone were not easy to deal with. After all, the most powerful ability of the players, besides immortality, is to call friends. Just one word and the players in the entire Yunmu town would be alarmed. Finally, under the effect of the priest's resurrection spell, except for those NPC guards who died in the raid, the players who kept their bodies have been resurrected one by one. And the bodies of those NPCs who lost their lives were carefully moved back to the mage square by several players and carefully placed. This was the first time that Shui Nai saw an NPC die in front of him, especially when he saw these people holding their weapons tightly before they died, and they would not let go until they died. Later, the players who were responsible for guarding the teleportation array confessed that they were killed by dozens of thieves and mages at the same time, and these thieves and mages were from the Holy Light camp. When the crowd heard this, in addition to cursing the traitors and spies in their hearts, they could only save their resentment for dealing with the monsters below. After all, for them, the traitors from the dark camp were basically impossible to guard against. As long as he did not rebel, no one could punish him. Protect all priests, and don't let those despicable traitors get away with it. A leader with a guild badge on his chest suddenly shouted in the regional channel. Afterwards, under the actions of these major guilds, those priests were immediately replaced, leaving only a few special cases responsible for protecting the wall. Now, the petrified rock snake king and the snake group have crossed the 100 meter warning line, and some wizard's magic can already hit them. Lao Fan, there are 2 last venoms. Why don't we change to poison mist? This way, the lethality will be greater. Looking at the snake group getting closer and closer, Dao Yudao thought about it and felt that it would be better to use a large-scale lethal weapon. Okay, I'll leave it to you later. Shui Nai thought about it and said, looking cautious. Once the 2 snakes fight, their magic cannons can't be used indiscriminately, otherwise they will hit their own people, which will be a tragedy. Don't worry, we still have a trick, don't we? After the 2 finished talking in private chat, they looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Yes. A big trick that can knock down 150,000 in one shot. Shui Nai thought to himself, and at the same time he looked from a distance. Now the blood tank on the top of the petrified rock snake king's head has been knocked down by about 20%. These are all contributions from the dragon and the violent evil venomous snake, but this petrified rock snake king is indeed a physical monster boss, with not only strong health but also a fast blood recovery speed. The magic cannon in his hand has hit Hedon several times, but its health is still strong, and it is getting more and more experienced in the bombardment of the magic cannon. Shui Nai can no longer fight for 10 seconds like before. Teacher, besides us, are there any other protective forces in Yunmu town now? Shui Nai and his team's plan is very perfect, but for the sake of safety, he still feels like asking one more question. No, all the little guys with some strength have gone outside to deal with the magic shadow. Dealing with thieves is the most troublesome thing, so I don't like thieves so much. The old wizard whispered in Shui Nai's ear. Shui Nai nodded in understanding. It's easy to confront a thief Hedon, but it's hard to deal with him. But you don't have to worry. I know how to deal with this level of magic beast. The old wizard could hear Shui Nai's worry, so he just smiled and looked at the poisonous fog outside. Under this poisonous fog, painful snake sounds would burst out from time to time, and the people on the wall were shocked. The coverage area of the violent evil poisonous spider poisonous fog was very large, not only covering the entire body of the huge petrified rock snake king, but also hundreds of small snakes around it. Seeing the old wizard's confident expression, Shui Nai's mood also eased. With his own plan with Dao Yudao, plus the background of this mysterious old wizard, he was afraid that he really didn't have to be afraid. However, just when Shui Nai thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the old wizard suddenly put a ring emitting a dark golden halo on his magic cannon. Seeing such a ring, Shui Nai immediately froze and almost missed the already charged magic cannon. However, with nearly 300 points of strength, Mina kept the magic cannon motionless and did not shake off the small but dazzling ring. So you mean me when you say you have a plan? I thought you would just use a magic scroll to blast it away. Mina said so, but his hands were not slow. With a wave of his hand, the dark light ring disappeared. Damn, dark gold again? Who is this old man? A player who saw this scene immediately shouted. It's really dark gold. And it's a ring, this is too abnormal. Damn, this is unfair. Why can they get these equipment, but we can't, this is unfair. Although these people kept shouting, people with brains already knew that this old mage was not easy to mess with. He was able to get 2 dark gold rings at once, and he could also use the enchantment scroll just now, which in itself showed that this old mage was extraordinary. So this time, no one planned to squeeze over. Because they all knew that this old man who looked a little confused was not someone who was easy to bully. The one who took 100 gold coins just now, but exchanged for a rare scroll of crazy thunder, was already a good example. And it was precisely these concerns that made these people dare to speak but not to act. However, under the instigation of some people, when they were about to exert public pressure, the words of the old mage made them speechless. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with me lending things to my apprentice? If I can't lend to my apprentice, how can I lend to you? After hearing the old wizard's righteous explanation, most people were silent. Even if he is your apprentice, you don't have to be so partial. Is your apprentice a human being, and we are not human beings? Don't forget, this is a war zone. Your behavior of leaving all the good things to your own people is basically ignoring the situation, which is discrimination. We reject this kind of nepotism. As the saying goes, there is no father and son on the battlefield. Your behavior has seriously damaged our unity and affected our combat effectiveness. Shenlong's words hit the heart of everyone this time, and the hearts of those below were agitated again. It's not that they think Shenlong's words are reasonable, but many people feel that what they can't get, others can't get so easily, and they will feel uncomfortable if they don't make a few obstacles. And there are so many mages on this wall, I don't believe that there is no one who is stronger than him. Shenlong stood up proudly, as if he was recommending himself. You. The old wizard looked at him in confusion. You are not qualified, and you are too weak. It would be a waste to let you learn this magic. After the old wizard finished speaking, he took out a magic book that was all ice blue and prepared to give it to Shui Na. What did you say? When Shenlong heard the old man's words, a surge of blood rushed to his cheeks, and it turned into the color of pig liver in an instant, and he almost killed someone. Can a general like Shenlong bear being told in public that he is not qualified, too weak, and wasteful? This is the fact I saw. You are indeed far behind my apprentice. The old wizard pointed to his eyes, and the two eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts made Shenlong feel cold in his heart. The old wizard ignored the dragon's murderous gaze, turned around, and handed the magic book to Shui Na. This magic book exudes an amazing cold breath, and the surrounding white mist shows that the material of this magic book is extraordinary. Moreover, the 3 gold-plated characters mage are prominently printed on it. Mage level magic, Ice Blast. Shui Na and his friends, who have been ignoring the people around them, are discussing the problem of this ring in surprise in the team chat. The properties of the ring in Shui Na's hand have been seen through by Shui Na. Item, Mage Ring, Dark Gold Special Item. Occupational Restriction, Elemental Mage. Usage Level, 0. Weight, 5. Item Description, this is a ring that can improve the mage's cultivation to the mage level, and the material is unknown. Item Equipment Effect, it allows the wearer to directly obtain the cultivation of the mage, so that it can mobilize elements far beyond its own ability and exert the power of the mage. Item Equipment Cost, once you cast a magic that exceeds your own level by 1 level, the consumption of magic power will increase 10 times. Is this a divine weapon? The beautiful fox was a little dizzy. The magician is a professional level after level 100. If it is a divine weapon, it would be great. This thing is useless. The consumption is 10 times per level. If it is not Lao Fan, which magician can bear it? Dao Yudao controlled the big snake under his feet and engaged in close combat with the petrified rock snake king. Well, I can't stand it either. The basic magic power consumption of this ice blast is times the consumption. I don't have 10,000 points of magic power. Shui Na looked at the magician level magic in his hand that he could learn in a dilemma. Is this old magician playing with me? I can't use it even if I learn it. I only have more than 10,000 magic power now, it's really 10,000. Magic, a skill with amazing power, has always been a thing with amazing consumption, and since the advanced level, the consumption of all magic is proportional to their respective effects. For so many high-level magician players nowadays, being able to release 10 spells of the same level in a row with one's own magic power is already considered a high-level magician. No wonder the old magic eon the old wizard will say that Shenlong is not qualified, even he himself is not qualified. What qualifications can Shenlong have? Don't be nervous, am I the kind of person who would do boring things? The old wizard saw Shui Nai's extremely tangled expression and said easily. Just when Shui Nai wanted to nod and say yes, he suddenly found that the old wizard had a series of blazing white light. You! Shui Nai, who knew the old wizard's background, was too shocked and wanted to stop him. Don't move, this is a magic I created when I comprehended the divine power. I am passing it to you now. I hope you can carry it forward and don't let my reputation fall. The old wizard's words suddenly rang in Shui Nai's mind, and then a ball of light flashing with crystal blue appeared from the old wizard's chest, and then directly sank into Shui Nai's body. System, congratulations to the player Fan Chen for obtaining the magic inheritance of the divine wizard Frank. You have obtained the god level magic resonance, please use it properly. Chapter 485 God level magic resonance. When Shui Nai, who was imprisoned by the mysterious power, saw the light ball coming in, she felt a shock in her body, and felt that something suddenly appeared in her body, and then a system prompt appeared. Bubble asterisk, I 1/4 per thousand. System, congratulations to the player Fan Chen for obtaining the magic inheritance of the godly mage Frank. You have obtained the god level magic resonance. Please use it properly. When the entire light ball entered Shui Nai's body, the mysterious imprisonment power disappeared. At this time, the old mage was already a little shaky. After being supported by Shui Nai, Yayan also reacted immediately. I saw a green light full of life force extending from Yayan's white fingers and touching the old mage. Looking at the old mage's originally pale lips, they have returned to normal under the effect of this light of life, but Shui Nai knows that the magic power he just consumed is gone forever. You are too messy. Shui Nai glared at the old mage and said very dissatisfiedly. Haha, I thought I had to sleep for a few days, but I didn't expect it to be fine so soon. Well, it's time for you to take action, let me see the potential of you aliens again. I envy your ability to learn and then meet again. After the old mage saw that his body had recovered its ability to move, he stood up and looked at Shui Nai. Damn, what are these two guys doing? Shenlong looked at Shui Nai and the old mage, feeling a little puzzled. Although the old mage used some strange secret method to shoot a ball of light into Fan Chen's body, Fan Chen's reaction was too much, and it felt that Fan Chen was a little out of control just now. He wouldn't really treat this old man as a human being. Old Fan, you got something, the scene just now was very shocking. Dao Yudao just turned around and saw the scene of the ball of light flying from the old mage's body into Shui Nai. I got a new magic, now I can use this ice blast. Remember to join me later, I need your magic. Skill, Magic Resonance, God level magic. Professional restriction, Mage. Required magic, 500 points. Learning level, none. Skill level, level 1, upgradable, proficiency, 0500. Skill description, this is a magic created by the god mage Frank, which can concentrate the unsolidified divine power in a living organism. After using this skill, the user can build a magic resonance array. All magic carriers in the array can transmit the magic in their bodies to the owner of the array through the array, increasing the user's magic capacity. Skill use effect, the user needs to consume 500 points of magic to build a magic resonance array. During the existence of the array, the user can add 20% of the magic in the bodies of all magic carriers entering the array to his own magic, and at the same time increase his own magic value limit by the same amount, which lasts for 30 minutes. Preparation time, 10 seconds, constant, cooling time, 3 hours. Array radius, 3 meters. Note, once this magic is used, the user at the core position must remain still, and the magic carrier cannot leave the array. Join. Just when Xiaomei and the others were puzzled, they suddenly saw a burst of blue light appearing on Shui Nai's body. I saw this light slowly flowing from his body to the ground, spreading to the surrounding ground, and slowly changing into a very simple circular hexagram array. It's a magic array. When the magic array centered on Shui Nai extended to 3 meters around, the extension of the magic array also ended. At this time, all the players with magic power in the magic array received a system prompt, and at the same time, the very stable magic power in their bodies actually had some strange fluctuations. System, you have entered the range of the magic resonance array. Would you like to join the magic resonance array, become a part of the array, and provide magic power for the array owner? For a moment, all the players with magic power in a circle with a diameter of 6 meters, with Mina as the center, were carefully checking this system. Tip. Magic resonance, you, a villain, don't even have enough magic power, and you want to borrow magic power from us. Shenlong, who was standing on the edge of the magic resonance mage just now, asked this question sharply. Yes, the magic power required for ice blasting is a bit large, and I alone cannot provide it, so I have to rely on everyone's help. Mina said while learning the ice blast in front of everyone. Humph, it's just magic at the level of a mage, you don't even have enough for this, and you want to be a hero, you. Damn, your magic power is almost over 20,000, how is this possible? An idle ice mage joined the magic circle specifically in order to see the ice magic of this mage. And the moment he joined, he immediately found that his magic power flowed into the magic circle along his feet, and 1/5 of it disappeared in an instant, which made him a little worried that there would be any sequelae. However, later, when he saw the man's magic value at the core of the magic circle, he was shocked. A player who was only about level 50 could actually add more than 20,000 magic power. What a concept! It was the surprised cry of the ice mage that attracted more mage players to join. All the players who joined the magic circle saw the huge magic slot above Shui Nai's head the moment they joined, and the number on the magic slot was still increasing, and soon broke through the 20,000 mark. After that, the remaining people were controlled by the old mage and the beautiful fox, and those players who did not come to join the magic circle were asked to leave one by one. And the standard for them to distinguish enemies and friends is to look at their feet. All the magic carriers who become a member of this magic circle will form a series of light bands from their feet. This is the brilliance of their magic transmission. Shui Nai looked at the system prompts. Every time the system refreshed the information, it meant that someone joined or exited the magic circle. However, judging from the current situation, there are more people joining than those who came to make trouble. How do you feel? There should be no discomfort. Shui Nai asked Ye Yan and Xiao Mei beside him. They were the first group to join this magic circle. Well, I don't feel anything. It's just that the magic slot is 1/5 less. It's no problem. Xiao Mei looked at her blue magic slot. 4/5 of the position in this slot disappeared out of thin air. And what replaced it was a faint blue shadow. Everyone, it's time to start. As long as you don't leave the magic circle under your feet, you can do anything. Shui Nai said while scanning the magic resonance display panel that he had added now. In this panel, some information of the players standing on this magic circle will be displayed at all times, such as name, occupation, and the amount of magic provided. Looking at the last 15 people left here, they provided him with a total of 7,523 points of magic, plus Shui Nai's own 10,000 magic. Now he can fully use the Ice Blast after 20 times consumption. 10,000 magic power, you are really a monster. Xiao Mei said with a little dizziness, this number is a bit scary. That magic requires 10,000 magic power, isn't it more weird? If it gets out, it will scare people to death. However, I feel that I was calculated by the teacher, and I feel a little unhappy. Shui Nai activated the Ice Blast while chatting with Xiao Mei and others in the team chat. If Shui Nai knew that the old wizard was planning this, then he would not have spent so many brain cells with Dao Yudao to plan the wall protection plan just now. You are still ashamed to say that, but you have got the most benefits. If you don't cut some meat later, we will not let you go. Xiao Mei added various combat-related buffs to the companions around her, while Ye Yan was responsible for adding blood and defense to the two boss pets. Although Shui Nai's current Ice Blast is a magician's magic, as a public magic of elemental mages, it does not require any specialization requirements. At this moment, above the battle between the three bosses, a ball of ice blue with a diameter of about 3 meters was quietly suspended here, and as Shui Nai's magic progressed, the blue light inside the ball representing the power of the water element became stronger and stronger. When the chanting time of the Ice Blast ended, Shui Nai's spirit was also lifted, and he told Dao Yudao and Po Xiao to move away the spiders and venomous snakes 100 meters away, and at the same time aimed the staff at the petrified rock snake king, completing the steps of magic attack locking. In order to increase the accuracy of this magic attack, Po Xiao also deliberately used spider webs and spider silk to try to help Shui Nai. Shui Nai finally waved his staff upwards, completing the last guiding process of the magic, and the huge ice ball in the sky, which was as crystal clear as crystal, slowly fell on the back of the petrified rock snake king. The attack method of Ice Blast is from air to bottom, first from the air in the form of ice balls. At this stage, a physical attack is first produced, and the power is related to the weight and height of the ice ball. Then, when the puck hits the target and breaks, the icy liquid inside the puck will overflow. In this process, the icy liquid will cause cold damage to the target, and can also slow down and freeze the target. Finally, when the icy liquid is completely lost, once the icy air mass at the core of the ice ball comes into contact with the air, it will also form a large-scale explosion, spreading the cold air in the icy air mass at once. After the icy air comes into contact with the moisture in the air, it will immediately condense and freeze the target in the ice. In the end, wherever the cold air passes, it will become a land of ice and snow. Now, although this level 50 petrified rock snake king is of extremely high level, it still does not have much resistance to this level 100 magic. I saw that the ice ball first hit a damage value of 2033, and then when the petrified rock snake king came into contact with the icy liquid, a magic damage of 3059 appeared again. And when the icy air finally exploded, a damage of 1596 appeared on the petrified rock snake king along with a huge ice block. Damn, this magic is too strong. Dao Yudao looked at the back of the petrified rock snake king being frozen by a huge ice block with a diameter of more than 15 meters. Although it was impossible to completely freeze it due to its huge size, it seriously affected its movement speed. Although this magic was very powerful, all the mages in the magic circle did not notice it, because they were now scared by the magic power consumption of Shui Nai's magic and even their souls were almost gone. Ye Yan and Xiao Mei were lucky, they knew it at the beginning, but those who didn't know could only open their mouths as wide as possible, and even the petrified rock snakes in front of them did not react to attack them. Although Juan's magic power was consumed by this magic, as a member of this magic circle, they could see very clearly that this was indeed a consumption of magic. It's still not enough. At this moment, the old wizard suddenly said, although your ability has been barely improved, your strength has not improved much. Forget it, take off the magician's ring first, and try to put it on again. Shui Na also knew that the old wizard was talking about his lack of mental strength. This problem has always been a weakness for Shui Na, a non-mainstream wizard, and even the old wizard looked down on it. However, it must be said that Shui Na, who has such attribute values, has a wider world than other mages. Take it off and put it on again. Shui Na did it as he said, but found that the original 20-minute cooling time of Ice Blast had disappeared. The original grey icon of Ice Blast lit up again. Chapter 486 Twists and Turns. After using Ice Blast 3 times in a row, Shui Na finally froze the entire petrified rock snake king in ice. Seeing that Shui Na used it 3 times in a row to freeze it, the old wizard could only shake his head continuously. In this environment with abundant water elements, the power of Mina's magic is indeed a bit weak. The calculation of damage of Ice Blast is different from that of previous magic. Starting from the wizard level, all magic damage is calculated based on mental power multiplied by a coefficient. For example, the magic damage of Ice Blast, except for the first attack which is a purely physical attack, the following 2 attacks are pure magic attacks. The damage of the second ring is calculated by mental power multiplied by 10 plus its own magic damage, and the explosion of the third ring is mental power multiplied by 5, and the range of freezing is 1/20th of the mental power. If this magic is used by those pure spiritual mages, the damage will probably be about twice as high as Mina's, and the range of freezing will be several times higher than Mina's. Yudeo, Poxio, you go and help them deal with the small bosses and elites around, and leave the petrified rock snake king to me. Shui Na stood on the magic circle and looked at the large piece of ice less than 100 meters away. Now he could understand why the old wizard gave these things to him. The freezing effect of the ice blast is amazingly high. Even a monster with high physique and high resistance like the petrified rock snake king can only be helpless in the face of a large-scale freezing. Looking at the petrified rock snake king frozen by the iceberg, Shui Na's magic cannon can just play the greatest effect. What are you talking about? A magic needs 10,000 magic power. The power of this magic is not great. And this is the home of water element magic. This mortal world is simply wasting resources. Shen Long, who heard the report from his subordinates, couldn't help but hate Shui Na, a garbage player. He actually used tens of thousands of magic power, but only dealt less than 20,000 damage. Shen Long has most of the information about Shui Na in the game, and naturally knows some of the information about this non-mainstream mage. He knows that Shui Na's attribute distribution is biased towards agility, and even the equipment on his body is the same, with a lot of miscellaneous brands and colorful colors. Although this does give him a great advantage in saving his life, the lack of attack power is a big problem. And Shen Long is confident that if the mysterious mage just now gave him those equipment and skills, he could play better than Shui Na. Na's damage is stronger than Nai's. However, he also knew that the mysterious mage would not give him a chance at all. After all, as he himself said, Fan Chen was his apprentice, so he would naturally take special care of him. Report to the president, the latest information, the magic cannon in Fan Chen's hand needs 5,000 magic power at a time. A non-guild player standing in the magic circle, while observing the changes in the magic slot above Shui Na's head, reported his conclusion to his president. 5,000? You are not mistaken. Shen Long couldn't accept it, and looked down at his magic value. It seems that it is only 4,300 now. As a president-level elemental mage, Shen Long also pursues equipment that increases spirit value, but if there is an equipment that increases magic damage in front of him, he will definitely give priority to this equipment. Because spirit has no other effect on mages at this level except adding some magic damage and magic power. For current players, mana can be solved with just a bottle of high-level potion, but for spell damage, the spell damage increased by mental power is probably not comparable to that of equipment that specifically increases spell damage. So for the current Shen Long, his mana value has never exceeded 5,000 points, but he knows that Shui Na has been holding the magic cannon for almost half a month. And this means that Shui Na's mana value has exceeded 5,000 points half a month ago, and now with the equipment and skills of his master, it has exceeded 10,000. This is really a comparison, which is so annoying. While Shenlong was calculating in his mind, no one standing on the protective wall was idle, because for those petrified rock snakes outside that were 3 or 4 meters long, the 3-meter-high protective wall of Yunwu Town was just a slightly high hurdle for them. However, under the protection of a large number of players, this protective wall far exceeded their capabilities. One by one, magic arrows poured down like rain. Even a creature like the petrified rock snake boss with amazingly high defense could not withstand so many attacks. And this does not count the 2 boss pets joining in. If it were not for Shui Nai knowing the way to relax and the principle of controlling people, I am afraid that those small bosses and small elites outside, Dao Yiyu Dao and Po Xiao would not let any of them back. But they agreed with Shui Nai's opinion and put some monsters into the attack circle of the protective wall so that the players on the protective wall could also participate. Although this caused some casualties on the protective wall, and the protective wall was even beaten into potholes, no players had any complaints anymore, and it could also shut up some people with ulterior motives. As for those who were not afraid of death and rushed down to pick up the boss equipment, they would not care. Even if they were bitten to death by the snake, no one would save them. Fanfiction, be careful, the life value of the petrified rock snake king has dropped by 20%. There are more and more cracks on the iceberg, I'm afraid it's going to come out. Dawn, who has the flying ring, naturally has to serve as a scout. Understood. Shui Nai said, took out a mooncake from her backpack, and agreed to notify the companions around her. After Shui Nai took the mooncake, her magic value returned to full value in an instant. I feel that eating mooncakes like this is the most enjoyable. Xiao Mei said with some envy. One mooncake can only restore about 3,500 magic power, while Shui Nai can restore 10,000 in a blink of an eye. The gap makes Xiao Mei a little crazy. As soon as this topic came out, it was immediately recognized by the mages around Shui Nai. Haha, in fact, without you, I can't use this magic. How about this, when the war is over, I will give you some mooncakes as compensation, no problem. Shui Nai looked at the mooncakes in her backpack and felt that this reward was acceptable to her. You said it, you can't deny it, or we won't let you go. Xiao Mei immediately took over the topic, and discussed with the people around her how many mooncakes she wanted. Seeing them talking nonsense here, Shui Nai knew that she was helping herself to reduce the favors she owed to these people. The iceberg is about to explode. Hey, there are elemental fluctuations. Everyone should be careful. Dawn, who was closest to the petrified rock snake king, immediately felt the deep earth elemental power in the iceberg emerging with the shattering of the iceberg with the instinct of a mage. The people who received the reminder from Dawn immediately prepared in advance. They saw that defensive magic was constantly added to the players, and even the spider with the highest mobility was called back to serve as a meat shield. With a loud bang, the iceberg shattered in an instant, and a large amount of ice chips were thrown out. For a while, a thick fog composed of ice chips and ice appeared around the petrified rock snake king. It's out, this is, be careful, it's a rain of stone spears. The nervous voice of Dawn appeared again in the regional channel. Stone spear rain. Hearing Dawn bite the word hard, Mina's face changed a little when she released the ice blast. So Mr. Squat. Seeing the little black spots made of stone spears in the sky, Shui Nai finally understood the meaning of the stone spear rain. Hundreds of stone spears were shot high into the air at the moment when the petrified rock snake king broke through the ice, and this rapid rain of stone spears came towards Shui Nai's side. In an instant, Shui Nai activated the magic shield, and at the same time, he blessed the surrounding mage players with ice shields and ice crystal armor one by one. As for other professions, Shui Nai had no way. Just when Shui Nai was putting ice crystal armor and ice shield suits on the fifth mage player, the stone spears like raindrops had already come. Pa 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 pa. The sound of the two came from Shui Nai from time to time. The pa pa sound was naturally the sound of the stone spears hitting the protective wall, ice shield and armor, and the pa pa sound, Shui Nai only saw a lot of blood spraying out from the wounds pierced by the stone spears, dyeing the space red. Damn, this game is getting more and more realistic, so much blood, it's going to scare people to death. Xiao Mei looked at the players lying in a pool of blood not far away, feeling sick and scared. Just now, if they didn't know to hide behind Shui Nai, I'm afraid they couldn't withstand one of the shots with their bodies. Is everyone okay? Since Shui Nai couldn't move around, he didn't know what was happening behind him. However, he knew from the magic resonance panel that 2 mages died in this rain of stone guns, and one of them had his blood sprayed behind Shui Nai. "We are fine, is the petrified rock snake king frozen?" A mage whose arm was pierced by a stone spear asked weakly, enduring the pain, and the ice shield beside him did not play a big role. Even if the ice shields were equipped to these mages, they did not have enough strength to use them. After all, the stone spears coming from above were far more powerful than they could bear. It should be frozen. After all, the ice fog just now has a great bonus to the freezing effect of the ice blast. Although Shui Na said so, he was preparing for the second ice blast. "Hey, mages outside, add a few more, our magic power is a bit tight now." A mage in the magic circle called out to the mages on Shenlong's side. Although the two mages in the magic circle have been resurrected, in this case, the more people in the magic circle, the more problems they can face. "Hey! Lao Fan, be careful, there are several stone pillars coming towards you." "KSI, is this earth magic so fast?" Dao Yudao, who was guarding the front line, suddenly shouted quickly in the regional channel, and the poisonous snake under his feet also moved, but he could not catch up with the sharp stone pillars that were running wildly. Stone pillar impact. Looking at the 3 stone pillars that were rushing towards him, Shui Na immediately knew the name of this magic, a wizard-level earth magic. However, the speed of this magic came a little too fast. Chapter 487 Secret Move. Each of the 3 stone pillars condensed by the petrified rock snake king was 2 meters thick, and they were rushing towards Shui Na and the others in a Chinese character. Hot Book Pavilion. However, at this moment, Shui Na's second ice blast was already at the last moment, and under the effect of this magic resonance array, he, the core of the array, had no way to dodge. Dawn. Dao Yudao, who was behind and couldn't catch up, immediately shouted to Poxio. However, Poxio was in a place where he could not see the situation over there clearly in order to scout the situation. Even if the violent evil poisonous spider was not far away, he just rushed to the position of Shui Na and the others to see if he could block the attack. However, it was a pity that although the big spider was not slow, its movement trajectory did not interfere with the forward trajectory of the stone pillars without specific control, but let the 3 stone pillars pass by. Explosive bomb attack. Seeing this, Shui Na could only shout in the regional channel. As the most powerful product in the first month of the server opening, the ability of the mutant mage has always been loved by most players, and at the moment when Shui Na reminded him, 4 or 5 explosive bombs were shot directly at the stone pillars outside. However, they forgot one thing, that is, even if it was a high-level magic stone gun, Shui Na's ability could not blow it up, so the explosive bombs of others were at most just a token of respect. After the fireworks, although the speed of the 3 stone pillars slowed down a little, they still rushed over with an indomitable momentum. Now they are less than 10 meters away from Shui Na and the others on the wall. And now, those magic circle players who saw the wrong opportunity have already moved to the edge of the magic circle, ready to escape at any time. However, the coverage of these 3 stone pillars is relatively large, and part of them are aimed at the protective wall. If the stone pillars are hit directly, then even if the players on them are fine, once the surface of the protective wall is damaged, allowing Mina to move a step, the magic circle will naturally be broken. At this time, a man wearing a black snake-scale armor set the slender figure suddenly rushed out of the guardrail, carrying a huge khaki shield and slamming into the track of a stone pillar. With a bang, the first stone pillar weighing several tons knocked the injured little fox away in an instant. However, the combination of the warrior's advanced public skills of collision and shield attack also blocked the stone pillar. Although the injured little fox was knocked against the guardrail, a large amount of health was lost with the blood gushing out of his mouth, but his strong life was saved. At the moment when the injured little fox fell to the ground, another figure rushed out. It was also a warrior's collision, but this time, another skill was replaced by a slash. Bang, clang, 2 consecutive sounds sounded almost at the same time, and the stone pillar hit the armor on the fox butterfly, and the fox butterfly's heavy sword just slashed it down. Although this time the fox butterfly's self-sacrificing attack did not block the stone pillar. However, it successfully buffered its speed and height, causing it to hit the guardrail without even the power to shake the guardrail, but the whole body of the fox butterfly lost its vitality. Moreover, because the fox butterfly took this attack that was far beyond her ability to bear before she died, her body was directly crushed and she lost the possibility of resurrection, so she could only choose to resurrect directly. Although the player's body cannot be destroyed, if the player's body is destroyed before death, then such a body will be directly judged by the system as a destroyed body or a body that cannot be resurrected. In fact, this setting of the system is generally used in certain specific situations, such as magma. If the player is thrown into the magma before dying, then his body can be resurrected in theory, but his body has been burned by the magma, which will form a contradiction. In addition, resurrecting in the magma, isn't this seeking death? Therefore, after some curious players tried to revive the body with lava several times, the system automatically corrected it. In order to make the game more realistic, the scope of unable to revive the body was specially expanded. As long as the body reaches a certain standard, the player will not be able to run the body or use skills to revive it. Knowing that one of his two companions was injured and the other was dead, Shui Na did not pay attention to the following, but stared at the yellow mist that was getting bigger and bigger in the distance, and even ignored the last stone pillar that was fixed in the air. It's okay, it's okay. The old wizard looked at the stone pillar not far away from him, wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered in a low voice. Teacher, is it okay like this? Yan asked with a pale face. Well, you can put it down, but you have to do it slowly, not too fast. The old wizard said carefully and softly, for fear of scaring the little girl Yan. Just now, the old wizard saw that the situation was critical, and rushed directly into the magic circle and handed a silver glove made of unknown material to Yan. Yan's reaction was not slow either. She immediately thought that this thing must be a life-saving thing, so she put it on and stretched it out. After that, everyone watched the stone pillar that was originally surging was actually fixed in the air. The change between extreme movement and extreme stillness was so fast that it was unacceptable. Everyone around Yan looked at the silver gloves on Yan's fair jade hands quietly, and the greedy expressions in some people's eyes were even more obvious. Although this silver glove did not emit any equipment halo, even the moment it was handed over to Yan by the old wizard, it did not emit any halo. It was just that when it was gently stretched out by Yan, the priest, all the players around her felt that the space around them suddenly became sticky, as if their space was slowly frozen and condensed. Although this feeling was only for a moment, it was enough for them, because they all felt that the source of the condensation of this space was precisely the silver glove without any halo. Since the old wizard took out his collection one by one, the unique gold and dark gold equipment have made them numb. And now this glove has no equipment halo, which can only mean that this glove is not dark gold equipment. It is not dark gold equipment, but it has such magical abilities, and it can also affect the surrounding space, so it can only be said that this equipment has exceeded the level of dark gold. For a while, all the players thought of the term artifact. In the magic myth, although the conventional equipment is only capped at dark gold, and because the current strength of the players is too weak, no one has seen any artifact. So for the artifact, they can only rely on guessing. And the scene that followed laid the doubts about the artifact in the minds of the players. After Yan put down the stone pillar, the silver glove on her hand took off from Yan's hand in an instant, and flew directly and lightly in front of the old wizard. And before the old wizard made any move, it disappeared by itself. Is this a divine weapon? The very bold Shen Long, who had some quarrels with the old wizard, asked everyone. The problem in their hearts. No, it's just a special thing with the ability to manipulate space. For some people, it's just a very ordinary thing. The old wizard naturally saw the look in these people's eyes, so he didn't say that this was a glove used by a god, but smiled mysteriously, making those players with ill intentions bow their heads. Some people? It should be a certain level. The misled players immediately thought of this in their hearts. Because they obviously thought that this equipment should be a regular equipment after the advanced level, but this advanced equipment can be used by a low-level player, which is too much. While everyone was puzzled by the silver glove, they didn't find that Shui Nai's ice blast had not been knocked down, but hung high in the sky. Lao Fan, I can't see the situation inside. This petrified breath seems to have changed. Why don't you just smash the ice ball down? If it fails, let's use the ultimate move directly. Dao Yudao looked at the yellow fog in front of him. Although he was hesitant in his heart, he didn't think much about it because he had a great ultimate move. Well, this is the only way. Shui Nai waved his staff upward, and the giant ice ball began to fall down. After the iceberg that was frozen outside the petrified rock Snake King was exploded, the petrified aura that originally surrounded the petrified rock Snake King immediately became turbulent, and then became larger and larger, covering the ice that had just appeared on it. Looking at this unknown situation, Shui Nai instinctively chose to wait and see, but he knew that as time passed, once it recovered, it would be the time for his side to fail. Hey, Dawn, come here immediately, use your ultimate move. This petrified aura can erode the ice, and magic will not work. Deo Yudeo, who was closest to the petrified aura group, immediately discovered that this time, although the ice blast hit the center of the air group, the ice that had just appeared was immediately eroded by the thick yellow mist, turning into a ball of fine powder like yellow sand. However, this magic is not without any effect. When the ice blast completed the third step of the explosion, the petrified aura surrounding the petrified rock snake king had disappeared for the most part, revealing the corroded and tattered stone armor on its body. Assholes, you actually want to steal equipment? Shen Long, who was far away and couldn't see the situation on the other side clearly, immediately pointed at the big spider that rushed over and cursed. However, Mina looked at him with an expression of looking at a fool. He had heard before that when a person hates another person extremely, that person's IQ will often drop sharply due to negative emotions such as resentment and anger, reaching the level of a fool, and thus doing many stupid things that are not worthy of their own level. Seeing Shen Long at this time, he believed it. Anyone with eyes can see that no one can stand on the big spider, otherwise the hair like steel needles will definitely make people unforgettable forever. As for the problem of stealing equipment, the problem now is that this boss was defeated by them, and it has nothing to do with others. On the side of the petrified rock snake king, the violent evil venomous snake and the violent evil venomous spider gathered the red light of their bodies on their giant tails and forelimbs respectively. One was shaped like a giant knife, and the other was shaped like a pair of thorns. They attacked it from the left and right, and the speed was amazing. Chapter 488 Distribution Undercurrent. When the petrified rock snake king screamed for the last time and a large amount of life instantly returned to zero, the yellow mist around it surged up in an instant, and instantly swallowed up the two boss pets. At this moment, several transparent and ethereal figures passed by on the parapet wall and the flat ground outside at the same time, and the place where these figures were heading was naturally the petrified rock snake king who had just died. Seeing these thieves so unscrupulously heading towards the place where the golden boss fell, the mages standing on the magic circle were pale and their eyes were full of anger. As the main output, mages often contribute the most in battle, but they cannot enjoy the pleasure of picking up equipment, which is a pity for mages. If the people who team up with them are not a fixed team, then killing teammates to pick up equipment is even more common. As we all know, golden bosses will definitely drop golden equipment, and there is a high probability of dropping dark gold equipment. And this rule is only for bosses of ordinary races. For big bosses like Warcraft, the things they drop are often upgraded by one level. And this is why the magic spider boss in the poisonous insect valley will drop golden equipment. For now, there are probably not many golden equipment at level 50. Not to mention dark gold level. The reason why they are so rare is that from level 50, all monsters have been far away from the city where players gather. If players want to trouble these bosses, they not only have to climb mountains and travel long distances, but also have to find the boss's haunting place in the wilderness. In the absence of strategies provided by other players, the cost of such land reclamation is often higher than the benefits. It is for these reasons that although a small number of players are waiting, they have already passed the level 50 barrier, but they are still using equipment at the level 40 stage. What about now? This level 50 golden monster boss must be wearing golden equipment, and there is a great chance of dropping dark gold equipment. How can these people not be tempted? Looking at these fearless thieves, listening to Deo Yudeo and Po Xiao talking about the abnormal petrification effect of the yellow fog in the team chat, Shui Nai couldn't help but think of the famous saying, people die for money, birds die for food. This yellow mist is the last blow of the petrified rock snake king before his death. Although for the two boss pets, their own immunity to instant death has greatly weakened the effect of this petrification breath. However, they have no way to be immune to the stiffening effect of petrification, so they can only stay in the yellow mist of petrification breath, waiting for the petrification breath to dissipate. Even they can't stand the influence of this petrification breath, so what about those thieves? Fortunately, I left the venomous snake at the last moment, otherwise I would have died. Deo Yudeo looked at the petrified breath in front of him, which showed a 20% chance of triggering permanent petrification, and the feeling of luck in his heart was self-evident. 1% and 20%, that's a 2-0 FOLD difference. If he still had the effect of the petrification removal spell on him, there would be no problem, but now the effect of his petrification removal spell has disappeared. However, these thieves who didn't know anything about the petrified breath didn't think of anything, but rushed in directly with potions. And then, only a series of white lights of death rose from the surrounding yellow mist. For these thieves, as long as they can get one of the equipment exploded by the petrified rock snake king, they will be rich. As long as they sell it and convert it into credit points, they can't say that they will become rich overnight, but they will definitely live a very comfortable life in the next few months. However, dreams are often beautiful, but reality is often cruel. Old fan, can your cyclone spell blow away such a large yellow mist? Dao Yudao looked at the unbearably thick petrified aura in front of him and said with some concern. Now he is not worried about the safety of the things that exploded inside, but is worried about the body of the petrified rock snake king inside. Do you think my cyclone spell is a tornado? With such a large area, the radius of the cyclone spell is not even enough for its teeth. The explosion of the petrified rock snake king before his death did give the current players a headache. The petrified aura that was close to the size of a football field turned the inside into a Jedi for players. As for the priest going over to use the petrification removal spell, he had to clear the small bosses and small elites below before he could implement it. What should we do now? Some mages in the magic circle looked at Shuai who was standing in the front, as if they were led by him. After all, at the last moment, the team that killed the petrified rock snake king was related to him. Hey, please let me think about it. How about I use the magic cannon to roll away the yellow fog? Ahem, teacher, can you give me the body of this big snake? Just when Mina said the most suitable plan, a voice suddenly sounded from Mina's waist. Hey, little hammer, you woke up. The old wizard only noticed the appearance of the big hammer at this time. Looking at his sleepy eyes with red threads all over, he immediately thought that the big hammer had been working frantically these days to complete the requirements of the elder, and today was his day off. Well, I guess so. After the big hammer yawned, he looked at the rolling yellow fog outside, and his eyes flashed with a burst of brilliance. Well, if you like it, Master Big Hammer, then I'll give it to you. Mina saw the old wizard's eyelids blinking as if cramping, and naturally knew what he was thinking, and was happy to give this favor to the big hammer. Anyway, as long as the body of the petrified rock snake king does not disappear, they naturally cannot enter, so he has no idea about the snake corpse, and naturally ignores the fiery eyes of the dragon. Well, that's what you said. Dataikoi was not polite to Shuai at all, and jumped directly from the parapet. This. Shuai did not expect Dataikoi to be so impulsive. He only had time to help him add an ice crystal armor and acceleration spell, but he had no chance to add the flame shield on the staff. Don't be nervous, Dataikoi is a dwarf, these little snakes will not attack him. The old wizard reminded at this time, and at the same time commanded the remaining residents of Yunwu town to cooperate with the players to clean up the small bosses and elites around. There are so many petrified rock snakes, and we can't clean them up. This is too much. A person came back to see Dao Yudao. Although he picked up things on the ground along the way, he missed the experience points of these small bosses and elites very much now that he has lost the violent evil venomous snake. Be content. You have leveled up 2 levels after killing this petrified rock snake king. You are almost surpassing me. Shuai naturally knew the reason why Dao Yudao was so bitter. It was nothing more than being unsatisfied. Don't you have to guard there? Xiao Mei asked Dao Yudao in confusion after seeing him come back. Now was the last moment to grab the equipment, and he actually ran back. Didn't you see that my clothes are black? I'm playing guerrilla warfare with these little bosses outside with those thieves, do you think I'm stupid? Dao Yudao allocated the attribute points he just upgraded to his physique and agility, and his eyes glanced at Shuai and the beautiful fox standing in a corner like a wooden stick, and the arc of his mouth became higher and higher. Hush, be serious, don't let people find out. Shuai, who was adding points, immediately reminded him in private chat as soon as he felt Dao Yudao's eyes. Hi, really hi. You look gentle and gentlemanly, but I didn't expect that you can be so insidious when you are shady. Dao Yudao shook his head, looking deeply shocked. Hey, it came out. Just when the two were discussing the issue of dividing the spoils, Xiao Mei suddenly pointed at the yellow fog and reminded the two people who were absent-minded. Seeing the big iron hammer come out of the yellow fog without any impact, everyone was numb. Just now, he just rushed in without any props or skills, and he came out without feeling anything. However, the golden things in his hands now make people feel that their hearts are beating wildly. The body belongs to me. These are the garbage I found inside. You can do whatever you want. The big hammer casually threw the things that the petrified rock snake king exploded at the feet of Shuai like throwing garbage, making a series of swaying noises. Hiss! After seeing the 7 items on the ground clearly, everyone took a breath of cold air. Haha, Master Big Hammer, take care. Shui Nai bent down and picked up everything on the ground, leaving nothing behind. Okay, the rest of the things are up to you. I'm going to take a look at the big hammer now. After the old wizard saw that there was no problem around, he took the 3 rings handed over by Shui Nai and followed the big hammer. Yu Ying, you go with them. If there is any problem, remember to notify us immediately. Shui Nai said to Yu Ying in the team chat. Yu Ying nodded and quickly followed. After all the problems were arranged, Shui Nai had time to check the 7 items. In his backpack, there were 5 pieces of equipment, 1 stone armor, 1 stone sword, 1 stone staff, 1 cocky spear, and 1 rock pattern ring. The remaining 2 items were stone pillars and a round cocky bead. Fan Chen, shouldn't you divide the things first? Everyone is waiting for you now. Shenlong's somewhat gloomy voice was a bit harsh to the people of the Fox Fairy Guild, but it hit the heart of everyone. Haha, sorry, I was fascinated by it. Okay, let's start the distribution now. Shui Nai thought about the distribution problem in his heart, and followed Shenlong's words to break the current dull atmosphere. Well, then, let's take this stone armor first. It's a dark gold level equipment, but I won't announce the specific attributes, you can think about it yourself. Shui Na looked at the wolf-like eyes of the surrounding warriors, but he was very calm in his heart. He held the stone armor and walked step by step to the injured little fox, and gently placed his hands in her hands. Everyone has no objection, right? Shui Na looked at the people in the magic circle just now and asked a question seriously. No. Shui Na's question was agreed by most of the mages in an instant. If there was no female shield armor just now, they would have been smashed into meat paste. Then this stone sword, naturally there is no other problem. Shui Na took out a stone sword with a dark gold halo and handed it to the fox butterfly who had just resurrected. Shenlong looked at Shui Na's distribution, and naturally he was very dissatisfied in his heart, but he knew that Shui Na was now standing on the highest line of morality, so he would naturally not make himself uncomfortable. He just looked at Shui Na holding the dark gold stone staff in his hand. Chapter 489 Live Auction. Which one of you is an earth mage? Shui Nai looked down at the attributes of the stone staff in his hand, and then added, or who of you is willing to be an outstanding earth mage? Shui Nai has a lurking mask, so now these people can't know any of its attributes except for seeing this dark gold stone staff. Shui Nai's words immediately made them think hard, not for anything else, but for Shui Nai's way of distribution. At first, they thought that this person's distribution method was based on the size of the contribution, but now they found that this person's distribution method was based on the most appropriate principle. If it was replaced by contribution, they asked themselves what contribution they really made in this battle, but compared with Fan Chen, who was the core, and the 2 people who had the 2 boss pets, they were just an auxiliary and their efforts were not great. And because of Mina, even though they didn't cause any damage to the petrified Rock Snake King, they also got some experience from the petrified Rock Snake King. In addition, they successfully completed the area's protection mission and received a lot of rewards from the system. So, in fact, they have already made money, it's just a matter of who makes more money. Although everyone has a greedy nature, in this situation, they know the benefits of humility. After all, there are more than a dozen players participating in the magic circle just now. Once someone stands out, he will become the target of others. Hey, Fanchen, don't you want this stone staff? This is much more advanced than the staff you have now. A mage asked in confusion. Among all the equipment, it seems that only this one is the equipment of the mage. Although this is a staff that is obviously biased towards earth magic, the gap between level 50 and level 40 is not contradictory to this bias. Yes, it is very advanced, but it has a property in it, which is very special, but it is only suitable for earth magicians. In order to maximize its effect, I still hope to give it to someone who can play its effect. Shui Na said, looking at the stone staff in his hand, with some regret. If this staff is on the fire system, it may be another matter. Then what are the attributes? Another mage also asked. I won't tell you. Besides me, the only one who can know the attributes of these equipment is their owner. Shui Na said mysteriously. Then I wonder if I am qualified. At this time, a female mage of the elf tribe stood up and smiled casually. At this moment, Xiao Mei nodded gently and said something to Ye Yan beside her, as if they were talking about something. However, in Shui Nai's eyes, her action made him know that this person could be trusted. As an immobile existence just now, the only person responsible for understanding these people was Xiao Mei, who was usually more active. In the magic circle just now, she basically saw all the small movements of everyone and recorded them one by one. When she came out, the remaining few people followed. Well, let's do this. You can use any earth magic at will. After all, this is an earth-attributed staff, isn't it? Shui Nai looked at the changes in the expressions of these people at that moment, and with Xiao Mei's introduction in the private chat, he had a more or less initial understanding of these people in his heart. Earth magic has always been disliked by all mages due to the speed of chanting, because the direct attack method of earth magic has no flexibility. There have been 6 mages who came out to receive the stone staff this time, but only 3 of them can use earth magic. As for the other 3 people, Shui Nai and others ignored them. After all, for players, in this virtual game, the most hateful thing is this kind of behavior of deceiving players. When watching the 3 people being excluded by a group of magic players, Shenlong's face naturally turned livid. In the end, Shui Nai handed the stone staff to the elf female mage who had the most earth magic. As a mage of the elf clan, their 3 initial magic systems are wind, earth, and wood, so no one is more suitable for this stone staff than her. Afterwards, Shui Nai took out a ring and a skill book and gave them to Dao Yiyu Dao and Po Xia respectively. For most people, there is nothing to be dissatisfied with the distribution in this round. After all, the 2 people just contributed the most, and this ring is just a golden equipment, and the skill book is earth magic. Although these 2 items are relatively scarce, they are not worthy of the contributions of these 2 people just now. It is just as Mina said that these 2 items are the most suitable for them. However, for Shenlong and others, this distribution is full of nepotism and the taste of keeping the fat water within the field. I am not satisfied with the distribution in this round. You are clearly leaving the good things to your own people. You are obviously a team, but you have already been allocated 4 things. If I am not mistaken, you must have other ways to keep the remaining 2. Can you be more shameless? Shenlong's words were immediately responded to by the players behind him, and even some of the onlookers around him started to make a fuss. Sorry, we are all our own people. We fought for these things, so we will naturally distribute them to our own people. Shui Na pointed to his team and the mage players who had just stood in the magic circle, and said very normally. If the thickness of this protective wall is 1/10 of your face, I'm afraid the petrified rock snake king outside can't attack. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shenlong's face and shook his head. You. After being squeezed hard by Dao Yiyu Dao, Shenlong's face could no longer maintain the fair and dignified look just now, but after being said by Dao Yiyu Dao, he had no way to fight back, which made him depressed and a little hurt. This beat is related to one of my tasks, so I only need it. Shui Na then took out the last 2 things in a backpack, put them on the palm of his hand to show others, and didn't give Shenlong a chance to speak. Although they couldn't use reconnaissance to detect these 2 people who were affected by the lurking mask items protected by the dragon, but the appearance of Shui Nai without turning off the halo of the equipment made them see it clearly. Of the remaining 2 items, except for the cocky spear with a golden halo, the bead had no halo. If it weren't for the fact that a little cocky light was slowly flashing inside it, no one would have thought that this inconspicuous thing would burst out from the petrified rock snake king. Is this a dragon ball? A warrior player who witnessed the duel between Shui Nai and Yu Huang that day had a very deep impression of Shui Nai holding the dragon tribe reincarnation chamber. I don't know, my level is not high enough to see its attributes. Humph, you don't even know the attributes, and you say it's related to your mission. You dare to use this excuse. Haha, so I have to take a gamble. If the gamble is right, that's naturally the best. If the gamble is wrong, then I can only admit it. Shui Nai's words completely followed the question of Shenlong, and it was still flawless, which made Shenlong feel powerless like hitting cotton with a heavy fist. Well, this is the last item. Although it is not dark gold, it is a warrior equipment with magical power and its attributes are also very good. However, it is not very useful for people like us. So, I plan to sell this weapon through live auction. Do you have any problem? Shui Na asked the players who did not get anything. Although Shui Na knew that they all wanted to get this item that was not suitable for them, after all, a level 50 golden equipment would be worth a lot if it was resold. However, now that Shui Na has said so, they are embarrassed to raise objections. After all, this spear, for a mage, is only worth collecting except for selling it. Shui Na looked at the attributes and special effects of this spear, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. For a warrior without magic ability, as long as he has this kind of golden equipment, the special effects in it will definitely make a warrior crazy. For mage players, the magic effects of these equipment are not special. More is naturally good, but less is not a big problem. Just like the dark gold equipment in Shui Na's hand, the fire damage and charged explosive bombs of the explosive flame wand, these two abilities are completely useless for mages. But as a golden equipment, the fire damage and charged explosive bombs on the explosive flame sword are different, which is simply a tiger with wings for melee players. However, although the attributes of this spear are very good, its appearance and length are not suitable for Hudy and the injured little fox to use. In addition, the equipment they have is not bad for such a spear, so Shui Na is too lazy to think of an excuse to embezzle such an equipment. As long as you can afford a price that satisfies them, you can get it. Shui Na said to the warrior players around him, and pointed to the mage player behind him. Auction, you have to announce the attributes of this equipment first, otherwise if it is a piece of garbage equipment, it will be funny. Although a warrior was somewhat interested in this spear, he naturally had to inspect the goods first when he heard about the auction method. Sorry, some of the properties of this spear in the stone can only be used to their maximum effect when hidden, so I won't tell you. Let's bet. If you bet right, it's yours. Although everyone didn't know what Shui Na was thinking, his mysterious auction method made a group of warrior players feel a little excited. In fact, what Shui Na said was in line with the players' psychology. For most players, they would keep some equipment or skills such as backhands and tricks. This is not for anything else, just because they don't want people to know their details. Although this gambling behavior is somewhat unfair, no matter in which world, there is often only fairer, not the fairest, isn't it? In the end, it took almost 10 minutes, and this level 50 golden spear named Spear in the Stone was taken away by a noble paladin without guild power with 5,000 gold coins. Judging from the current exchange of gold coins and credit points, these 5,000 gold coins are worth tens of thousands of credit points. For the player group that is consuming more and more gold coins now, the amount of gold coins is never enough, but the question of whether these 5,000 gold coins match this golden level 50 equipment is not decided by Shui Na. After all, the price of these 5,000 gold coins is set by the scene. It is obviously not an easy task for a player to come up with 5,000 gold coins. And from the perspective of the large guilds around that did not bid, they are obviously thinking of other ghost ideas. When the paladin saw the attributes of the stone spear, his smile froze at first. Just when everyone thought that the goods were not the same as the version, the paladin suddenly laughed. Among them, the female elf mage who got the stone staff and the injured little fox and fox butterfly naturally knew why the paladin was so happy now. But soon, under Shui Na's reminder, the spear was put into the backpack. Brother, although this gun is very good, it is a sin to hold a treasure. I hope this stone spear can be used in your hands. Let it shine. Shui Na had just finished speaking, and under Xiao Mei's clamor, he divided the 5,000 gold coins equally, and gave each person 5 mooncakes as a small gift. Chapter 490 The Shadow of Demon. Looking at the extra 200 gold coins in the backpack, Shui Na and his group didn't think much about it. After all, this money is nothing to them now. After all, the equipment in their backpacks will be worth more than this price. Hey, brother, can I follow you these days? Just when Shui Na and his group were about to find the old wizard, the elven female wizard and the paladin were rushing over from behind. Haha, I was planning to call you to play the new dungeon tomorrow? After all, your equipment is very good. Minna looked at the two people coming over, and knew more or less what they were thinking. Now they were carrying a treasure, and it was the kind that others didn't know the specific attributes of, but they knew it was a top-grade item, so the desperate criminals under various forces would definitely not let them go. For players, it is often easy to explode the equipment of other players and then go to the boss to explode the equipment. And since the thief's stealing and binding skills combine to form a kidnapping trick, the safety of solo players has always been insecure. And from Minna's distribution method just now, the two at least knew that the people in their team were not the kind of selfish people, let alone the kind of people who killed teammates for equipment. If Minna knew what they were thinking, Minna would probably feel guilty. After all, Minna had been trying to find ways to help his people gain the greatest benefits just now. That's good, so our trip will be much safer. Although the paladin is a noble player, he is obviously different from other noble players. At least they know how to get along with other players. This paladin is called Ling Yun, and the elven female mage is called Swifanjai Yuan. The man is tall and mighty, and the woman is petite and delicate. If Shui Nai and the others didn't know that they just met, they would probably think they were a couple of players. By the way, where are you going now? Shui Nai asked them. In Yunmu town, their safety is not a problem, and the dungeon will not be officially opened until tomorrow, so Shui Nai thinks they should not form a team with them so soon. Well, I'm going to exchange something. It's rare to get so many contribution points. Ling Yun is obviously a person who is familiar with the world. He is much more active than Swifanjai Yuan, who is quiet on the side. I'm going to the mage tower to exchange some water magic. I heard that there seems to be no water magic outside. Sui Feng Yuan also pointed with her little hand, pointing to the nearby mage tower. We are going to find someone, so let's add a friend first, and see you tomorrow. Shui Nai started the friend system after saying that, and pulled the two into the friend panel. When they came to the workshop of the big hammer, the beautiful fox, who had disappeared a long time ago, was standing there at this time, waiting for Shui Nai and the others to come. Seeing Shui Nai and the others coming up, the beautiful fox first returned the undead shadow ring to Shui Nai, and then happily talked about her previous gains. No wonder I didn't see you just now, it turns out that you had already calculated it. Po Xiao looked at the things in the beautiful fox's backpack, and his heart was also very excited. I knew you were not good things, and you didn't even tell us about this kind of thing. Xiao Mei stared at Shui Nai for a while, and then stared at the beautiful fox, as if she wanted to stare the meat off their bodies. Haha, if you want to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your own people. Although the plan of Mina and the beautiful fox is not quite legitimate, for their team that has benefited greatly, this obscure behavior can avoid the malicious attacks of those jealous people. Although they are not afraid of the malicious attacks of these people, it will somewhat cause disgust from others. After all, for most players, a single company is what they hate to see the most. However, unfortunately, after using this clone, my speed is more than half slower, and there is no way to compete with other thieves. If it weren't for the fact that no one picked up the rock essence, I would have returned long ago. The beautiful fox looked at the 4 or 5 pieces of golden equipment in his backpack, and felt somewhat dissatisfied. Forget it, we have picked up so many rock essences, and we are also rich, and we have gained both fame and fortune. Dao Yiyu Dao did not agree with the beautiful fox's words. After all, for equipment, these are all for replacement, but the secret medicine that can permanently increase the attributes is absolutely priceless. Looking at the number of rock essences in her backpack, it seems that about 60% of the rock essences of the petrified rock snake boss outside are in her hands. And the most important thing is that their current team is a reputable team. After all, just now, except for the 2 thieves in their team, the rest of the thieves were all picking up equipment below on the parapet. Their behavior of just guarding around their team clearly shows that they are not involved. Let's go and see if there are any more on the old wizard's side. Mission, if there is none, we will go and clean up the poisonous insect valley. Mina said as she walked towards the workshop of Big Hammer. In the workshop, Miyuki and Xiaoyu were sitting here chatting. After all, today was Big Hammer's day off, so the 2 helpers naturally had nothing to do. Where is the teacher? Mina asked Xiaoyu. Now he had to find the old wizard to confirm whether the bead in his hand was a dragon ball. Inside, you can go in by yourselves, but it's a bit crowded inside. Xiaoyu reminded Yayan, Xiaomei and other girls who were planning to go in later. Looking at this studio with only one workbench, Shui Nai was a little surprised. Because he had come in many times before, but it was always in chaos, with piles of semi-finished products randomly placed in the 4 corners. But now? It was obviously carefully sorted by others. However, when Shui Nai looked at the scene on this huge workbench, he forgot what he came in to do. Because he saw that in the center of the workbench was a petrified rock snake king's body, a petrified rock snake king that had been shrunk hundreds of times. If it weren't for the yellow mist constantly released from the petrified rock snake king's body, Shui Nai would probably think that this was just a model made by a big iron hammer. This is... Shui Nai could only ask questions after discovering that the reconnaissance technique failed. This is a workbench combined with space technology. The space in this workbench is much larger than you think. After the old wizard finished speaking, he stuffed a few fist-sized balls into Shui Nai's hands. This is a little gadget made by Xiao Taikui using these yellow mists. I'll give you a few to play with first. Let's go, let's not hinder him. After the old wizard finished speaking, he pulled Shui Nai out of the studio, and at this time, De Taikui hadn't even looked at Shui Nai. However, Shui Nai knew that De Taikui probably didn't even know that he had come in. By the way, teacher, is this an Earth-type Dragon Ball? As soon as Shui Nai left the studio, he took the Kaki beads in his backpack and said with some treasure. No, it's just a polished high-level Earth-type monster crystal core. This is what Lance Fa used to strengthen the magic ability of the big snake. It's quite valuable. The old wizard just glanced at it and said something that made Shui Nai a little sad. Because this bead looks similar to the Dragon Ball Shui Nai had, so he kept it. Well, what's the use of it? Can't it be eaten? Shui Nai asked unwillingly. If you want to be choked to death, you can try it. Seeing Shui Nai's disappointed eyes, the old wizard said again, this thing has no crystal marrow. If you are a warcraft, it's okay, after all, you can digest it. For us, this is just a top-grade material, which is not bad for making magic staffs and armor. It's just that with your current strength, it's a waste to make something suitable for you. Well, then leave it with you first. I'll come back to get it later. Shui Nai stuffed the sad thing into the hands of the old wizard, and then he asked about the village chief Fal. Because it has been almost 2 or 3 hours since the village chief Fal left, but he has not come back yet, which makes Shui Nai a little worried. The thief Mo Ying is not easy to deal with. Although his strength is not as good as Fal, it is not much different. If he wants to leave, even Fal with wind attribute has no good way. Although the old wizard was a little worried, his expression did not change at all. By the way, you are planning to go to the Poison Insect Valley again. But Ruolin and the others have to stay in the Mage Tower, otherwise we will really have no one to defend here. That's no problem, then we will send you back first. Although they lost Wakabayashi's 5 powerful helpers, they still could afford the loss as they had 2 boss pets. On the contrary, the old wizard is now synonymous with treasure in the eyes of players. If players knew that he no longer had the ability to use magic, it would be hard to say whether the players would do anything to kill or rob. After all, the dark gold equipment on the old wizard was too much to let go. In fact, even if the old wizard didn't say it, he would leave Wakabayashi and a few others to ensure the safety of the old wizard. Along the way, the situation of Mina and the others surrounding an NPC naturally became the focus of the whole town. From time to time, some people would come and try to find the old wizard to trigger a task. However, the old wizard would occasionally mention several ancient monsters and ask them to hunt them to prove their strength and then come back to him. However, regardless of whether these ancient monsters still exist, the names of these ancient monsters alone are enough to scare these players. Asking a player to fight an ancient monster alone without knowing its coordinates is basically not a task that current players can complete. Moreover, the tasks issued by the old wizard are the kind that are not recorded on the task panel. Yes, for this kind of task, players know 2 situations. One is that this task is the beginning of a hidden task, and it will be deeply opened only after reaching a certain level. The other situation is that this task is just used by NPC to fool players. Of course, although this kind of fooling behavior is a bit hateful, it is the fastest way to build a relationship with NPC. After all, a persistent player is definitely more likely to be accepted by these high-level NPCs than those who fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. Along the way, the old mage used this to get rid of countless players. Although this made Shui Nai and his group more resentful, they understood a truth, that is, don't hit a smiling person. It took a lot of effort to arrive at the mage square. Just when Shui Nai was about to send the old mage into the mage tower, a roar suddenly came from the mage tower. After that, a gun tip with lightning suddenly appeared on the 5th floor of the mage tower, and spider cracks radiated to the surroundings with this gun tip as the core. And then, before the people below had time to react, with a pop, the 5th floor tower wall was smashed through by 2 figures. Demon Shadow. The old wizard suddenly stared at the man in tight black armor in the sky, his hands trembling a little. Chapter 491 Fighting the Demon Shadow. Demon Shadow. Shui Na looked at the 6 people who jumped down from the hole in the mage tower, and looked at the only person inside who he didn't know with some surprise. The person that Fal and the Great Elder had used all their strength to round up was actually hiding in the mage tower. If this was spread out, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. Quickly find someone to notify Xiao Taikui and tell him to prepare a spare teleportation array. The old wizard suddenly whispered to Shui Na behind him. Shui Na immediately notified Xiaoyu, who stayed behind on the side of the big hammer, but he didn't know how the demon shadow who was clearly outside got rid of the pursuit of Foul Village Chief and the Great Elder and sneaked in here. If Ruelin had not been arranged here by the old wizard, the things in the wizard tower would probably have been taken away by the shadow. But now was not the time for him to think about this, because Ruelin and the other 5 people who were fighting against the shadow were obviously at a disadvantage. The big boss of the Dark Camp appeared in the wizard square of Yunmu town. Please go back to defend immediately. Please go back to defend immediately. Just when Shui Nai was about to call for help, Dao Yiyu Dao was one step faster than him and said it first in the regional channel. Facing this 200 level thief, Shui Nai and the others knew that no matter how many people they came, they would not be enough, but they had to buy time so that the masters outside would have enough time to come back. Teacher, is the 5th elder not here too? At this time, Shui Nai could only ask the old wizard if there was any solution. He went to seek revenge on the 2nd elder. Now we don't know where they have gone. The old wizard shook his head with a headache. Although the old wizard looked down on this ambitious man who had been coveting the position of the Great Elder, he had to say that he was really cunning and sly. He left behind one suspicious soul array after another, which forced them to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to clear out all the traitors in Yunmu town. But in the end, this final black energy was one step faster than them and had already escaped. If the people of Yunmu town had not been distracted to deal with this traitor who knew everything, they would have probably cleared out the dark forces long ago. Then the 5th elder, he. Shui Na asked worriedly. Now is not the time to worry about him, let's think about how to get through this level first. As the old wizard said, he put his hands behind his back. Shui Na, who was on his side, immediately saw him constantly pressing the ring with a cyan gem on his finger in a regular manner. I saw that this cyan gem emitted bursts of cyan light from time to time when he pressed it, which were 3 long and 2 short signals. Boy, you must hold on until Foul comes back, otherwise we will be in trouble. Seeing the old wizard's fearful look, Mina knew that this was the wizard's instinctive dislike for thieves. However, even Mina, after seeing the ghostly speed of the demon shadow, asked herself in her heart that her magic basically had no chance of hitting him. On the field, there were almost a dozen figures belonging to the demon shadow. Although Mina knew that this was the afterimage of the demon shadow at its extreme speed, seeing this afterimage that looked like a real entity, Mina couldn't help but feel numb. Because these afterimages were obviously illusory, they could actually attack Wakabayashi and others from all angles. If their armor had not been replaced by the old wizard and the big iron hammer, it would be basically impossible to block the attack of the 2 daggers of the demon shadow. Don't underestimate these afterimages, they can actually attack. This is the famous skill of the magic shadow, called the phantom demon killing shadow. The old magician watched Shui Nai take off his magic equipment one by one, and knew what he was going to do next. I know. Shui Nai responded while pouring bottles of red potions that were hot in the mouth. Hey, Lao Fan, can you do it? A200 level strongman. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Shui Nai, whose skin was slowly turning red and hard, and felt a little worried. It shouldn't be a big problem. With the effect of the flame dragon transformation and the burst of power, we should be able to fight. Shui Na didn't want to do this in his heart, but he only knew that he could fight now. As for other players, whether they have any hidden tricks and whether they will use them is not something he can calculate. As the charging rate of the flame dragon transformation in Shui Na's body slowly soared, Shui Na's body became hotter and hotter, and the air around him was distorted. At this time, the players who heard the news had surrounded the mage square, but among the thousands of players here, how many can really block this magic shadow? I saw that the magic and crossbows not only covered the magic shadow, but also affected Wakabayashi and others. If the priests around could not distinguish between friends and enemies, I am afraid that Wakabayashi and others would have to retreat. Although Wakabayashi and his group, who formed a battle formation, could not do much damage to Mo Ying also could not kill everyone in the battle formation at the same time. In addition, the blood and defense of the priests outside made Mo Ying helpless. Seeing that there was no way to make a quick decision, Mo Ying had to think about the players around him. Among them, Shui Na, whose momentum was getting stronger and stronger, naturally became his primary target. Interesting guy. This was Mo Ying's first evaluation of Shui Na. At the same time, he looked back at the top of the mage tower, where he left his things. The Mo Ying, who had been wandering around Wakabayashi and his group, appeared in front of Shui Na with his eyes closed in the next moment. Looking at the Mo Ying who suddenly appeared beside him, the old mage immediately appeared with his staff in his hand and protected it in front of his chest, and took a small step back. Although the old mage's movements were not slow and his momentum was very strong, the hair on his neck that exploded gave him away. However, at this moment, a stream of purple light shot from a distance, and before Mo Ying thrust out the dagger, it flew towards Mo Ying's neck. This is Lancefa's arrow. Mo Ying grabbed the arrow with acceleration that Xiao Yu shot from a distance. Just as his mind was shaken, Shui Nai, who had completed the last step of transformation, punched out with all his strength with his right hand while the flames on his body boomed. With a ding sound, although Shui Nai's punch was a sneak attack, Mo Ying's reaction was not slow at all. He saw that the dagger in his other hand just blocked Shui Nai's fist. However, Shui Nai's punch had a strength value of 864 points. Although it did not hit Mo Ying, this powerful force made Mo Ying retreat a few steps. A small shock damage flashed from the top of Mo Ying's head and disappeared. "You little wizard, you are really interesting." The shadow seemed to have identified Mina as his opponent. He disappeared in a flash, and appeared behind Mina, who was rushing forward in the next moment. Two daggers with black light slashed Mina's back directly. Mina's skin with red scales was completely defenseless under the two daggers. Two wounds spurting blood appeared directly on his back. Although the shadow was also hurt by the red dragon flame because of approaching Mina, such a small amount of dragon flame damage was insignificant to him. However, the shadow did not dare to take the black iron rod in Mina's hand easily. The iron rod cut off the shadow left by the shadow in half, and at the same time, healing spells and various defensive magics flew out from the surroundings, pulling up Mina's declining health. Looking at the various defensive magics added around him, although the ice crystal armor and ice shield of the ice system were burned by the violent dragon flame in an instant, the defensive magic of the holy light system was not left. "Don't add the elemental state to me. I can't accept the elemental magic in my current state. Just add the holy light magic to me." Although Shui Nai rarely uses this flame dragon transformation, she knows some of the special features of this state. Flame dragon transformation, as an ability of the dragon people, in addition to the attribute magic of this system or the holy light magic without elemental attributes, in this state, Shui Nai has a great conflict with other elemental magic. This voice is really mortal. Shenlong looked at this player who looked like a human and a beast, and the shock in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. Although he heard his subordinates say that he was transformed from the mortal world at the beginning, how could a mage become such a monster-like existence? This power, this life value, can a mage have it? In addition, the scales on his body, which were like dragon armor, could actually bounce off the crossbow arrows that hit him. Apart from the forced blood loss effect, there was no other damage, not even a scratch. Could this be a mage? This is simply a monster. As more and more shield warriors rushed into the field, the situation on the battlefield changed. It became more and more chaotic. Despite this, the phantom did not slow down at all because of the increase in enemies. And as the number of phantoms after images increased, the pressure on the players on the battlefield increased several times at once. "Mage, can you pin this bastard down?" A shield armor was stabbed by the after images and got angry, shouting in the messy area channel. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by other voices shouting for blood and defense. It's not that the mages outside don't want to hit this phantom, but their magic can't hit him at all. Although the attack power of the phantom's afterimage is not as high as the main body, the difference in strength of hundreds of levels still makes the players bleed from these afterimages, and the difference in equipment is even more so. Often the afterimage's dagger pokes lightly, and the thickest armor of the shield armor is pierced in an instant. Some shield armors that react a step slower are pierced through the throat and killed instantly. Although the pressure on Shui Nai had been relieved by the intervention of a group of players, Shui Nai couldn't help but feel a little weird in the face of the still calm and composed demon shadow. Because the demon shadow was obviously stalling for time now, for a person in the enemy camp, this behavior of stalling for time made Shui Nai feel uneasy. With the mysterious sense of crisis, Shui Nai dodged the dagger that pierced his heart again, and at the same time, he turned his body to the side, swung the iron rod in his hand backwards, and split the afterimage behind him vertically in half. "Yudeo," asked the old wizard, "just tell him that this demon shadow is waiting for something, and tell him to be careful." Shui Nai immediately contacted Dao Yudeo, who stayed around the old wizard. "Okay." At the same time, Shui Nai also took out a fist-sized iron ball from his backpack and held it in his large, hot, and scale-protected palm. "Yayan, cast a petrification removal spell on me." Shui Nai said in the team chat, and then rushed to the center of the battlefield, ready to detonate the petrified breath bomb there. Chapter 492 Two Demon Shadows. Although Shui Nai dodged or blocked most of the attacks of the Demon Shadow's afterimage with his mysterious sense of crisis, this made the Demon Shadow more interested in it. For a while, afterimages of the Demon Shadow appeared around him one after another. Hot Book Pavilion. If Yayan's healing spell had not always followed Shui Nai's pace, and Shui Nai's reaction was not slow, he could have taken all those fatal attacks, otherwise, Shui Nai would probably have become a corpse on the ground. And with the strengthening of the Demon Shadow's attack, there are now very few shields left on the field. Except for those few shield teams that maintain a very stable defense circle in a back-to-back manner, there are not many single shields around. However, despite this, the afterimages of the Demon Shadow did not decrease, but rushed towards the players outside the battlefield. Everyone, pay attention. Just after Shui Nai shouted this sentence in the regional channel, a cloud of khaki mist appeared from him, and rolled outward with this as the core, forming a shallow khaki area on the ground. Although this petrified breath was only a thin layer, it covered 40% of the entire battlefield. Hey, this is the priest's dispelling spell. Damn, I'm petrified. Shui Nai looked at the petrified breath that reached his calf under his feet, and at the same time, the afterimages around him suddenly became still from the extreme speed, so he waved the iron rod in his hand and dispersed these afterimages. At the same time, all the shields blessed by the priest with the petrification dispelling spell, like tigers out of the cage, gave up their respective defense circles and killed the red-named afterimages around them one by one. Even some players outside rushed in to help with the help of potions and magic. Although some people were still trapped by the petrified breath, Shui Na ignored them and instead looked for the true body of the attribute magic shadow among the numerous afterimages. Although these afterimages of the magic shadows all have attack power and are shaped like the original body, Shui Na knows that these afterimages are actually short-lived existences formed by the magic shadows at extremely fast speeds and combined with their own energy. And if these afterimages want to attack the players, the magic shadows must move at extremely fast speeds to create afterimages. This means that, in fact, every afterimage around Shui Na and the others is the real body of the magic shadow a few seconds ago. And as long as the magic shadow is in this petrified breath, he must accept the infinite petrification effect of this petrified breath until the petrified breath disappears. Although this petrified bomb created by the Big Iron Hammer has lost the 20% permanent petrification effect of the petrified Rock Snake King, its high status value petrification effect has not disappeared. As a thief, if calculated according to the player's attributes, even if the shadow is a level 200 warrior, his resistance cannot make him immune to the petrification effect. Moreover, as a creature of the dark camp, under the erosion of darkness, their physical fitness and health are not as good as those of the holy light camp, so facing this petrification effect, the shadow will not benefit. Mage, he's over there, get up immediately. Not long after the petrification aura appeared, all the afterimages of the demon shadow were either destroyed or disappeared automatically. So the demon shadow in the petrified yellow fog is naturally the real body. Seeing the demon shadow on the other side, although he was also blocked by the petrified breath, the 200 Level strongman had an amazing resistance to the petrified breath. His face was constantly changing between cocky and normal color. Every time it turned cocky, it meant that he was petrified by the petrified breath, but these states could only exist for less than 1 second. Moreover, in this petrified breath, his body was constantly shaking, and he walked out of the petrified breath. If it weren't for the fact that the scope of the petrified breath was large enough, basically covering the space around him, and in the petrified erosion of the petrified breath, his extreme speed could not be exerted. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control him with petrification. He activated and threw 2 more petrified bombs at random, and saw that the petrified breath around the demon shadow became thicker and thicker, and the area covered was also expanded. When the demon shadow was trapped, the mages on the periphery and the warriors who rushed in from all around shot all kinds of weapons at him in an instant. Among them, Ling Yun's newly acquired stone spear directly stabbed the back of his hand holding the dagger. When the spear stabbed him, a burst of yellow mist suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear. After that, the yellow mist penetrated into his skin like a spirit, dyeing him a yellowish earth color. This petrification effect is a special effect of the stone spear. As long as it hits the skin of a creature, it can directly cause a petrification effect that ignores the creature's defense. Although there is no damage, the petrification effect is still good. And the remaining warrior players saw that their weapons did not even have the effect of breaking the defense of this level 200 black leather armor, so most of them consciously stepped back and gave up their positions. In fact, from the beginning, except for Shui Nai's punch that far exceeded the power value of the demon shadow, only his dragon flame could cause some damage to it. The attacks of the other warriors could only cause some dispersal effect on the afterimage. As for a warrior like Shui Nai who has a strength value of more than 800, it is probably impossible for even a pure strength warrior to achieve it at the current level. Ling Yun stays to increase the status, and the rest of you leave immediately. Shui Nai saw that the group of people could not break the defense after the first fight with the Mo Ying, and immediately reminded the players around the Mo Ying. Because their completely ineffective entanglement will only affect the performance of the peripheral mages. And just after Shui Nai swung his hand and slapped away a few players who did not listen to the advice, the control skills of the mages behind him also began to take action. The first thing that appeared was a ball of green vines, which hit the Mo Ying's chest directly, and the moment it touched him, the vine ball unfolded in an instant, turning into vines, crawling all over the Mo Ying. This high-level wood magic, vine magic, has a similar effect to the thief's binding magic, and also has the effect of binding. However, since the vine is not as strong and durable as the iron chain, it is often broken by creatures with great strength. However, the vines displayed by this vine magic are as thick as a baby's arm, far from being comparable to the usual vines that are only the size of a finger. Shui Na turned around and found that the user of this vine magic was Sui Fengyuan holding a stone staff. And looking at her surprised expression, she was obviously shocked by her own magic. After that, Shui Na thought about it and understood. Although in this environment full of water elements, water magic can be greatly amplified, as a hydrophilic wood magic, they can also get a certain amount of amplification. Although this prompt did not appear in the system prompt, the mages who have used wood magic around Yunmu town know it. All wood magic here, whether it is their life value or size, can be greatly amplified, but in terms of attack, it is a bit heartbreaking. However, this was not what surprised Sui Fengyuan, because what surprised her was that the vine technique she used this time was even more powerful than the one she had used before in Yunmu town. The only difference between her and before was the stone staff in her hand. It seems that the theory of mutual generation and mutual restraint of elements is becoming more and more obvious. Shui Na thought to himself. Shui Na, who had lost his magic power, had nothing to do except standing aside with a new iron stick on guard. Looking at the slowly deforming iron stick in his hand, Shui Na couldn't help but sigh at the perversion of Long Yan. Because this Long Yan didn't have much effect when fighting against the enemy, but it was very fierce when dealing with Shui Na's equipment. Basically, every few seconds, the durability of the general equipment on his body would decrease a little, and the iron stick in his hand was even more likely to be deformed by the high temperature. However, Mina still had several iron rods in his backpack, so he was not afraid. In addition, he also had several general warrior weapons that were exploded by the spider boss. He was just worried that he would not be able to hit the shadow boss. Now, the magic shadow has been frozen, and Shui Nai will not help him break the ice. Looking at the ice blow magic flying around, Shui Nai has to say that this ice magic is really excellent in terms of assistance. In such a short time, the magic shadow has been completely frozen in this large ice block with a diameter of 2 meters, and the volume of this ice block is still growing. I don't know, is this called a boat capsizing in the gutter? A heavy but somewhat gloomy voice suddenly appeared out of thin air in the mage square and reached the ears of the players around. There was actually a chill in the heart, which made people shiver. After that, a black sword light suddenly flashed from the void, and the surrounding warrior players did not even have time to dodge, and were cut in half by the sword light. Magic shadow. Shui Nai and the others looked at the magic shadow that suddenly appeared, and then looked at the figure in the ice block, and their hair couldn't help but numb. Because they saw 2 demon shadows, and both were real. If the demon shadow in the ice was an afterimage, it would automatically disintegrate if it was hurt. However, he was bombarded by a group of mages with dozens of ice magics per second, but there was no sign of disintegration, which showed that he was the real thing. The one that appeared now was obviously not an afterimage. Moreover, although this new demon shadow killed all the players around it at once, the white light almost connected into a huge light column, and the white light of death was getting more and more. Seeing that this demon shadow was no longer as calm as before, and was about to kill everyone, Mina immediately issued a retreat order to the people guarding the old wizard. This little thing is good. Unfortunately, it has no effect on me now. Just as Mina was about to throw the petrification bomb again, he suddenly saw a black light flashing in the corner of his right eye, and he only had time to dodge half a step to the side. With a snap, Mina's right hand holding the petrified bomb was silently cut off and thrown to the ground. This speed is too fast. Mina didn't expect that although the speed of the demon shadow could be so fast, this was simply the instant of a mage. Seeing that the iron rod in his left hand missed, he felt that his left body suddenly became lighter and the other arm also left his body. Although Mina avoided fatal damage from the 2 consecutive attacks of the demon shadow, he managed to block both of his hands. A large amount of health points accompanied by the blood gushing from his arms suddenly reached a dangerous level. At the same time, the pain of the separation of flesh and bones from his arms made Mina's mental consciousness shake, and he almost lost consciousness. Most of the players who had not seen such a realistic and bloody scene forgot to scream, and even forgot to add blood to Mina. They just stared blankly at the man standing behind Mina who was like a demon god. The chill of fear of death in their hearts knocked them down in an instant. Stop! At this moment, the old wizard suddenly called out to Mo Ying. I don't know what Mo Ying was thinking, but he was actually stopped by the old wizard. The black light on the dagger was less than an inch away from Shui Nai's neck. Chapter 493 Mo Ying's target. Lao Fan. Fan Chen. Shui Nai. Dao Yi Dao, Beautiful Fox, Xiao Mei and Yayan shouted in the team chat at the same time. Hot Book Pavilion. Although players are often very calm in the face of death, that is only for themselves. Seeing their close friends dying in front of them, I am afraid that no one can accept it so calmly. Especially Shui Nai's current state, not only his 2 hands were cut off, but he was still bleeding, and there was a black sword light on his neck. Shui Nai's current state is the most embarrassed and ugly time for him. But now he has also been recognized by most of the players, because under such injuries, Shui Nai can still stand, and has not cried out in pain. In fact, just this point alone can show Shui Nai's will. Don't move. The old wizard reminded Yayan, signaling her to put down the raised staff. Mo Ying, right, or the real body of Mo Ying. Don't you think that you look a little bit, how should I put it? You are venting your anger, and you look very ugly. The old wizard paused, and the knocking sound of the staff against the floor shook the hearts of the surrounding players, allowing them to come back to their senses from the shocking visual impact. Who are you? You should not be a person in Yunmu town. Mo Ying looked at the old man in front of him seriously. For this old man, although his insignificant strength was not a threat to him at all, when facing the deep eyes of this old man, he felt a sense of oppression as if facing an endless mountain. This kind of mental depression is related to my own. The feeling of the body was so contradictory that it made Mo Ying feel an unknown feeling in his heart. This feeling was actually submission, or the soul was purified. Who are you? Mo Ying suddenly roared at the old wizard like a beast whose tail was stepped on. Don't be nervous, I'm just an old man who has lost his power. The old wizard pushed the dagger beside his neck away with his staff, and didn't even see the third Mo Ying standing behind him. Because now the old wizard only saw the top floor of the wizard tower, where the Mo Ying clone had just been. 3 figures belonging to Mo Ying appeared in the wizard square. Although this picture made a group of players feel a little absurd, they could only feel a deep sense of powerlessness about this. Mo Ying ring, shadow clone. Dao Yi Dao muttered this sentence in the team chat, but he couldn't figure out why this Mo Ying had the ability to form 2 clones at the same time. By the way, there is one thing I have never figured out. That is, what is there here that can make you dark forces so violent? After all, this place seems to have always been neutral. The old wizard waved his hand, puzzled. The real body of the demon shadow did not answer, but looked at the old wizard in front of him, but he had already abandoned Mina and kicked him aside. Okay, I know you are here to rob things, but I don't know if you are here for that treasure. If it is not something valuable, I can make my own decision and give it to you. After all, although the treasure is good, you have to be alive to hold it, don't you think so? The old wizard watched the demon shadow running over step by step. Although he also wanted to keep a proper distance from him, he forgot that there was a clone of the demon shadow standing behind him. So, you know where the things on it went? The demon shadow walked close to the old wizard and asked with a very certain word. The things above? Haha, I know, but I don't know which one you want. How about this, tell me first, and I'll find it for you. The old wizard looked at Mo Ying, and although he felt extremely weak, his face, like an old tree, did not fluctuate at all. Sorry, you just need to tell me where it is, and I can handle the rest myself. Mo Ying said expressionlessly. All along, he seemed to have never had a smooth series of actions, even though his current action did transfer all the people who had an impact on him in Yunwu town. But he didn't expect that he spent all his efforts and energy to open the secret room, but found nothing inside. In this action, he not only lost all his loyal subordinates, but even his good friends disappeared, but in the end he got nothing, which was what he could not accept the most. He could accept the death of his subordinates and friends, but he could not accept this kind of death without any gain, because it was a blasphemy against the efforts of the dead. Among them, what he couldn't accept the most was the betrayal and escape of the second elder at the last minute and the outdated information. If it weren't for his temporary betrayal, he used his own people as bait to create an opportunity for him to escape. If his intelligence hadn't kept up with the development of the situation, their actions wouldn't have been so tortuous and passive. Well, if I said that the things above were always on the elder, I wonder if you would have snatched them like this. The old wizard touched the little beard left on his chin and said uncertainly. Old man, don't challenge my patience. I know that Yunwu town has an ancestral precept since ancient times. People in the town cannot take away the things on the top of the mage tower. For that stubborn old guy, he will never break this ancestral precept. Moying grabbed the old wizard's collar and lifted him up. Haha, it seems that you know Yunwu town very well, ahem. Although the old wizard was lifted up, he didn't look worried, because he saw a blue light spot appear in the sky in the distance. People from the town? Could it be? Mo Ying suddenly thought of something at this time, that is, the old man in front of him, he is not from here. Haha, you are not slow to react. Ahem, what you want is on me, but if I don't want to, you can't get it. Even if you kill me, the result will be the same. The old wizard ignored the dagger that was only a few centimeters away from his eyes, and looked at Mo Ying's eyes very calmly and said. Who are you? Why do you have the right to open that layer of the secret room? That right is not even available to the first elder and the second elder. Who are you? Mo Ying didn't expect that the secret room that had to be opened by the first elder and the second elder at the same time was actually opened in advance by the old man in front of him. What's more hateful is that no one knows about this matter. However, what makes Mo Ying feel most headache is that he can't steal anything from this old man, as if there is nothing on this old man for him to steal. This makes him unable to determine whether what the old man said is true or false. But just now, He clearly saw the old man take out a staff from the void, which means he should have something like a space bracelet or ring. As for this kind of thing, as long as he wants, there is nothing he can't steal. This is something Mo Ying has never seen before. This is very simple. This magic tower was designed by me. Do you think I can't open that secret room? The old magician said it lightly, but it was like a thunderbolt to Mo Ying, who already knew the beginning of Yunwu town very well. Who are you? Mo Ying roared loudly, because he knew that Yunwu town had been built for hundreds of years. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that what you want is in my hands, so as long as you are willing to tell me, as long as it is not something too important, I can give it to you, even if it means ending this meaningless war. The old magician signaled him to put himself down. After all, it was not comfortable to be carried by someone. Moreover, what he wanted to know most now was what the people of the dark forces wanted to get and what they wanted to do with this thing. This was something he couldn't think of even if he thought about it. After all, for the people of the dark forces, the things in Yunwu town are of little use to them. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Or that I will kill the people here? The demon shadow turned his head to the clone standing beside him, and saw that clone disappear directly, and then a series of white lights of death emerged from the player. Do it! Seeing this, the old wizard suddenly shouted. I saw a stream of green light shooting from a distance at the real body of the demon shadow holding the old wizard, and in the shadow of the demon shadow, the figure of the thief also emerged, aiming the crossbow in his hand at the crotch of the demon shadow, and swoosh swoosh shot out. Humph! I saw the demon shadow snorted angrily, and with a wave of his left-hand dagger, he directly chopped the arrow shot at his temple into pieces. At the same time, he ignored the crossbow arrow's shot at his vitals, stomped his left foot, and a black air wave appeared in his shadow like ripples in an instant. Damn, it can actually attack the space in the shadow. Deo Yudeo, who came out from the other side, spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the skirt of a female mage in front of him with bright red blood. Humph, you guys want to deal with me, don't you think it's a bit of a joke? Mo Ying looked at the old mage in front of him. Just now, except for the warrior using the bow and arrow who could pose a certain threat to him, he didn't take anyone else seriously at all. So, what if it's this? Just as the old mage finished speaking, an invisible space wave suddenly imprisoned Mo Ying. At this time, the old mage's staff suddenly flashed a green color, and then his figure gradually blurred in front of this stiff Mo Ying. What's possible? Void gloves, that's something that belongs to the gods. When the old mage disappeared, the mysterious space power that imprisoned Mo Ying also disappeared, but when Mo Ying saw the silver gloves in Ye Yan's hand, he felt a headache. Mo Ying looked at his clone being entangled by the four warriors, and then looked at the old wizard who had teleported 10 feet away. He saw the dagger in his hand suddenly turn and throw, and then he flicked his fingers, and a black stream of light shot directly at the ice that was still freezing his other clone. You can't run away. Just as Mo Ying was about to catch the old man and take away the void gloves in the girl's hand, he suddenly heard a ding sound from the other side of the ice. Mo Ying looked back, but found that the dagger he had ejected was actually blocked by the strange man who was emitting flames just now, and that guy blocked it with his arm. You. This time, you can't run away. At this time, Fal's somewhat cold voice suddenly came from the sky of Yunwu town. Chapter 494 Curse. Take the teacher away from here, immediately. Fal held a sword in one hand and a scabbard in the other. The 200-meter-long swords composed of sword light cut off the real body and another clone of the demon shadow at the same time. Bubble. Okay. Shui Na responded, first took out the dark dagger inserted in his arm, and then ran towards the old wizard's position. Just now, because Shui Na's two hands were cut off by the demon shadow, there was no way to take out mooncakes or other things from the backpack, so when his endurance limit burned out, his flame dragon transformation state disappeared immediately. If it weren't for the beautiful fox rushing over and stuffing a mooncake into him at this time, I'm afraid he would die from excessive bleeding. Are you Olin? Let's go. Shui Na looked at Fal, who was floating in the sky and constantly trapped the fleeing demon shadow with the green sword. He knew that Fal should not have done his best now. Not only players escaped from Yunwu town, but also many original residents who had been living here. Looking at these residents with their entire families, it seems that the elder had already made the worst-case scenario of abandoning the town. Is everyone okay? Mina asked the beautiful fox. The situation was very chaotic, so he could only take the old wizard and Ruelin to leave Yunwu town first. Well, fortunately, everyone escaped, but Yunwu town was destroyed. The beautiful fox looked at Yunwu town, which was easily cut into pieces of ruins like paper under the green sword light. Under the green light, a large amount of smoke and dust was thrown into the air. There is no way to deal with a thief like Mo Ying. If you can't suppress it with all your strength, other attacks will not work at all. The old wizard's eyes that seemed to be able to see through the dust were staring at the black shadow that kept dodging under the sword light. Although the current Mo Ying was beaten very badly by the green light shot from the sky, he did not suffer any fatal damage, and in order to deal with two Mo Ying at the same time, the Qing Feng Do Qi that Fal called became stronger and stronger. However, the Mo Ying in Yunwu town also kept using the surrounding buildings to avoid the attack of the green sword light. Although his speed was very fast, village chief Fal was standing at a height of 100 meters and could see his movement trajectory completely. In addition, Fal's attack was very sharp, so Mo Ying didn't even think about touching him. However, under this kind of attack, even village chief Fal's swordsmanship might not last too long. This is a fight between gods, and mortals suffer. Dao Yudao looked at the dusty and explosive Yunwu town, and couldn't help but sighed. Old Fan, don't you need to treat your hand first? Dao Yudao suddenly reminded Shui Nai, who had not had time to treat his injuries. Just now, due to time constraints, Shui Nai didn't even have time to eat mooncakes, and ran out with the old wizard. Well, it's okay. After eating the mooncakes, all the problems on Shui Nai's body were solved, but the problems in his heart did not decrease. Just now, when he was held by Mo Ying with a dagger, he was greatly shocked, especially the feeling of being surrounded by death at all times, which made his mind fluctuate constantly. If this were for an ordinary person, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact. After all, ordinary people wouldn't feel the death around them. But Mina was different. With a sense of crisis, when the shadow stabbed his neck with a dagger, he felt the shadow's murderous intent in his heart. Even though the old wizard stopped him, the bone-chilling chill was still conveyed by the dagger. This profound feeling was indescribable, and Mina didn't understand why the game was becoming more and more realistic, as if the game was designed to make players experience this kind of life and death test. According to Mina's understanding of this kind of virtual game, the more realistic the picture is, the heavier the burden is for the player. Although the game character will not die, the player's body will also die, but there will definitely be mental trauma. For example, Mina now, this kind of trauma may take some time to recover. But this is obviously just a game, why does it let players experience this kind of mental trauma? If it's like the beginning, although the simulation degree reaches 98%, that's just the simulation degree of the environment. The death and injury of players will not be displayed at all. Hey, it's the elders. Just as Shuai continued to think about this question, Xiao Mei suddenly pointed to the sky in the distance and shouted happily. Shuai and other players who heard the news looked at the figures in the sky in the distance. They saw that the figures were stepping on a ball of blue water mist, surrounding the entire Yunmu town. Among them, the elder flew to the center of Yunmu town, the top of the mage tower. When everyone stood in position, a blue water light suddenly rose from the mage tower under the elder's feet and shot up to a height of dozens of meters. At the same time, the other figures standing around Yunmu town also flashed with the same color as the water light. A blue light like water wave slowly closed the entire Yunmu town. Hey! When the old mage saw Fowl flash into Yunmu town at the last moment when the blue light and water waves covered the entire Yunmu town, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because only in this way can the difficult demon shadow be solved. In addition to him, the surrounding NPCs also breathed a sigh of relief, among whom, like the injured Wakabayashi, they fell directly to the ground. Although the injuries they suffered had been dealt with by the priest player, their mental fatigue and stress could only be recovered by themselves. This water light shield seems to be the azure protection. I didn't expect the final outcome to be like this. Dao Yudao looked at the aqua blue shield outside Yunmu town and immediately thought of the name of this magic. Well, the demon shadow can't escape this way. Shui Na responded, but he felt that the price was a bit high. The layer of azure protection outside Yunmu town lasted for almost an hour. Although in this azure after the appearance of the Blue Guardian, Fowl's high-altitude bombing tactics were no longer needed, but in the shield of the Azure Guardian, the sound of the explosion and collapse of the building still did not disappear. When the shield of the Azure Guardian was put away manually, the battle inside was over. Let's go in first. The old wizard saw that the disappearance of the Azure Guardian was caused by the wizard giving up the output of magic power, not because of the attack, so he immediately knew that the situation inside was a foregone conclusion. So, Mina activated the demon wings and flew in from the sky with the old wizard. Looking down from the air, nearly half of the area of Yunmu town was severely damaged, but despite this, there was no big problem with the surrounding protective wall. It seems that village chief Fowl has tried his best to keep the integrity of the protective wall. Teacher, are you okay? Fowl covered his injured left arm, walked in front of the old wizard, and asked. It's okay, just a little scratch. By the way, has the demon shadow been solved? It's solved, but there seems to be a problem. Fowl said a little uneasily. Well, the problem. This smell seems to be really problematic. After hearing this, the old wizard suddenly raised his head and sniffed in the air. His face changed a little, and his face was full of memories. This is a curse. The old wizard seemed to feel something terrible and suddenly ran towards the wizard tower. Curse? Mina asked Fowl beside him. I don't know, but it shouldn't be a good thing. Fowl said a little tiredly, and at the same time, a little guilt flashed in his eyes. When he came to the wizard square, Mina saw the demon shadow lying on the ground like a dead person at first sight, but the black air floating on his body made people feel a throbbing in their hearts. What made Shuai feel the most strange was that there were clusters of darkness on the ground below the body of Mo Ying. This darkness seemed to have the ability to erode the surrounding land and was slowly spreading around. Mo Ying is not dead yet. Shuai glanced at Mo Ying and found that his eyes were still focused. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. The elder said that an unknown dark force appeared in his body and was eroding his life, so he asked me not to act rashly. Fowl took another look at the ruined town around him, and the guilt in his eyes became more serious. Village chief. Shuai watched Fowl walk towards the elders and knew that Fowl must be feeling bad. Boy, come here. The old wizard suddenly waved to Shuai. Is there something wrong? Something big happened. By the way, how long can your clone exist? The old wizard suddenly asked. 30 minutes. What about the devil's wings? It can last about 15 minutes. As Mina's level rises, he can now stay in the devil's wings state for a longer time. That's good, it seems there is still hope. The old wizard was relieved after hearing this. Actually, it's like this. Seeing Mina's confusion, the old wizard told the consequences of Mo Ying's current state. It turned out that when Mo Ying knew that he was no match for Fal and the Great Elder, he suddenly activated the evil magic that no one had attached to him, the curse. Under the effect of this dark magic, the vitality of the caster will be slowly drawn away by this magic, and at the same time, all the negative energy in his heart will be amplified thousands of times, forming a cursed field. In this field, the land will be corroded and cursed by darkness, turning into fertile land for the dead and cemeteries for the living. Among them, the most terrifying thing is that these cursed and polluted lands can never be restored. Moreover, according to the old wizard, when the Undead Empire was first established, it was under this evil dark magic that it split the territory from the Holy Light Camp. If there were no such land polluted by the curse in the Undead Empire, the Undead Empire would probably cease to exist. And now what Mina has to do is to use the devil's wings to take the shadow into the air when the magic does not use death to activate this magic, so as to minimize the impact of the curse on the ground. Chapter 495 Holy Water Pool. The curse is the top evil magic in the Undead Empire. This magic has surpassed the scope of ordinary magic, because this kind of magic must be powered by the vitality of super strong people, and only crazy people like the Dark Camp will use it. But this kind of magic that uses the life of super strong people has very powerful abilities. First, this magic that uses vitality to greatly amplify negative emotions such as resentment and anger in the heart has a strong ability to pollute. It can not only darken the land and make it a hotbed for dark creatures, but also pollute the souls and creatures that died in this darkness, making them imprisoned here forever. Secondly, once this magic is successfully activated, the effect of the magic is irreversible until the world has come to an end, or people have found a way to restrain it. But the human empire has been fighting with the Undead Empire for hundreds of years, and still has not found a way to restrain it. Finally, once this place becomes a dark land, it will become a base of the Undead Empire, a base planted in the rear of the human empire. Teacher, let me do it. After all, I am the most suitable in terms of flying speed and flying altitude. Fal saw the current state of the demon shadow, and knew that whoever touched him would be contaminated by the black air. Fal, you don't have to feel guilty. After all, once the dispute rises to the battle between the forces of this camp, then this is a war. On the battlefield, there will always be only destruction. The old wizard patted Fal's somewhat decadent shoulder. Afterwards, the Great Elder also took over the words of the old wizard. If I remember correctly, when this curse has not erupted, once other lives come into contact with it, they will also be assimilated and become another curse, and this is the most terrifying part of the curse, because this will lead to a very strong chain reaction. Well, that's right, so you can't come into contact with the current magic shadow no matter what, otherwise even if the impact of the curse is really minimized, but losing one of you is also a failure. Then if I give this ring of undead magic shadow to village chief Fal, will it work? After hearing this, Mina also knew that this problem should be set for players, or that only players can deal with this problem. Because the infinite life of the player can be used. The energy of your ring is too low, and it is basically impossible to copy Fal's clone. Moreover, when you activate the demon wings, your resistance to darkness is the highest among all people here, so I think of you. The old wizard has always thought that Mina's demon wings are just a trouble, but he didn't expect that this trouble would become their only hope in this situation. Okay, I understand. But, which direction should I fly to? Shui Na looked at the player's map, but the area that can be displayed on his player map is very limited, and it is basically impossible to find a suitable place. In the south, about 20 kilometers to the south, there is a desolate canyon. It was once the battlefield of the ancient gods' war, and it has always been a forbidden place for life. The elder pondered for a moment and pointed to the south, but his eyes were on the old wizard. It seemed that he would make the final decision. Okay, Fan Chen, fly to the south. Fal, you follow, if there is any problem, immediately knock them into the sky. However, you must remember that you cannot get 10 meters close to the magic shadow, otherwise you will also be eroded by the black air. And you, for safety reasons, you don't have to go over, just stay here. The old wizard said, pointing at Shui Na and asking him to stay here. After hearing the old wizard's arrangement, Shui Na did not hesitate much, and they didn't have much time. Because when the life value of the shadow is 0, the curse will be activated, and once the curse is activated, it will be too late. Activate the shadow clone, and then let the clone activate the devil's wings. Then Mina controlled the clone and carefully lifted the shadow lying in the black air. Although the less life value contributed by the shadow, the smaller the radius of influence of this magic, but this will speed up the process of this magic. So in order to make the curse start later, Mina's movements have been as gentle as possible to prevent her movements from accelerating the death of this dying person. However, Mina found that when her clone touched the shadow's body, a black line suddenly spread from the shadow's body and appeared on its hands, and it was eroding his body at a very slow speed. Fly to the south and fly to the highest place. Mina immediately gave such an order to the clone, because with the erosion of this black air, it might not be possible to last 15 minutes. Then I'll follow. Another elder who came back with the great elder suddenly looked at the clone taking off, and also stepped on a ball of blue water mist and flew up. Well, then you have to be careful. The old wizard saw that a magician could follow, which was naturally the best. After all, even if Fowl's fighting spirit was as gentle as the wind, it couldn't be completely harmless like some water magic. Lao Fan, where are you going to use it? Dao Yudao, who was outside, asked immediately after seeing Shui Nai carrying a person out. Shui Nai had no choice but to tell everyone about the curse in the team chat, but he didn't tell them the impact of the curse on himself. But even if he told them, it would be useless. After all, only he could know this impact. Come with me. If you really can't stand it, just dissolve the energy of the clone. The old wizard walked in front of Shui Nai and looked at the black phantoms on Shui Nai's palm. These phantoms were projected from Shui Nai's clone to the real body. Although it will not really affect Shui Nai's real body. But mentally, he has to endure the feeling of being surrounded by many negative emotions such as despair, unwillingness, resentment, and pain when being eroded and assimilated by darkness. And the only terrible thing is that this erosion slowly triggered the blood clan mark in the demon wings of the clone, making the blood clan mark remnants in Shui Nai's body ready to move again, and the various hallucinations stimulated also appeared. After that, the old wizard took Shui Nai to the wizard tower. By the way, how to deal with this land polluted by darkness? Shui Nai looked at the place where the demon shadow had been lying. The floor there had been eroded into a mass of black mud, exuding the decaying smell of death. Well, it's not a problem. Just dig down more than 10 meters of soil and find a place to bury it. But these polluted soils will never be suitable for the birth of life. The old wizard also knew that Shui Nai was trying to distract his attention to avoid the strong feeling from the clone, so he was very happy to say it. Can't the undead empire be handled in this way? Shui Nai, whose reaction had slowed down, suddenly asked such a stupid question. It seems that your brain is no longer working. How big is the undead empire? If it could be dug up, the human empire would have dug it up long ago. Moreover, whether it is human or other holy light races, as long as they enter the undead empire, they will be cursed by darkness. We simply don't have the ability to purify the land of the undead empire. Okay, we're here. Just when Shui Nai's reaction was getting slower and slower, he suddenly heard the old wizard say this in a daze. Before this, Shui Nai only remembered that he seemed to follow the old wizard into a passage opened on the wall, and he couldn't remember what happened afterwards. In front of the old wizard, he saw a huge pool, and the water in the pool was filled with bursts of blue light. Take off your clothes, and then sit in this holy water pool to meditate, so that you will feel more comfortable. The old wizard pointed to the pool and said gently. Well. Shui Nai responded, and took off the wizard's robe according to the old wizard's request, and then walked into the pool. After that, he only felt a cold but very gentle feeling coming from the surrounding blue water light, and this cold feeling immediately diluted the illusions and negative emotions in his mind. This is. Shui Nai, who was somewhat sober, immediately found that the place he was in was actually a place he had never been to, and the water in the pool was also a little strange, so he asked a question. This is the holy water pool of Yunmu town. The water here is condensed from the purest water elements around Yunmu town. It has very powerful water element energy, which can help you overcome this difficulty. The old wizard pointed to the plate of the holy water pool. A complex magic circle with a diameter of 10 meters was emitting a faint blue light. Chapter 496 The Effect of the Holy Water Pool. Sitting in the holy water pool, Shui Nai has completely lost the concept of time. He just feels that the illusion in his mind is becoming more and more real, and the negative emotions are becoming stronger and stronger. Now even the cold water gathered by the water element can't weaken this feeling. This state of mental consciousness cannot be eliminated even by using mooncakes, and this mooncake is only effective for players. Even Shui Nai's clone does not have this right. Therefore, Shui Nai is now purely resisting these influences with willpower. He is just quietly surrounded by this cold water, trying to forget the illusions and negative emotions in his mind. Outside the mage tower, the great elder asked the old mage about the situation inside. It's okay. When he was exposed to the curse, the dark erosion was indeed much weaker than us. It's just that his clone only has half the strength, so in this case, I'm afraid that the clone can withstand it for a shorter time than I thought. But don't worry, as long as the curse doesn't touch the ground, it's just a tree without roots and water without a source. Although it will have a certain impact on the surroundings, it is still acceptable. It's just that some mutated dark creatures may appear on your side. What I care more about is what the dark forces want to get from you. The old mage saw the livid face of the great elder and had to comfort him. With your knowledge, you don't know? The great elder asked tentatively. I have some clues, but I just think it's unlikely. The old mage conjured a blue crystal from somewhere. This crystal is only 1 finger thick, and its length and width are the same size as a book. The strangest thing is that in this crystal that is completely intact without any cracks, there is actually a torn volume embedded in the center. This torn volume has no cover, no index, etc., as if someone has torn a part out of a complete book. What use is this to them? The elder saw the old wizard holding this torn volume. After seeing the azure crystal, his face became a little unnatural. I don't know about this either. At first, I thought they were thinking about the water dragon ball in your hand? But the water dragon ball has always been kept on the holy snow mountain. Although there are many magical protections, it is just a piece of cake for the demon shadow who can open the secret room on the top floor of the mage tower. And in the secret room, the only thing that can attract their attention is this water scroll. As the old mage spoke, he conjured up other things, but these things made the elders around him change color for a while. Haha, don't be nervous. I have no interest in your artifacts. I will put them back when the problem is solved. But now you have lost the magic key of the second elder, which is a bit difficult to deal with. The old mage saw the changes in the faces of these elders and knew what they were thinking. Among the elders of this term of Yunmu town, except for the great elder, the others basically didn't know him. After all, they were all new elders, and he had only been here once 100 years ago. Are you, the teacher in the legend? A youngest elder scratched his grey hair and asked cautiously. Because the only person who can open this legendary secret room without causing a reaction in the secret room magic circle, in addition to using the magic keys of the first and second elders at the same time, can only be the designer of the year. In fact, when they received the magic signal that the secret room was forcibly broken into by the magic shadow, their eyes also went dark. After all, the secret room that would only be opened during the ancestor worship was definitely a spiritual pillar for them and was extremely precious. Yes, it's this old immortal. When the elder heard the word teacher, he immediately gritted his teeth and said it. It seems that he had been tortured by this teacher before. Haha, you are still so stingy. The old wizard said while looking at the items in his hand. In the hands of the old wizard, in addition to the water volume wrapped in crystal, there is also a staff made of blue crystal and a ring that is as blue as the deep sea. Take these two first. I always feel like something will happen later. After the old wizard finished speaking, he handed the staff and ring to the elder, and he put away the water scroll. This. The elder frowned as he looked at the staff and ring in his hand. Alas, I was very opposed to your ancestral precepts at the time, but it's a pity that the old man refused to change. Now, only you, the sage, can use the sea god staff and tsunami ring. If you wait until something goes wrong before taking them out, it will be too late. As for the ancestral precepts, I have long wanted to break it. That kind of boring rule will only bring disaster to future generations. The elder said indifferently. Ahem. After hearing the old wizard's somewhat harsh remarks, the elder immediately interrupted and put away the staff and ring in his hand. For this once peerless strong man, it is definitely not a simple thing to make him feel this kind of danger. After that, the elder handed over the remaining tasks to other elders, and followed the old wizard to the wizard tower, which was a little damaged but still standing. Teacher, could it be that the Lich Kings? I don't know about this either, but I know that the death of the previous generation of the Lich King has always been a mystery that no one knows. Some people say that he was exiled to the space turbulence by the gods. In theory, the holy book of the dead in his hand should have disappeared. Then there is no reason for the dark forces to snatch this water volume. The elder pondered for a moment and said with some confusion. Although this water volume has the power of a semi-artifact, the water magic is not as powerful as their own dark magic for the people of the dark forces. And it takes so much effort and casualties, and it has to provoke a neutral force. This is really hard to understand. I don't know about that. After all, the people on the side of the undead empire are all crazy. There will be a few unreasonable people in every generation. The old wizard shrugged irresponsibly, and then walked towards the doorway opened on the wall of the wizard tower. Right below the wizard tower, at the holy water pool. It seems that he can still hold on for a while, but will this really have no effect on him? The elder looked at Shui Nai, whose black shadow had already covered most of his body, and asked with some uneasiness in his heart. After all, to him, Shui Nai was just an outsider, but he had made too many contributions to Yunwu town, which made him feel a little unrewarded. There is definitely an impact, but I believe he is. By the way, starting today, I suggest that this holy water pool be sealed. After all, the power of the curse may pollute the water element and then pollute the pool. What about the holy snow mountain? The fountain of life over there? Don't worry about that. First of all, the fountain of life is not artificially created. It is natural. It is not like this holy water pool, which relies on forcibly condensing water elements to produce this holy water. Secondly, the sunlight in the holy snow mountain can purify the curse energy of those rootless trees. Finally, the holy snow mountain itself has the capital to fight against darkness. So, you don't have to worry about the situation there. That's good. After hearing the old wizard's explanation, the elder was relieved. After all, for them, if they lost the holy water pool for a long time and lost the fountain of life, they would really lose the opportunity to cultivate pure water mages. Hey, it seems that the time is up. Just when the old wizard and the elder were about to find a place to sit down and wait for Mina to wake up, the holy water pool suddenly splashed. Mina suddenly struggled in the pool, and then the whole person slid into the bottom of the pool, as if someone hit her with a hammer. Are you okay? The old wizard immediately rushed to Mina's side and directly caught her from the bottom of the water. I lost contact with my clone, and it seems that there is no problem. Mina scratched his wet hair, and he was also very puzzled. Because he had never experienced that his clone would cut off contact with him when he was not dead. Lost contact? You didn't disband the clone? The old wizard couldn't help but emphasize his tone. Just now, he had clearly seen that the black shadow had covered the bat wing mark of the demon wings on Shui Nai's back. This also shows that the erosion of darkness has assimilated the demon wings. In fact, the old wizard himself did not expect that this kid was so tough and actually held on to the last moment. However, based on his research on the demon wings, once the erosion of darkness is combined with the demon wings, I am afraid that something will happen that even he cannot predict. Then get up. Although the holy water pool has the miraculous effect of strengthening life and purifying the spirit. But staying for a long time will permanently weaken the power of your flame dragon spirit. And absorbing too much of the essence of the water element will weaken the strength of your body. The old wizard handed Shui Nai's wizard robe and took the lead to stand up. Weaken the flame dragon spirit? When Shui Nai heard this, he stood up immediately. Since he came back to his senses and checked his physical condition, he found that his physical and mental values suddenly increased by almost 20 points. After checking the system records, he found that the increase in these attributes came from the holy water around him with powerful water elemental power. As long as he sits in this holy water pool, every 30 seconds, Shui Nai's physical and mental values will automatically increase a little to respond to the effect of the holy water pool that strengthens life and purifies the spirit, so he still wants to stay a little longer. However, he didn't know that this holy water pool would actually have an impact on the spirit of the flame dragon, because he didn't find this out from the record system. This time, Shui Nai's washing in the holy water pool increased his physical and mental values by 20 points. Although he didn't know whether the flame dragon's spirit was weakened, now that things have come to this point, there is no way to change it. Let's go, there are still many things waiting for us outside, and the reconstruction of Yunwu town cannot do without your help. After the old wizard finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the stairs. Chapter 497 The Lich King Attacks. Qin Hao, who came out of the wizard tower, immediately found that the players and residents of Yunwu town had begun to clean up the damaged buildings. Although Yunwu town was severely damaged, since the elder learned that a large army of undead was coming here, he had already prepared to retreat. So in this battle between Fowl and the Shadow, all the residents evacuated very quickly. Therefore, in the battle, except for some injuries, no one in Yunwu town died. And with the presence of priest players, their injuries were also greatly and effectively treated. On the contrary, due to the contamination of the resurrection stone and the cooling time of the player's resurrection, many players did not resurrect, and their bodies were stored together. But the problem of their bodies became the focus of discussion among the players. After all, in this case, keeping the players' bodies does not seem to be a good idea. Hey, Lao Fan, you don't look very good. Dao Yudao looked at Qin Hao's pale face and his eyes that didn't look very energetic, and couldn't help but ask with some worry. It's okay, it's just that there was a problem with the clone just now, and it was affected a little bit. Qin Hao said as he followed the old mage to the side of the elder. At the same time, he also saw Ling Yun and Sui Feng Yuan following the people of the Fox Fairy Guild to clean up the ruins here. Hey, did something happen just now? Qin Hao looked at some new traces of fighting on Ling Yun's body and couldn't help asking. Well, some people wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rob, but we killed them, and even the bodies were purified. Just now, in this chaotic situation without NPCs, it is inevitable that players will take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, so in this situation, group action is the basis for players to survive. Who is it? Do you know this? Who else? It's not the people of Shenlong. Just now they said that we killed people indiscriminately. If it weren't for the return of the fifth elder, I'm afraid we would have started fighting long ago. But the beautiful fox is also very difficult. It is really difficult to live a life with such a shameless nephew. What, the fifth elder is back? Yes, he was slightly injured. Yan was treating him just now. There is no big problem now. It's just that his magic power has been consumed too much, and he needs to rest for a while. Well, I'll go over and see what's going on over there first. Qin Hao looked at the people who gathered around him and found that no one had anything to do, so he prepared to find the elder to see if there was anything he could do over there. For players, this chaotic situation is actually an important moment for them to obtain hidden tasks. After all, in this situation, it is an important opportunity to build a good relationship with NPCs, or trigger some hidden tasks. Elder, fifth elder. Qin Hao came to the side of the old wizard, greeted the two elders, and found that they were looking at the projection of a water mirror with a frown. But Qin Hao found that in this water mirror, it was the elder who accompanied Fowl to deal with the curse. Old wizard, where is village chief Fowl? Qin Hao looked carefully and found that village chief Fowl was not in the projection range of this water mirror. Something happened, and Fowl went to chase your clone. The old wizard looked at Qin Hao with some surprise, but he couldn't get any clues from him. Clone, mine. Yes, just now, the elder said that your clone suddenly lost control and bit the dying demon Shadow to death, and then absorbed a lot of dark energy from the curse. Blood Clan. Qin Hao suddenly felt a little sick when he heard the word bite to death. Although that was just his clone and it was obviously out of control, he felt uncomfortable as long as he thought of the scene of his clone biting people to death. It seems that's the case. After all, the blood clan mark in your body is very sensitive to dark power. In addition, it got the evil and huge energy of the curse at that time. I'm afraid it has been out of your control. No, it has become another creature. The old wizard said with some speculation. It's just that's just a clone. Don't forget, it's a real clone, with most of your abilities, so it's real before the clone's energy is consumed. And now this change, I don't know whether it's good or bad. Although Qin Hao didn't know what happened to the clone, since his record system didn't immediately prompt him that he had any substantial losses, then there was naturally no problem. After all, for such a substantial problem, the player's record system will definitely record it, and it's still the kind that prompts. However, in order to make himself feel at ease, Qin Hao still found an opportunity, turned around, and directly took a mooncake to eliminate the effect of having the attributes when using the clone. Looking at the very normal attribute panel, Qin Hao finally felt at ease. However, when Qin Hao turned around, he suddenly found that the old wizard's body suddenly flashed with a burst of blue water light, and the old wizard's own expression was also full of astonishment and confusion. This is... Just when Qin Hao was about to ask, a crystal plate suddenly appeared in the palm of the old wizard's hand, and it was this crystal plate that was emitting this blue light. Looking at this crystal clear and beautiful blue crystal plate, Qin Hao found that the faces of the old wizard and the elder were getting uglier and uglier, as if they saw something they dared not face. Is it true that there are madmen in the undead empire who rushed into the space turbulence and found the relics of the previous generation of the Lich King? The old wizard's eyes, which were originally a little turbid, suddenly passed over Qin Hao's head and saw the sky far away in the west. There was a small black dot approaching this side quickly. Although this small black dot was still very far away from here, the dark aura it exuded had already let the old wizard and the elder know the identity of the person coming. Everyone in Yunwu town should enter the protective wall immediately. All corpses should be burned immediately. No more corpses can be left. So the combatants should enter a combat alert posture, and the elderly, weak, women and children should hide in a safe place immediately. For a moment, the voice of the great elder, accompanied by a somewhat harsh warning bell, suddenly appeared in the sky of Yunwu town. At this time, all players also received a prompt from the system, and a new task suddenly appeared on the task panel of everyone. However, the title of this task is a bit heartbreaking, because the title of this task is The Attack of the Lich King, and the content of the task is to hold on to Yunwu town for half an hour, and the protective wall of Yunwu town cannot fall. What's going on? It seems that there is a new task. Dao Yudao and a group of people immediately came to Qin Hao's side and asked about the latest situation. Yes. After defeating the demon shadow, now there is another Lich King. Qin Hao handed the enhanced version of the telescope in his hand to Dao Yudao, pointing to the growing black spot in the west. In fact, that was not a black spot or a human figure, but a black cloud that was obviously composed of dark aura. By the way, what is the level of the Lich King? Is he stronger than the demon shadow? Dao Yudao suddenly asked. Well, the Lich profession is a special profession, which has the ability to use 3 major systems of magic: undead magic, curse magic, and dark elemental magic. Among them, the Lich system has only 4 levels, namely Bone Wizard, Corpse Wizard, Lich, and Lich King, and the level difference between each profession is 50 levels. So, what do you think, is the Lich King stronger, or the Shadow? Qin Hao rubbed his painful temple and said with a wry smile. Level 200? Or a mage? Dao Yudao immediately thought of what a 200 level mage represented, and this was the undead magic known as the King of Battlefield Magic. No wonder the elder ordered all the corpses to be disposed of. While Qin Hao was helping Dao Yudao with literacy, the old mage had already discussed with the elders who came over after hearing the news. Teacher, I will go to stop the Lich King now. I'll leave the water scroll to you. The elder said as he took out the Poseidon staff and the tsunami ring and flew towards the black cloud. Okay. The old wizard responded and walked to Qin Hao's side, stuffing the crystal plate with beautiful blue light in his hand into Qin Hao's hand. This is not the water scroll that the elder said. Aren't you responsible for keeping it? Qin Hao looked at the old wizard with a frown on his face. Now anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Lich King is looking for this thing. Now this crystal plate is absolutely a hot potato. Whoever holds it will have to accept the most violent attack from the Lich King. If it were me in the past, a small Lich King, I would naturally not take it seriously. However, now, it's better to give it to you. Qin Hao looked at the crystal plate in his hand, and then looked at the old wizard's already impatient face, and could only accept this arduous task in a low voice. Okay, everyone, listen to me. When the Lich King comes over later, don't provoke him. The current Lich King is an absolute lunatic. What you need to do is to retain your strength and wait for the right time. The old wizard said seriously to the elders around him. Are we just going to let the Lich King? An elder who seemed to have a bad temper could not accept the legendary teacher's way of raising others' ambitions. But the old wizard interrupted him directly. You don't know how terrifying the Lich King is with the Holy Book of the Dead. He is not something we can deal with now. If Fal is still here, you can still fight with the artifact in your elder's hand, but now that Fal is gone, you must retain your strength. Otherwise, could it be that the elder who has the artifact also? It's good enough to be able to hold him back for a while, otherwise he wouldn't have given me the water scroll and not used it himself. And the Poseidon staff and tsunami ring you worship can only be regarded as semi-artifacts, and the weapon souls inside have long been lost. Compared with the complete Holy Book of the Dead, it is still far behind. The old wizard didn't even look at the elder's face this time, but walked in front of Qin Hao and the others. Why are you still standing here? Run! Run as far as you can! Qin Hao, Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox looked at each other, and then ran in 3 directions respectively. Among them, Qin Hao ran towards the cave passage in the east, Dao Yiyu Dao ran towards the cave passage in the south, and the beautiful fox ran towards the north. Fortunately, they have good brains and know how to delay time. The old wizard looked at the 3 figures running in different directions, and knew that he had not given the task to the wrong person. Chapter 498 The Sealed Water Scroll. Hey, Lao Fan, what on earth is that thing in your hand? Even the Lich King wants to take it away. Dao Yiyu Dao, who ran all the way to the south, asked the question that everyone wanted to know. After these days of understanding, they have more or less known that the Dark Camp launched such an action against Yunwu Town just for the thing in Qin Hao's hand. I don't know. This thing is called Sealed Water Scroll. Except for me, the designated holder, all other thieves are shown as unknown. And this thing can't be put into the backpack. You can't go offline when holding it. It will also drop when you die. It's very annoying. Qin Hao ran and looked down at the crystal plate in his hand that was emitting blue light. Qin Hao already knew that this crystal plate should be used to seal the pages of the remaining books inside, but he couldn't see clearly what was written in the remaining books inside, but he could roughly guess the purpose of this thing. However, this glowing crystal plate completely exposed Qin Hao's stealth figure, which made it very easy for the thieves following behind Qin Hao to find his whereabouts. For these thieves, Qin Hao could only say that the things in his hands were too attractive, but if they knew that this thing could only be held by him, they would probably be angry to death. However, they probably wouldn't believe this, and Qin Hao didn't have time to explain it. Then, how long do you need to protect this crystal plate? Or how can you be considered to have successfully protected it? You can't always be chased by the Lich King like this. The beautiful fox also asked. According to their previous plan, they could only delay for a while. But judging from the speed of the Lich King just now, this time is much tighter than they expected. Half an hour, now there are 27 minutes. But as long as I wait for the big hammer to set up the teleportation array, I will run directly into the elemental city, then even if the Lich King is strong, he will not dare to challenge such a big city. Qin Hao told everyone the last part of the plan. However, they all knew that the time to set up the teleportation array of the big hammer was the most fatal for them, because once the teleportation array of the big hammer was not set up in time, then their action would be a complete failure. And now, what they have to do is to try their best to open the distance between the 3 of them, so as to use this space gap to extend their time. Less than 4 minutes after the 3 of them left Yunwu Town, the black cloud like black in the west of Yunwu Town had reached the border of Yunwu mountain area. There, the elder, who was emitting strong blue light, was holding a crystal staff, looking seriously at the black cloud that was getting closer and more oppressive. Just when the elder transformed into a sun emitting strong blue light, the black cloud also arrived at this time and swallowed the sun in the next moment. If there were no blue light piercing through the thick black cloud from time to time, revealing that the elder was still fighting hard inside, the people watching in Yunwu Town would probably think that the elder had already lost. Because in this dark cloud that almost covered half of the sky, the blue light group representing the elder was so small that it was unimaginable. If it were not for the fact that the blue light was more eye-catching against the background of the black cloud, it would probably not attract the attention of the people in Yunwu Town. The elder will be fine. Xiaomei looked at the black cloud. Although it had stopped for a while, the momentum and coverage of the black cloud were getting bigger and bigger, and the blue light coming out of it was getting less and less and weaker and weaker. Don't worry about the danger to life, because although water magic is not outstanding in attack, its defense and endurance should not be underestimated. However, in this case, it is most appropriate for him to escape with the water scroll. After all, as long as the water scroll is not here, there will be no problem in Yunwu Town, but he is too stubborn. The old wizard looked at the dark clouds over there, which were so dark that no blue light could be seen. Although he was uneasy, he still comforted the people around him. Don't we have a chance? Yan looked at the big iron hammer who was trying to set up the teleportation array and asked a little dejectedly. Now some players have already retreated after learning that it was the legendary Lich King who came, and seeing the huge battle of black clouds pressing down on the city. Some people even gave up Yunwu Town, which has the advantage of defense, and ran out of the town. If it weren't for the fact that the battle zone could not log off freely, I'm afraid more than half of the players would have chosen to log off. Although players are not afraid of death, it will still hurt when they die, and when the resurrection stone cannot be used, death itself has become synonymous with demotion. It seems that we have reached the limit. Have all the corpses in the town been dealt with? The old wizard felt that the fluctuations of the water element in the black cloud were already very weak, and he also knew that the elder inside could no longer hold on. However, in the old wizard's mind, this time was a bit short. It took less than 5 minutes, and he had a tendency to lose, which was obviously inconsistent with his calculations. Even if the attack of water magic was weak, the Lich King could not ignore it, and with the toughness of water defense magic, the Lich King could not easily break it. Could it be? Just as the old wizard was thinking about this, a faint blue light suddenly fell from the black cloud. Afterwards, a huge black gas column like a fist extended from the black cloud in the sky and chased down towards the falling elder. When the giant hand pressed the elder's protective blue light to the ground, a huge crash accompanied by a slight vibration of the ground was transmitted to the surroundings of Yunwu town. Although the blue light belonging to the elder slowly flew up after this attack, it was not halfway when another black gas column hit the elder in midair. This time, the elder struggled for a long time before flying again, but the ending was still the same. After being attacked 3 times in a row, the elder never flew up again. And the black cloud also came to the top of Yunwu town with the momentum of covering the sky. Stop, or we will provoke him. Now we don't have the strength. The old magician whispered to drive away an elder who wanted to fly up to die. Even the elder who possessed the strongest semi-artifact of the water system could not deal with him. For these mages who were not even sages, it would be death. Tremble, foolish mortals! Just after the black cloud was still for a moment, a hoarse and lifeless voice suddenly came from inside, but the contempt and disdain in it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. However, facing this invincible enemy, neither the NPCs nor the players who had been warned by the old wizard said anything, but only hoped that the death god in the sky would leave as soon as possible. However, just when the black cloud found that what he was looking for was not here and was about to leave, 4 black beams of light suddenly shot out from the black cloud and hit the open space outside the 4 walls. My loyal servants, turn this place into a place of death. After leaving this sentence, the Lich King in the black cloud wrapped in the black cloud and chased to the east. Hey! Fortunately, he didn't find this place. The old wizard looked at the ground under his feet and said very tiredly. And the place where he was standing now was the place that was polluted when the demon shadow activated the curse, the black soil covered with new stone slabs and sprinkled with holy water. However, just when the old wizard was relieved, a series of sharp ghost screams sounded outside the wall, and then a group of beast skeletons with ghost eyes suddenly emerged from the soil, which immediately caused the surrounding players to scream again. This is... When an elder who was responsible for protecting the old wizard looked at the black air outside the wall, the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to explode. As a member of this home, he definitely didn't want this hometown that raised him to become such a ghost place. It's okay, as long as the energy of the dark sky in the sky and the dark land on the ground is consumed, this place can return to its original state. However, the premise is that we have to defend against the attacks of the undead outside. The old wizard only took a look at the situation outside and knew what was happening above. Qin Hao, the Lich King is coming towards you now, you must be careful. Xiaomei suddenly said in the very quiet team chat, but her words made the 3 people running faster again. So fast, my god, this elder. There are still about 20 minutes left, can we outrun the flying Lich King? Dao Yudao, who had already run out of the cave passage, couldn't help but complain to the elder who was responsible for the rear. Is there any problem on your side? Qin Hao was more worried about the safety of Yunwu town. After all, if Yunwu town was destroyed, then they really had no chance. Not for the time being, the Lich King suddenly summoned a large number of level 40 beast skeletons from around the protective wall. Now we are surrounded by them, but we can still hold on for a while. Xiaomei said hurriedly, it seems that the battle on her side has begun. Beast skeletons, damn, it turns out that the beast attack of Moying and others at the beginning was prepared for today. When the beautiful fox heard this, she immediately understood the reason why Moying sent a large number of beasts to attack the city every day some time ago. It seems that it was prepared for the Lich King's summoning of the undead. Damn, the speed of this Lich King is too fast. He has already caught up. Qin Hao felt the pressure of the black cloud behind him. When he looked back, he found that the black cloud covering the sky and the earth had already come to a place not far behind him. The thieves behind him who were still chasing hard had already entered the coverage of the black cloud. Yudao, get your teleportation ring ready. I'll be there at any time. Qin Hao reminded Dao Yudao in the team chat, and then rushed directly into the forest not far away, hoping to delay a little more time. Chapter 499 Escape and Countdown. Looking at the place behind him that was already covered by the black cloud, a little bit of floating objects like phosphorus fire suddenly appeared when the darkness was shrouded. Although these phosphorus fires were only decorative elements, in this darkness filled with the breath of death, these tiny phosphorus fires exuded a gloomy ghostly aura. The thieves who were already in it looked at the companions who appeared around them in some astonishment. Because from then on, they never cancelled their stealth state and disappear. However, just a moment later, when the Lich King in the sky was sure that the person he was looking for was not here, several black lightning bolts shot out from the black cloud like water columns. Disperse! The leading thief immediately found the problem, but although his order was accurate, their reaction was slow in the darkness, and they didn't know it. Why is this happening? What's going on? The strongest thief was the only player with a longer lifespan, which made him find that he had an extra dark curse state before he died. Is this an attack of the dark curse? Qin Hao saw that his escape speed was obviously slower when the darkness came. After a look, he immediately found that his attribute values had all dropped by 5%. Whether it was health or spirit, or the magic value affected by spirit, they all dropped by 5%. This kind of curse that directly reduced people's strength was simply unheard of for Qin Hao. It looks like there's trouble. Qin Hao told the other two people about the dark impact brought by the black cloud. Don't worry, true linear speed is not the same as linear speed. If the Lich King, a mage class, had the ability to get down to the ground and run a few laps with us, I don't believe that his skeleton can run faster than me. Dao Yudeo's confident voice came from the team chat immediately. However, it is indeed as he said. If the sky is the home of the Lich King, then the ground is the home of the three of them. Although in a straight line, even if they try their best, ignoring the huge consumption of endurance, they can only travel about 1 km per minute. This is already the fastest speed for most players at present. However, for the Lich King flying in the sky, it is just a blink of an eye. However, if the obstacles on the ground are taken into account, then the Lich King at this level of the ground may not have an advantage in speed. And now, Qin Hao is using this strategy, intending to use these obstacles to delay his mission time. According to Qin Hao and his calculations, if they take advantage of the 3 teleportation rings in their hands, plus the teleportation array successfully set up at the last moment, then even if Qin Hao cannot stay here for half an hour, he can still escape to the elemental city. And the limited radius of the main city return scroll of the elemental city is 50 kilometers, so even if the teleportation effect of the backup teleportation array is halved, it is only 25 kilometers. In other words, now the 3 of them must move around 25 kilometers in Yunwu town until their rescue arrives or their movement method cannot deal with the Lich King. Then, little mouse below, it's time to hand over the things that don't belong to you in your hands. In this way, I can also be merciful and leave you with a whole body. After dealing with the thieves below, the Lich King in the sky did not rush into the woods, but stayed in the sky. After looking down for a while, he slowly spoke to persuade him to surrender. For the tiny human below who didn't know his own strength, he suddenly thought of playing cat and mouse. However, his opening remarks to Qin Hao did not arouse Qin Hao's interest. After not getting a reply, the Lich King looked at the woods below and started to act. Humph, he actually attacked the woods. When the Lich King attacked, Qin Hao immediately sensed that the thunder element in the sky was active, and then he saw and heard a series of black thunder. However, the accuracy of this thunder was really not reminiscent of the magic used by a 200 level strongman, because these powerful thunders did not even touch Qin Hao's fur. Although each black thunder hit the forest, no matter how thick the trees were, they were directly turned into black powder as long as they were hit. In this dark lightning, the target hit was simultaneously eroded by extreme high temperature and darkness. These two powerful abilities directly allowed these trees to skip the carbonization stage. However, the attack that missed the target, no matter how powerful it was, had no effect on Qin Hao. Because these magics that missed the target were telling Qin Hao that the Lich King did not know his specific location at all, and he would be fine as long as he avoided those stray bullets. Qin Hao, who found that he had no way to get rid of the Lich King, could only dodge around in this forest. Because he now found that although the Lich King could not accurately determine his position, he could always find his approximate position, and the error was within 20 meters. If it were not for Qin Hao's crisis sensing that was working all the time, I am afraid that those stray bullets alone would have cost Qin Hao several lives. However, after the Lich King spent almost 5 minutes of game time facing this forest, he finally couldn't help it. This time, the Lich King finally gave up the black lightning and used more direct and violent fire magic. I saw a ball of black fire that reached 20 meters directly above Qin Hao's head. Looking at the black flames above his head, Qin Hao had to say that high-level NPCs are powerful. This kind of flame with the ability to corrode and burn is a dream power for players. Hey, the bodies of those thieves are gone? Just after Qin Hao flashed past the flames, he suddenly found that the bodies of the thieves that the Lich King had kept were gone. Qin Hao, who found this, activated the teleportation ring without thinking and came to Dao Yiyu Dao in the south. Just when Qin Hao's figure disappeared, several thieves with stiff faces but very agile movements appeared around the place where he disappeared. Damn, Ant, I will imprison your soul and body forever. When the Lich King in the black cloud found that the target below had disappeared under his nose, he suddenly roared and flew away along the signal newly sensed by the Holy Book of the Dead. The Lich King did not expect that he, who had such a powerful force, would be played by a small ant. Hey, it seems that the Lich King is not as powerful as imagined. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at team, and found that the countdown he set was only 12 minutes. This means that the Lich King took almost 5 minutes to force Qin Hao into a dead end. The Lich King is not a fool. I'm afraid he won't make the same mistake again. Let's act according to the original plan. Qin Hao, who exchanged the teleportation ring with Dao Yiyu Dao, immediately ran to the west, while Dao Yiyu Dao ran to the south and continued to go deeper. Although their activity radius was limited to only 25 kilometers from the Yunwu town teleportation array, it would be difficult for even Qin Hao and Dao Yiyu Dao, who are extremely fast players, to complete this journey in only 25 minutes on the ground. After all, the road conditions on the ground could not allow them to reach their maximum speed. This time, Qin Hao and Dao Yiyu Dao had only parted for less than 2 minutes when he found himself locked by the Lich King again. Although Qin Hao rushed into the woods again, the Lich King used a large-scale destructive magic this time, and basically destroyed the forest where he was hiding in just a few moments. This time, the Lich King did not give Qin Hao a chance to hide. Moreover, the black flames of the Lich King also affected his level and burned more than half of his life. And, if you have the ability to escape again, I want to see you. The Lich King's voice full of disdain and contempt was as unpleasant as before, but this time, his speech was interrupted. It's you. Qin Hao looked at the Lich King in front of him, who was no different from a normal human, but found that he was really the Lich he had met in the Lich Land Nobil's senior brother when he was practicing in the Undead Empire. The Lich King looked at the weak life rushing out of the burning woods, and for the first time descended from the black cloud and came above Qin Hao. So, you, haha, didn't expect that the divine power that I thought I was going to lose would beckon me again, so. Sorry, I'm leaving first, bye. Qin Hao didn't wait for the Lich King to finish his boast, and directly activated the teleportation ring, leaving only a teleportation white light. What? Damn ant! The Lich King didn't expect that he would be distracted by a word from this tiny human, and didn't catch this person immediately. What he didn't expect was that he actually had 2 teleportation props, and 2 consecutive calculations made him lose the trace of this tiny person again. Fox, you have to be careful. Qin Hao looked at the countdown of the task. Now there are less than 8 minutes left before the end of the task. However, the Lich King at this time may not be fooled again. When he sees the Lich King, it may be a matter of life and death. Don't worry, this is already outside the war zone. I can just log off. The beautiful fox said in the team chat, while choosing a direction to run. Chapter 500 Flirting with the Lich King. System, your teammate, Dao Yiyu Dao, has been killed by the Lich King, and the death coordinates are. Less than 30 seconds after breaking up with Dao Yiyu Dao, Qin Hao, who was running towards the north, suddenly received such a system message. Looking at this revenge message issued by the system, Qin Hao cursed the Lich King, a guy who bullies the weak, and at the same time he could only run faster. Fox, you will log off immediately. The Lich King now knows how we move, and the next attack will definitely be yours. Qin Hao said hurriedly in the team chat, and at the same time took out the return scroll in his hand. But the return scroll is still in an unavailable grey state, which means that the backup teleportation array in Yunwu town has not been successfully set up. Now, he could only pray that Dao Yiyu Dao's body was not desecrated by the Lich King, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Watching the countdown of the task being reduced second by second, the pressure became greater and greater as they approached the final moment, because if they made a mistake now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Damn, it takes 1000 honor points to revive once. This resurrection necklace is really a ripoff. Just as Qin Hao was praying in his heart that Dao Yiyu Dao could be resurrected safely, the 1-minute waiting time finally came. Did the Lich King not turn you into a zombie? Qin Hao suddenly wanted to know what happened when the Lich King killed Dao Yiyu Dao. No, he just cast a magic from a distance, and I died. In the end, I didn't even see the Lich King? But I have to say that you can hold on for so long under his hands, which is really good. I can't do it. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't expect that he would be sniped to death by the Lich King's magic from a distance, without even seeing the Lich King's face. No, it seems that this thing in my hand has some special ability to shield my specific location, otherwise the Lich King, an undead creature, would have killed me long ago. Now Qin Hao can finally confirm the reason why the Lich King lost his level in front of him, and this is the only way to explain it. This time, from south to north, the Lich King actually took only about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get here. It seems that the Lich King did not exert his greatest strength just now. Looking at the black clouds in the sky, Qin Hao found that the beautiful fox avatar was still there. Fox. It's okay. Anyway, it's here. Looking at the communication that was suddenly interrupted, Qin Hao also received the reply message that the beautiful fox was killed. However, just when Qin Hao had no time to be sad, Yayan sent an exciting news. The teleportation array in Yunwu town was successfully set up. Although there is no way to use all the functions in it, the function of the return scroll has been turned on. It seems that this time the Lich King is almost crazy. The old wizard standing under the wizard tower looked at the black clouds in the sky and sensitively discovered that the dark energy group belonging to the Lich King was moving wildly and rapidly. This also shows that the teleportation tactics of Qin Hao and the other three have been initially successful. Well, the elder on the side, although he recovered most of his injuries with the help of the old wizard's collection of spiritual medicine, was still a little weak. By the way, is there still no news about Fal? The old wizard asked an elder on the other side. Sorry, no. It's okay, it seems that Fal must have encountered some problems. Otherwise, he should have seen the black clouds in the sky a long time ago. Could it be? The old wizard first responded to the elder's words, and then looked at the sky swallowed by darkness and muttered in a low voice. Yudao, didn't the Lich King find that you have divine power? Qin Hao, who ran away from Dao Yudao again, asked in the team chat. No, at least my physical fitness has not declined. Dao Yudao answered immediately. He was also very afraid of this matter just now, but after the resurrection necklace resurrected him, he found that he basically had no problems. Yudao, you go back to the city first. In this way, at least the strength of Yunwu town can be improved. Qin Hao thought for a moment and felt that Dao Yudao should go back. After all, Dao Yudao is different from me. I don't have to chant the time when I use the scroll of returning to the city, but Dao Yudao is different. Well, okay. Actually, I don't want to die. Dao Yudao looked at his countdown and found that there were about 4 minutes and 23 seconds left before the end of the mission, plus it would take about 2 minutes and 30 seconds for the Lich King to rush over. In this way, I can still find a safe place and delay the Lich King a little longer. After all, for the Lich King who has already alarmed the snake, if these suspicious teleportation points are not solved first, then he can only fly back when everyone comes back. Therefore, the Lich King will definitely come to deal with me, but I don't seem to have the ability like Qin Hao to shorten the countdown time of the scroll of returning to the city, so I can only rely on the terrain. Back to the huge ground crack that he just passed, Dao Yudao jumped down without thinking. With the sensing range of the Lich King, he should be able to find him, but it's a bit tight at this time. However, this narrow terrain not only limits his range of activities, but also limits the powerful magic power of the Lich King. This crack is very deep, and it is not a vertical crack. The lower it goes, the narrower it is. Now, Dao Yudao has been firmly stuck here. Except for his head, he can only wait until the Lich King passes by and finds him. Although this may only delay him for a few seconds, it is better than doing nothing. Just as he was counting the seconds, he found that he suddenly had a dark curse. According to Qin Hao's estimation, the range of this curse is a passive skill calculated with the Lich King as the core, which means that he is now in the sensing range of the Lich King. And, you actually chose this kind of burial place. Hey, you disappeared again. Damn it. The Lich King did not expect that he did not finish a complete sentence again, and the person who should have listened ran away again. After a pause, the Lich King activated the magic of the Holy Book of the Dead to sense the water scroll again. This time, he found that the little bug under his feet was not the person he was looking for. This made him even more angry. For the Lich King, although he could sense the huge but mixed life breath of living people, this breath could not be used to distinguish people. Because in his perception, the life breath of all living people was almost the same, all of them were a group of human-shaped green things. In addition to being able to distinguish the size of creatures, this ability can only be used on thieves when they are stealthed. If he wants to determine who a person is, he has to rely on his eyes, ears, and other 5 senses. However, generally speaking, his perception of his own people is often directly sensing the strength of the dark power in their bodies. However, he did not expect that in the Holy Light Camp, a place that does not worship darkness, whether it is NPC or player, there is no fluctuation of dark power. Now, in addition to the Holy Book of the Dead in his hand that can continuously send out tracking direction signals, he can only kill all the lives he finds to verify whether these people are carrying the water scroll. However, he did not expect that his originally foolproof action would have so many twists and turns. Because he did not expect that there would be such a few tiny beings who would challenge his majesty, and what was even more troublesome was that he could already vaguely feel that several extremely strong energy fluctuations were really approaching. One of them was a strong man emitting strong fire elements, and the other was a strong man emitting holy light power that made him palpitate. He had fought with the fire element Yan Xin several times, but under the powerful equipment in his hand, he had been beaten away several times. But for the strong man of holy light, he was a little bit unsure of who it was. If this guy had the power of God, he might not be able to snatch the water scroll under the siege of these strong men, as he had just been promoted and his strength was still unstable. Therefore, he had to get the water scroll from the tiny guy as soon as possible. Dao Yudao, who had already returned to Yunwu town, immediately notified the news of the approach of the Lich King. Just now, as soon as he found the Lich approaching, he immediately activated the scroll to return to the city, so that he could escape from the hand of the Lich King, who was busy verifying his identity. I understand. But can the teleportation array be connected to the elemental city now? Qin Hao asked with some concern. Not yet, maybe we have to wait a few more minutes. Now the big hammer is busy debugging, but there is no way to form a stable space channel with the elemental city or other cities. Dao Yudao looked at the big hammer lying on the ground and arranging magic runes one by one, and could only say so. Because the big hammer is working hard now. Okay, then I'll find another mountain forest to drill and see if I can drill out a few more minutes. Qin Hao looked at the relatively dense forest around him. Although he couldn't run too fast in it, it was at least a relatively safe place. Moreover, thanks to the powerful death breath of the Lich King, this place that was originally full of beasts and monsters became extremely quiet. Because of the Lich King's transgression, a big boss far beyond ordinary creatures, all the beasts and monsters around fled, and even the refresh system was suspended. If you want to put it nicely, it is the system's care for Qin Hao's task. However, under the powerful strength of the Lich King, this kind of care can only play a role that is better than nothing. Because, in the next moment, the forest where Qin Hao was located had been burned clean. Looking at the massive black flames that almost burned through the sky, Qin Hao knew that the Lich King was serious this time, and he had no choice but to avoid it. The Lich King looked at the white light of transmission in the black flames, and his eyes, which were originally very small, were actually covered with red bloodshot this time, which made his still stiff face become a little weird and hideous. Ah! I'm going to kill you all.